Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Nerd Rage Gaming $1,000 League Cup. My name is Dan Hugar. I am here with Dr. Kevin Krieger, D.O. It is D.O., right?
It is. You got it.
Fantastic. Awesome to have you here, Kevin. Like we said, today is our $1,000 League Cup. We are just short of that kicker, so we're going to have about 60 players right now. And man, it's going to be a fun day. So, Kevin, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much for asking. Excited to watch some Pokemon. I didn't have anything reasonable to play today, so this is a nice alternative.
Listen, even for the backup plan, it's great to have you here. I'm excited. So can you introduce yourself for the people, like kind of who you are, what that lovely shirt is you're wearing, and then why should the people listen to you?
So I'm Kevin. I've been playing since 2017, kind of on and off as far as how competitive I've been. Definitely peaked in the COVID era when everything was online. I won a big invitational tournament in 2020. It was like 2,000 people trying to qualify, and then invitational was 16 people. So winning that, I feel like, is at least close to the level of winning a regional or an internet. It wasn't, on the official books, but I think I have that skill ceiling as a player. Since then, I have like 3 top 32s. Now a sponsored player with Project Artemis, which is a super cool team that's been really fun to be a part of since February. And so, yeah, that's my credentials. I feel like the format's in a good place, and I have fun watching the game and playing the game right now. So should have a few interesting things to say at least.
Oh, 100%. And I will validate, Kevin is a fantastic player. Their success was not even primarily, but your huge success was primarily during COVID when you were able to lock in, my friend. You crushed it. And that's actually when we became friends, was when I did well at the Players' Cup 1, and I realized I was not good at Pokemon. I had no idea what I was doing. I'm like, Kevin, please help me be competent. So on my end, I am now competent. This past season, I have 2 day 2s out of 4 events, top 128 in both, because we don't want to talk about how day 2 went. But prior to that, season before, I had top 8, top 16, was one of the first 20 people to qualify for Worlds. Like, we're moderately good at Pokemon right now. And I like to yap here about Pokemon, so it should be a fun day. So are we good for round 1? Beautiful. So, Kevin, we're going to jump right into it. We'll have plenty of stuff to talk about, but starting off, we will have our first round. This is a best of 1. Yes, Kenneth. Follow her. No, actually, follow her, not nerf. I only played. Dude, if you day 2 50% of your events, I don't know what to tell you. I'm pretty happy with that. But, Kevin, can you see the chat, by the way?
I cannot.
Perfect. So then I will just read it out, and we can talk about it then.
Okay. I mean, I could try to pull up the Twitch stream in a separate one, but that might get feedbacky. I guess if it's muted, it's fine, right?
Yeah, if you can pull it up and mute it, that'll probably help. But if you can't, I'll just read them out. But like I said, we have about 60 people, so it's going to be best of 1. I can't actually remember if that's 6 or 7 rounds, what the threshold is. So somewhere between 6 and 7 rounds. Then we will have a top 8 cut, and we'll talk about League Invitational qualifying, and dude, it's just going to be a good day. So we're going to jump into our first round here. Are we jumping into the first round? Beautiful. So we're going to jump into our first round here. And so, Kevin, while we're getting into there, what are the decks you expect to see today?
So it's a great question. There's a new format. There's a couple of really impactful cards. I think the biggest shift to the meta is Goldango got a lot stronger. With the Genesect card, it just opens up a ton of space for tech options. Really helps it to counter the stage 2 decks. And looks like we've got a Dragapult mirror match here. The stage 2 Monkey Dory decks, Dragapult, Grimmsnarl, Gardevoir EX, they're all still very good and viable. And I think Goldango getting better just kind of adds a newer, interesting dimension to the format where everything has to shift around that a little bit in terms of what counts they can play and what decks are actually strong into the field overall.
100%. And we've noticed that Justin is playing Dragapult EX with Duskmar, where Jeff, we're going to check on that, but looking at just a couple cards on this list, he may be playing the Tord style or pure clean Dragapult. And Kevin, kind of like you said, the format has warped a little bit about Goldango, but this is a point I've been making for a while. You could say whether or not Gardy is best deck in format, but the format clearly bends and shifts around Dragapult.
Yeah, Dragapult's just an incredible card. It does a lot of solid damage once it's established, has a lot of HP, most of the time has no weakness, and can threaten evolving basics on the bench in combination with some damage modifiers. So it is a bit of a bully card as far as keeping other more rogue stuff out of the archetype. And I think the card with the Dracloak Recon Directive ability, it's going to be competitive as long as it's legal and standard.
And that's it. Even regardless of Phantom Dive, having a stage 1 with a very successful draw ability is so good. And oh boy, do we have a hand here. So just for some introduction, Justin Templar has dominated seniors, previous member of the Nerd Rage team, won multiple regionals this year, and dude, he is going to do some work this upcoming year. And Jeff, local player, excited to have him here. He's got a great t-shirt at least. I don't know if that's feedback, but getting into this game, Kevin, who do you think is going to win, Dusknoir or Straight?
I think in a level playing field, skill-wise, it should be a pretty skill-intensive matchup. The Dusknoir does give you the advantage of, taking a bunch of knockouts at once. So if the Dusknoir version can get off to a quicker start, maybe stall out the opponent's setup with some Badu Itchy Pollens, then you can have these really big turns where you're wiping off, 3 Dracloaks at the same time and kind of leave them with no ability to attack within a reasonable time frame, and then you just kind of snowball the game from there. So there'll be a lot of pressure on the straight version to set up fairly quickly.
And I think that's the big thing. The straight version, maybe a little more consistent. There's less kind of crap in your deck that doesn't help you play the game. But the power level of Dusknoir is insane, and how it can pressure your opponent, like you were saying.
Yeah, really good synergy with the damage counter placement of Phantom Dive's attack as well. There's usually like a Halucha that can let you reach on a 70 HP basic, or sometimes just 50 damage from the Dusclops ability is enough to take out all of the threats on your opponent's board at once.
It is. And I think this is the tricky part with Dusknoir. And to be honest, I thought we were running behind. Turns out we are good, and the players are just chilling for a little bit. But so one of the things that I think is so important with Dusknoir is normally you would say giving your opponent a prize advantage, but not always. Oh, and we have a not expected start here of Blood Moon Ursaluna versus Latias. Justin going first with a little bit of ball search. And Kevin, do we use those Ultra Balls to set up our board?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I can't see everything that's in the hand there. Definitely you can afford to discard some Pokemon. Usually you play a pretty heavy rescue stretcher count to be able to get those back. And you see he does target those 2 Pokemon with the Ultra Ball. Most Dragapult lists have a Latias to get something like a Blood Moon out of the active, but eventually you're going to have to get some Dreepies on board. And looking at Justin's hand, I'm just not sure if that's really in the cards at the moment.
Kenneth, I would not bet against Templar topping a regional. He is just an absolutely incredible player. And yes, that is the other issue, and this is something we saw over the weekend or last weekend when I was playing against Bradner. Without Dusknoir, without some other way to scale the power of that Phantom Dive, it is so hard to close games. And now again, in this game, Justin just puts down Latias, Dreepy, pass, and now we get over to Jeff, who's also playing Duskull, and 3 Buddy Poffin is a pretty good start, Kevin.
Yeah, I think you would take that any day of the week.
So now the question is, does he have enough basics? And Kevin, if it's you and you get to just absolutely fill your board, what's the perfect board?
Great question. So I think you want a lot of Dreepies, probably at least 3. If you have all 4 Dreepies and all 4 Dracloaks, maybe you just go full 4 of the Dreepy line. Looks like he's eyeing up Duskull and a Badu. Great start. You're going to have to get at least 2 Dreepies down with that. But again, with all those Poffins in hand, that is not going to be a problem.
And you see Justin's reaction when he sees the second Buddy Poffin. And we can't hear him, but at least in his head, I'm sure he said a word I'm certainly not allowed to say here. And I can't wait to see his face when the third Buddy Poffin comes down, because we obviously played the third one, right?
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. I don't think with the Latias start, that would be the other Pokemon you probably want on your bench, just so you can start stacking up attachments on the Dreepies versus attaching to Retreat. It goes for another Duskull. Okay, so strong board, a little bit lighter on the Dreepies, but.
And so I have 2 questions for you, Kevin. One, is it right to go 2-2 on the Dreepy Duskull? And second question is, why not burn that Buddy Poffin?
I think the 2 Duskulls is great, actually, because right now the board setup really favors Jeff. He's got a lot more basics down. He's getting into the Itchy Pollen guaranteed, and this puts a ton of pressure on Justin's setup. I would have burned the Poffin as well, because at this point, for the rest of the game, I don't think it's going to get much value.
What a hand for Justin. Duskull, Badu, Dreepy, and an Iono. And Mike, hola. Thank you very much for joining. Appreciate having you here, especially from a lovely, lovely place. And we do see the Iono, and for Justin, I think we were just hoping for a Dracloak, but nothing. So getting back over to Jeff's turn, Kevin, what does Jeff do to kind of capitalize on that bit of a slow start from Justin?
So Jeff really wants to get some recon directives going this turn. If he can evolve up some of those Duskulls into Dusclops, can't use the Rare Candy because he's item locked. But basically just wants as many evolutions as possible. And if you could bank another attachment, probably spread it to the other Dreepy, then really sets up for a very powerful turn 3 coming up here.
Agreed. And choosing to use the Dracloak prior to the research, and to be honest, I don't like that. I think that's such a good hand to attach the energy and then just burn the hand to the ground, because I don't know when you're actually going to access these pieces. Now, we got a little lucky and hit the Dracloak, so we're fine, but still.
Yeah, that's an interesting sequencing question. I think if you're okay with all the discards in your hand, research is probably your optimal supporter to play this turn, because you don't want to settle for just one evolution piece with like a Hilda or a Brock Scouting. You want to find 3 or even 4 ideally. I don't know how many Dusclops he plays, but does bank the other attachment there. So yeah, you send the research first, and then you can build the hand with the Dracloak abilities afterward if you don't have any major liabilities in hand.
Well, this is an interesting choice, Kevin. What do you think here of going in with the Dragon Headbutt?
Very aggressive. I think I would have liked to see a bit of a more patient approach there. Keep the item lock on board until you can knock out both Dreepies on Justin's side, which is actually pretty likely next turn. And if you maintain item lock, it's hard for Justin to get a wide board established.
And so, Mike, with getting that energy, with having the second Dracloak, I actually agree with the boss in hand. I would have held that hand because you would have a great opportunity to knock out a Dracloak and a Duskull. But now, Justin has some room to maneuver. But Kevin, we see the double Night Stretcher, and are things about to get a little shady here for Jeff?
We got some ghosts coming in. We got the Dreepy back. I don't know if Justin plays any rare candy. Usually there's at least 1 or 2 in these Dusknoir versions of the list. So could be an explosive turn here if he can pull some, exact combination of cards to get a Phantom Dive off. It's a pretty big ask. I think probably we're going with another Itchy Pollen here. And with that evolution, the attack is off the table. But
yes.
Still has a decent setup here as far as maintaining item lock and kind of stabilizing his board, which Jeff choosing to forego the Itchy Pollen last turn really opened up that potential to play those items and kind of maintain a smooth setup here.
I agree. And to me, and I think everyone here is kind of saying the same thing, I think it was too aggressive. Now you're in a good spot, but Justin restabilized his board pretty well. And so there's not a ton of advantage to be gained now, because unless you can get another Gust off, you're not really doing much. You're just hitting into a Budu, and Justin's board is stronger because he was able to play those Night Stretchers before research. But so, Kevin, on Jeff's side, what do you want him to do this turn?
So from here, it's a pretty even position. I think he sacrificed some of the strength of his position last turn. If he can find a way to pivot this, he probably wants to get a Phantom Dive off. If you can't get a really strong Phantom Dive off or draw into another boss, then Itchy Pollen is still a reasonable option in this position. There's only 1 Dusknoir on Justin's side. And so if you just evolve 1 of them up into a Dragapult, you don't even necessarily have to attack with it this turn. You could just keep it there safe so you know you have a big attacker for the following turn. The other option here, if you don't want to retreat this energy off, is just evolve the active into a Dragapult and use the first attack to knock out this Budu. It's a kind of a slower play, but it does let you have kind of a stable board and maintain pressure in the prize race at least.
And I don't mind that. I also don't mind an Itchy Pollen, but what I think Jeff may do is I think Jeff may knock out this Dracloak with that Dusclops and then Dragapult evolving the bench. And I don't know if that's good, but I think that's what's happening. What do you think?
So there's some risk here if Justin gets a big combo that he may not have a Dragapult to attack with next turn. And so there's definitely upside here. If Justin draws optimally, he can be punished by this aggressive play. If Justin misses, then he might just snowball the game from here.
Agreed. So the advantage is if Justin does not rare candy this Dreepy and just goes into a Dracloak, and Jeff puts 2 on the Dreepy, there's an out for Jeff to completely clear Dreepies from the board, or we could not do that and completely ignore what Dan says, and it's fine. Why would we worry about this? But Kevin, Jeff taking 2 prizes, going down to 3 prizes remaining. I think he's been a little over aggressive, but man, he's put Justin in a hard spot.
Yeah. So we've been commenting, saying how Jeff has a lot of lines. Dragapult's a complicated deck. It does play from behind fairly well. But there is always upside in the game of Pokemon. If you take the aggressive lines and your opponent just doesn't have it, a lot of times that can just be good enough. And so the pressure has been applied on Justin. You've seen Jeff take the aggressive line every turn, basically taking prizes as quickly as possible. And, it only will come back to hurt him if Justin can piece together a lot of pieces here to make the comeback.
And so I will say, Justin has Knockout and Dragapult if he decides to go that route. Because we can evolve into Dusknoir, we can pop that on the Dragapult that would push Jeff to 2 prizes remaining, and then we can use Blood Moon Arsaluda to clean that up. With Jeff kind of showing that he did not have the Neo Upper Energy, I mean, it may be worth it for Justin to take that approach, knowing that there's a chance Jeff could just win the game with a Blood Moon Duskull himself. So, I mean, Kevin, this is a really interesting closeout.
Yeah, so I think you identified the weakness on Jeff's board there, very, very nicely. So there's no energy on the cloak. And you saw the gust a couple turns ago from Justin, bringing up the evolution Pokemon to force the discard energy retreat is now looming large, where he can clear these energies off the board, leave Jeff with no attachments in play, force him to find that one of A-Spec that will let him get a Phantom Dive off. And he can do that while Ionoing to 2. If you use the Dusknoir before the Iono, then you are using the fact that you're giving away prizes to your advantage to even limit your opponent's hand size even further.
So agreed. The one issue with that, and Mike, you make a great point, Jeff has game with Dusclops Gust. And I think that was the case regardless of what Justin pulls off. But if Justin does take this knockout and disrupt Jeff, Jeff's board is horrendous in trying to respond to that play. We can Budu, and maybe that can buy us some time, but man, things are not looking great. Oh, but Justin deciding just to research here. Kevin, what do you think about that? Why not Recon Directive first?
Interesting choice there. Yeah, I mean, I think the Iono, from my standpoint, looked really good here, and I thought he had one in hand.
He did not.
He's maybe okay. Yeah, I would use Recon Directive to try to dig for the Iono. Would have been great. Did research might be good enough still, though, too.
Did we see a Recon Directive and just not notice it?
It's possible. It's not really turned sideways, but yeah, I mean, we're yapping about stuff, so there's a lot going on. Justin's being very efficient with his actions here, so see if Jeff can come back with.
And to be honest, all Jeff needs is an energy card. And we draw the Blood Moon, but here's the question: does Jeff wait? What are we doing, Kevin? We did get the bear. Okay, so we see the line. We have the Night Stretcher for Dusclops. If there's a Dusclops in deck, we have Ultra Ball for the other Dusclops. We get Night Stretcher for the energy. I mean, Jeff has game if there's a Dusclops in deck, right? Am I missing something?
I think he needs an energy and a Dusclops, yeah, because you could activate it, put the damage on the active, and then with energy attachment on the Blood Moon, just take 2 prizes on Justin's Blood Moon to close out the game.
With the Night Stretcher in hand, we do have access to a basic energy. So I think it really just comes down to if there's a Dusclops in deck and Jeff sees the play, which I'm hesitant to say either of those is a thing right now, unless, I don't know, Kevin, what is the other line he may be playing to?
I mean, he may be thinking I can slowly build up to a Phantom Dive to close it out. I think that is unnecessarily slow. He searched out the Blood Moon. You got to think he's seeing that as the primary out at this point.
Definitely. And so if we have Dusclops in deck, we do. Okay, so we have game. We have game.
With a Night Stretcher for the energy, yeah.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
So we'll see if he recognizes it. So this is the fun thing, guys. We can see there's game. You can see there's game. Everyone can see there's game. But when you're in the moment trying to play, it is much more complicated sometimes because you get lost in a lot of stuff and even tilted to try to figure out what could possibly happen here. What's the line? But just does see it. We do plop it. We are able to take the knockout with Blood Moon. Jeff wins game 1, goes up 1-0 into round 2. Justin Templar, very possibly the best player here, gets cooked in the mirror match. And Kevin, we all expected that, right? Exactly.
Pokemon is a game. There's some variance involved. You saw the triple Buddy Poffin start on Jeff's side compared to a single Dreepy on Justin's side. And that's with presumably losing the coin flip. I think either of these players would have chosen to go second in that matchup.
For sure. And so we have a deck for you guys here. We have Kenneth playing Polt Zard against Ryan playing Frostlass Monkey Dory with Yveltal. What a deck we have here. Kevin, do you know what Yveltal does?
Oh, I am actually an Yveltal enjoyer, believe it or not. This has been discussed in certain chats with, Grimmsnarl enjoyers as a potential tech option.
Yes.
And then I think what we landed on is, at that point, you probably just cut the Grimmsnarls and go aggressive Monkey Dory, Frostlass, Yveltal. And Ryan, a good friend of mine, known spread enjoyer, love to see this. This is going to be delightful for us to watch, maybe not for his opponents. And
no.
But what the card does, for people who don't know, it is a single energy attacker. It's a basic. I believe it has free retreat, which is super cool.
It is one retreat,
HP,
but that's fine.
Which is pretty solid. Oh, the other ones have free retreat. Anyway, the attack does 2 damage counters to all Pokemon on your opponent's side that have any damage counters placed on them. So the idea with this is spreading damage counters with Monkey Dory and Frostlass, and then amplifying that with the Yveltal, and only giving up 1 prize at a time. This should be a fun one, especially into evolution decks like this. It also gets around the Shaman. It is not damage being done to the benched Pokemon. It is damage counters being placed.
Which is fantastic. And for those in the chat, yeah, Mike, it was a super aggressive line, but it did pay off because Jeff was able to recognize that Justin's board was very weak. And Kenneth, I don't know if I would call the Dragapult mirror terrible, but it can either be incredibly complicated and a great stretched out game, or it can be over in 3 turns. And we definitely saw the latter in that one. But now getting back to the game, so Ryan able to get that 3rd Monkey Dory down. We could attack it with Yveltal if we want to this turn, but my guess is Ryan is saying we're either going to Maractus or we are going to go for a Devo play because, Kevin, that Devo in his hand is really powerful right now.
Yeah, so the main way you're going to counter the evolutions, you're never getting up to 300 damage to knock out a Dragapult EX.
No shot, especially with no
You're going to get... Yeah, you're going to get everything up to 90 to 100 and then board wipe and then allow the extra turns you gain from that to just let Monkey Dory snowball.
Wait, this is wild. We can pull the Devo play off and knock out both of these evolution Pokemon, including the Dracloak in the active with 3 to 4 Monkey Dory. This is wild. We have 4 monkeys on the board, Kevin. That's so many monkeys.
That is a lot of monkeys. It is probably the best card in the format, and Ryan looks like he's found an innovative way to utilize that. And certainly this is going to be a favorable matchup given how his deck is set up.
Kenneth, you should absolutely be friends with Ryan. Ryan is an awesome guy. I really adore him. And actually, are we deciding just to go with the Yveltal play here? What do you think about that, Kevin?
I think he is a little bit short potentially. Depends what that Charizard EX is evolved from. I think there's 100 HP Charizard without an ability. So that would leave him just short of a full devolution play this turn. And so I think what Ryan's doing here is doing 1 more turn of stacking up the damage on evolutions, and next turn devolution should just win him the game, may even take the rest of his remaining prize cards in 1 attack.
I would agree. And so we could Night Stretcher to use another monkey, but I think Ryan is just saying that, you know what, this is fine. We don't need any more damage. We're going to plop stuff on everyone else. The Frostlass is going to tick. Shaman's going to get knocked out going back into Ryan's turn. Oh, actually, never mind. Shaman gets knocked out right now.
He attached the Dark Energy to Yveltal in order to use the attack this turn.
Yes.
And so opted for that instead of the Monkey Dory. But next turn should have enough for the Devo play. And you like benching the monkeys early just because then you can alternate which ones you Monkey Dory off and eventually get up to 3 per turn. So you're just banking damage counters to use on future turns by putting the extra monkeys in play.
And Kenneth, I will be happy that you both are having fun and extremely unhappy that I'm paired against you back-to-back times. Not looking forward to that. But so, Kevin, I think you're describing kind of the match of the math here very well. How does Kenneth respond? Because as much as we're hyped about Ryan's deck, Zard is a very good deck. And so what does Kenneth do here?
Yeah, it's a great question. It probably depends a bit on the specifics of the list. I think most decks are playing a Monkey Dory, to counter the opposing Monkey Dories. That's probably not good enough in this situation. There's enough damage counters set up here where you can't really play around the devolution play very well. You could Iono and hope they don't have access to it. But again, Ryan's taking most of the prize cards late, so that doesn't feel great. Ideally, you got to knock out the Frostlasses early because that really is the engine for ramping up those damage counters. So if you can limit the spread deck's ability to spread, then the HP of your stage 2s is going to just overwhelm them more times than not.
And so we do see Kenneth pulls off the attack here with Charizard, not giving Orion an extra turn. But I mean, Kevin, I think game's on board.
Yeah, I think Ryan had the Devo in hand, right? So this is going to be a big old board wipe, which always fun for the spread players. Ryan and I played Rapid Strike Urshifu back in the day. No Yoga Lupin format, but we are still spreading and devolving. It is always a good time. I've been doing a lot with Grimmsnarl recently too. So,
I mean, Grimmsnarl is obviously an incredible deck, and I think Kenneth right now has, I believe, Pheasantipity, Night Stretcher, Switch, Super Rod. We see the knockout. Charizard ticks up in damage. Both Charizards tick up in damage, and then with the 90 HP Charmeleon underneath that Charizard on the bench, all Ryan has to do is move 10 to the active Charizard, 10 to the Dreepy on the bench, and Devo, and that's game. Actually, we don't even need this energy, do we? Is this just?
I mean, you might as well.
I mean, sure. Why not? Just for fun. Just get everything we need there. Sure, buddy. We'll use both of these onto the active. Attach the Devo to a monkey of choice. And everything dies.
Just how you draw it up.
Yes, exactly. So Charmander goes down. Dracloak goes down. And then Kenneth says, well, you know what? Looks like my Charmeleon is gone too. So Ryan takes the win with Monkey Dory Frostless. That is just fantastic. So honestly, Kevin, you just shared how hyped you are about that deck. I'm probably going to grab Ryan in a minute to have you two talk about that because you're going to enjoy that so much more than me.
Sure, that'd be great. That's a cool deck. The Yveltal is a pretty good card, and it's nice to see it used to its full effect there.
Honestly, I just love seeing those random cards that aren't like clearly designed to be in a certain deck be able to kind of pay off and do something fun. And like that card is such a good fit in that deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you have to kind of build around it. Like in a vacuum, that's probably not moving the needle much in most matchups. But if you build around it and kind of play to the strengths, then you can really take advantage of. A lot of times it comes down to other people's familiarity. Usually with spread, if the opponent plays perfectly and they recognize what they're going up against, you stagger when you bench and evolve things, and that really weakens the power of those spread attacks. But it's really hard to identify that from the jump. Your opponent might just have a Monkey Dory in play, and like, how are you going to expect that? Multiple Yveltals are coming down. It just you're going to set up your board like having more Pokemon down is better every other scenario.
100%.
So the spread decks really capitalize on that over aggression or unfamiliarity, which can be a little bit weaker in a best of 3, but in this current situation, you saw it to its full effect there. It's really fun to play from the spread side. So.
Absolutely. And honestly, my only question would be, would Yveltal be even better in the deck if you also damaged yourself? Because it's weird to even consider that, but man, if you get to monkey for 3 every single turn for every single monkey, it's not a lot of decks that can keep up with that. So, Kevin, I'm going to give you a set.
Nope.
What I would say is tell the people if this is a deck you would consider playing going forward while I go snag Ryan and get him over here.
Yeah, I can do. So this deck definitely has some weaknesses compared to a Grimmsnarl version of Monkey Dory Frostlass. It's going to be weaker against the big basic decks, something simple like a Miraidon, Armourouge box that has big beefy attackers without abilities. You're going to have trouble ramping to 200 plus damage, and you can't devolution something that's a basic. So because of that, you'd rather have the damage output of Grimmsnarl in those matchups. But if those matchups are not popular, you're going to bully the stage 2 decks even better with Yveltal compared to having to invest and set up your own Grimmsnarls. Just because it's so much more streamlined and consistent. You can do a lot more Monkey Dory Frostlass shenanigans reliably with a simpler build of just having a basic 1 energy attacker.
What's up, Doc?
Hey, Ryan. Good to see you, friend. So good. I'm here, kind of.
You're here. We'll count you as here for sure.
Sweet.
How's it going, man? We're thankful to have you on the cast here. I hope you're enjoying it so far.
Super fun. Congrats on the win. That was a joy to watch. It just filled my heart with happiness. Tell us about the deck. Why'd you pick it for this event?
Yeah. So people know me as a Zoroark enjoyer around here in the last month or so. I didn't want to put all the cards that you need for the format into the deck and take out all the cards I like. So you got to put in like 2/2 Darmanitan and some reversal energies, and then you got to switch around other counts just to accommodate for it. So I didn't like how the deck played as much with all the clunk that you have to put in just to be able to have a playable Goldango matchup. It's not even like very good still, but it's like playable.
Yeah.
So I was brainstorming last night on what to play, and I ended up on this Frostlass pile after reaching out to my teammate Rafal, who's played a lot of Frostlass decks. And so my original idea was like some deranged hybrid between Grimmsnarl and like pure Frostlass, trying to have like a small Grim line for the option, but I wanted more of like the cool attackers and to be able to play like a much slower game against Goldango. So I have stuff in there like Maractus. I wanted the Yveltal for sure because that's how you start pressuring their gimme ghouls before they evolve. And then I ended up in the list. I was like, man, I want a lot of stuff to fit. This Grimmsnarl is kind of mid. I think we could beat Gardy anyway. So we just cut the Grimmsnarl all together. We got pure Frostlass, Yveltal shenanigans. That's where we ended up.
And I think that super heads up deck building process. I've been talking to Rafal about Yveltal and Grimmsnarl, so I've been aware of the card for sure. And I think you've nailed it as far as fixing the Goldango matchup. You don't want any 2 predators on play. The 180 damage is horrible, and they just delete your Grimmsnarl as soon as you set it up. So it's
not very awesome.
it plays out like Raging Bolt, except they all have too much HP. Like you can't knock it out.
Right.
And they have Turos, so it just is completely unplayable.
The idea with the deck is I wanted like to be able to go slower against Goldango, but still have like Grimmsnarl for, you know, Gardy and all the other matchups where it's really great. But I kind of thought that with the toolbox that I built that I could just get away without it and be able to make the other parts of the toolbox stronger with other cards and just like more consistent cards, like being able to play second Devo so you don't get screwed by prizing it. I had Counter Gain in the list to try to like make a pseudo strong attacker 2 times, could be able to go like Ursaluna Counter Gain and then Ursaluna again if they go like 3-1. But I cut it because I wanted second air balloon, so I didn't prize my air balloon.
Seems good. Yeah, I think you should be fine against Goldango. They only have so many healing options, and you're only trying to get to 70 damage on all of them.
It's not a lot.
Between if you can just have enough Frostlass to where they're like boss spam doesn't completely run you out of Frostlass, then I think you're going to win that matchup more times than not, which is a really important one to not lose to in this new format. Definitely why I've been trying decks other than Grimmsnarl for black and white.
Yeah, and I mean, like, they're an Arven deck. Obviously, they play their 4 Puff and 4 Nest Ball, so, like, they can get out of the gate pretty well, but if they immediately slam Genesect, then cool, it's going to start taking damage, and that's a very easy closer with Ursaluna. And if they don't put Genesect down, then I'm going to Budu, and all of a sudden finding Goldango gets really hard. So you can slow them down a lot.
The Blood Moon seems like a really good closer. If they do stagger their attackers a bit and you can't Devo board wipe, you may be able to get away with like a 2 or 3 prize Devo even to weaken their board. And then if they're at 3 prizes, you can close with the Blood Moon.
Yeah, I mean, something like Devo plus Iono can still put in a lot of work if you like get their board down to 1 gimme ghoul or 1.5 gimme ghouls or something. You know, it's like I'm also playing 2 Devo, so like you can do it twice.
So 2 Devo, and hi, I'm Dan. I'm back.
Hi, Dan.
2 Devo is terrifying. I have one question, and then the round's almost over, so Ryan will get you a break. Did you and Kenneth become friends yet?
I like Kenneth. Kenneth's cool.
I assume so. He was saying that he wanted to be friends with you. Similar stuff. So I want to make sure, Kenneth, we have Ryan here. If you want a connection, he's right here.
Yeah, I like friends. What's up?
All right, Ryan.
We were talking a little bit after the 3v3 about like how Kenneth was trying to make a Pidgeot deck work, and when he realized I was playing Cruzzle, I was like, yeah, Pidgeot's like cool. I like Pidgeot.
That would probably be more fun, honestly. Heck yes. There we go, Kenneth. All right. Ryan, thank you so much. Really appreciate it, man. I'll let you get around. And Kevin, thank you for using your great interview skills here. I'll jump back in.
Yeah,
we'll see y'all a bit later, probably, maybe.
See ya.
Listen, for all of his opponents, I don't think they want to see him later, but I would not mind having that on the stream more because that deck is cool.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time.
Logan, thank you very much for joining. Awesome to have you here. So, Kevin, are there any good lessons that I should take from that conversation you guys had about Frostlass, Monkey Dory, shenanigans?
I think that if you're playing a deck that has a lot of Pokemon, just don't bench too many at once. You know, get going slowly, and then once your one line is about to get knocked out, then start setting up the second one. That's the best counter to it. But Ryan's a really good player, so that would still just bring it back to being like a close matchup if you're playing an evolving deck. Really, the counter would be playing some big 230 HP basics with no abilities and just getting multiple of those set up.
Hypothetically, if one of those takes 2 prizes every turn, that could be problematic for your deck.
Yeah, especially with like a Bravery Charm, so it doesn't die to or get KO'd by Blood Moon or Saluna. So definitely there are some weaknesses, but if Ryan hits the right matchups, he could just steamroll straight into top cut here, which would be cool to see.
Absolutely. And Mike Morton, Kevin, I don't know if you can see the chat now, but has identified you as his win-in rival. So it is good to have a fan in the chat.
Mike is a friend of mine. We go way back. I got him with a second escape rope one time with Arceus Corviknight. It was a good time for me.
So, Kevin, we are absolutely going to talk about Arceus Corviknight at some point because that was our shenanigans early on in our friendship and our Pokemon career, middle of our Pokemon careers. But one of the things I stepped away to do is, guys, we have deckless. And that is one of the advantage of being on stream for a couple like this is I can actually tell you that they play 2 Devo, but we need the deckless in hand. So, Kevin, we started talking about it a little bit. We mentioned Dragapult's going to be a big one. What else do you want to see today outside of more Ryan shenanigans?
I'd like to see the new Goldango deck showed off in all of its power. The Genesect card is super strong, and then they can play a lot of healing to get around Monkey Dory shenanigans, which was not the case in the past. You needed consistency. So I'd like to see some of that. Gardevoir is still incredibly strong. It's never going anywhere and continues to be good, especially in the hands of a skilled pilot. And Grimmsnarl still is playable if you can dodge the Goldangos. I think it matches up really well into the rest of the format. It's just hard taking a very near auto loss to what really is a tier 1 archetype at this point. So,
and I think Goldango, it's like if you go just on online data, it's not quite TRS, but like we're getting to that area with the amount of play and the success it has. But listening to Omnipoke, which you guys haven't checked out, Omnipoke, great resource. They made a good point of online data doesn't always correlate to real life results just because online is treated a little differently than like a major regional. And so Goldango may be that popular when you're having fun online, but there's probably more than a few people that are hesitant to bring it to like Pittsburgh or Milwaukee coming up.
Yeah, it's always going to be a good play. The question is a simple, straightforward archetype that's a well-known quantity. Is that a good enough play? And the top tier players may decide, I don't want to risk mirror matches. I don't want to risk counter decks because it does have some really bad matchups that are hard counters to it. Typhlosion and Crustle. So if you want to dodge the bomb matchups and play something with a little more of an even spread, I could see it dropping down to maybe the 8 to 10% play rate rather than 12 to 15, depending on what players decide to pick it up and kind of how the format progresses. But it definitely has made a change in the game, and that I think is overall positive.
I would agree. I think it's fun to have that high tier aggressive deck that has weaknesses. Like if it was just going to blow everything away, nothing could stop it, then exactly like you said, the mirror match turns in, can you go turbo? Like who draws well, who draws better? It's very much a welder, ability Zard kind of thing, back in the day. But with decks like, and I love that you mentioned both Typhlosion and Crustle, because what a set of decks to have in this format right now. Like, for those who are watching, you're like, what the heck are you talking about, Dan? Those are even Pokemon. Kevin, like, what do those decks do?
They beat Goldango. So if that's your primary concern, it's plenty of ways to do it. So Typhlosion is a single prize fire Pokemon that can do up to 280 damage. And the stage 1, Quilava, has a nice ability that searches out a consistency supporter that also ramps the Typhlosion's damage. So the deck just sets up basic attackers, and if those can melt every Goldango you would ever want to do, then just the 2-for-1 prize trade repeatedly is way too much to overcome. And it struggles against the stage 2 decks that can knock out multiple evolving basics at once with Monkey Dory shenanigans. But it's also good into other aggressive decks like Raging Bolt and Joltik Box, because you can do the same prize trade of getting 2 prizes and only giving up a 1 prize in return.
And you also can't amp a Typhlosion for 2 prizes, because 170 is just a little too much to get over.
Yeah. The other deck I mentioned, Crustle, is near and dear to my heart as far as a wall Pokemon, as the classic Safeguard ability, does not take damage from rule box Pokemon. And so Goldango may be playing a single prize attacker or 2, but they're really not that great. And if you build your deck around making the biggest, tankiest Crustle possible, you put a Luxurious Cape on it that gives it 250 HP. You play my favorite ace spec, which is like the worst one that is ever good, but Pokevital A heals 150 damage one time. You can make that Crustle do a lot of work, and it does 120 damage, which is not all that impressive. But when they literally can't damage you or even take a single knockout, you have all the time in the world to just announce superb scissors over and over and over again until you win the game.
Well, 120 damage is a perfect amount to knock out the small evolving like stage 1, stage 2s that most decks have to use to apply pressure there. So it's actually, it's perfect numbers for the things you care about. And then real quick for the chat, Mike, 3 win-ins is someone has to be winning them. So 1 and 2 ain't too bad. 2 of them being Arceus Mirrors. Oh, we're going to talk about Arceus. I figure in a round or 2, Kevin, we're going to get into that. Mew VMAX, I don't know what else you would deserve for playing that. Kidding, sort of. For Kenneth, I agree. I think Goldango, and my advice in general going into a big tournament, play a tier 1 to tier 1.5 archetype that you know like the back of your hand, and you'll have a good chance for success. And Logan, I agree, and I think that's exactly the point. When you are playing around online, Crustle seems like a much bigger play when the total amount of risk available is you lose 3 hours hitting 3 Typhlosion. But if I'm flying to Pittsburgh and paying for a hotel, I may be a little more reluctant to bring Crustle with me and not something like Dragapult. And yes, Dank, I would say I think those are, yes, like you're saying, they're inflated online, the play rates, just because, again, there are a select few number of people, Kevin, you're probably in that count, who would want to bring Block Snorlax to a regional.
I mean, I played a similar deck once. It didn't go so well. I don't like playing the clock, but I do really enjoy alternate win cons. So
yes,
when they're good, they can be really good and fun for you. I think in online events, they do tend to perform a little bit better. There's also kind of an element of your whole strategy is to shut down your opponent's level of fun, and it's a social game. So if the person's sitting across from you at the table, for me anyway, as an empathetic person, it tends to feel a little bit worse compared to playing that kind of deck online.
You have exactly described my rationale for not playing them, and we've talked about this. Like, I want to win, and if that makes my opponent sad, like, all right, I can't do much about that. I do not want the purpose of my deck to be making my opponent sad. That is not fun. No one enjoys that. Like, who says I want to go to a tournament and make everyone I play very sad over and over again? Like, no, I'm good. So, wait, Kevin, though, real quick, what was the time you did that? What was the deck you played?
Oh, I played Flying Pikachu Yveltal with Ryan at I think it was Knoxville.
Yeah, it was Knoxville, 2022,
yeah.
I want to say.
Yeah, we were just friends at that point. And Ryan did great with it, 7-2 day one. I think won a couple rounds day two as well. It was really good into the meta. I just didn't play very well in the Lugia matchup, which was like a 30% meta deck at the time. And I tested it and won in testing, but I think playing the cards in real life is just a little bit different experience. Sometimes you have a lot to look at. There's a lot going on in the environment, and it is hard to focus for me in those weird situations with a deck that's trying to run your opponent out of resources. Definitely had some mistakes, and that cost me like 2 rounds. I had some nice wins too. It was a good time overall, but not something I was really eager to do again, just because of the nature of my ability to focus in a tournament setting.
Well, and that makes complete sense because, like you said, there's more to a tournament than just like playing the cards in front of you. And so, for the chat before we get into this round, RKW, yes, that is actually a huge advantage to Snorlax. And Mike, you're saying it too. When you play those games, you will just get automatic wins, not because of just deck choice, but if you play into people who don't know the matchup and you're a deck that punishes misplays hard, you're going to win a ton of games just by kind of sitting down. And Kenneth, you literally never take prizes. You are upset whenever you have to take prizes against me when we play. Get out of here. Don't get out of here. It's great having you here. But so, Kevin, I did want to say that too. I'm going to throw back to an old head matchup. Kevin, do you remember Luke Metal?
Oh, yeah. No, good times.
Lucarius Melmetal GX tag team had Zacian and Zamazenta with it. The whole point of the deck was that you prevented a ton of damage, and you were a slow, walling, grindy deck. And you won games by your opponent playing them out of the game. So online, the data showed that against Pikarom, another big matchup, Luke Metal won like 80% of the time. And let me tell you, people, that was a lie. Because if you played Pikarom very well, it was a flip. You win 80 to 90% of the time into that matchup. And I think we will see that over and over again, that some of these swingy matchups, skill matters a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's a great example, I think. I'm glad that you brought that up. Resource management is a skill that is really tested at the higher tables when you need a fine edge and people know how to play their decks competently. It's a skill that takes some time to develop. So newer players will struggle with it, and that's one of the things that makes control decks strong in general.
So I'm not sure if Rafal or whoever picked these matchups was listening to us about the skill like intensive deck versus the deck that just kind of wins because it functions. But boy, do we have a matchup for you in that vein. We have Ogre Box played by Kevin, one of the Nerd Rage dudes, versus Elias playing Joltik Box, Nerd Rage local, awesome guy. And Kevin, on Ogre side, we have relatively high complexity, a lot of thinking, a lot of decision making versus Joltik Box, where you jolting charge and then take 2 prizes every turn. So who wins this matchup?
That's a good question. I haven't thought about this a lot. At first glance, I don't know that Kevin has any great options into a Pikachu EX attacking multiple turns. He could easily be playing a tech for that, but Joltik Box probably isn't a high enough meta percentage that you want to tech for. So just on the face of it, given the archetypes and how they function, I'd say Elias probably has the advantage here.
So Kevin does have one card that is huge against Pikachu, and that is Cornerstone Mask Ogre because Cornerstone Mask does prevent any damage done to it by Pokemon with abilities, and it hits for fighting weakness. So I think that's going to be a card Kevin relies on pretty significantly here. The downside is Iron Hands can hit through it.
So there isn't a text on the Demolish attack. It does not apply weakness or resistance, so it does only hit a straight 140.
Demoralizing. All right.
Yeah, I've played a lot of Cornerstone Ogre in my day. it's really annoying that it doesn't hit for weakness.
Mike, for the Nerd Rage jersey signed, I will have to talk to the team and the store about that because they try not to just kind of hand it out souvenirs. But you know what? Maybe we make an exception. We'll see how things go. But getting to the game, we see Elias kind of set up a very Joltik board. We have a Joltik, we have a Pikachu, and that's about it. And on Kevin's side, starting off with the Nest Ball, I mean, Kevin, is it aggressive to say I would love to see a Water Veil or whatever it is knock out Joltik?
That's an interesting line. If you can pull it off turn 1, I think hitting into the Pikachu is very strong. It breaks the Resolute Heart ability, and taking the 1 prize on Joltik is pretty relevant because Elias would have to put a second Joltik in play basically to do anything, which would easily let Kevin go back onto even prizes. So I think that would probably be your ideal line, but it is kind of a big ask. You would need 2 Grass Energy, 2 Teal Mask Ogerpon, an Energy Switch, and a Prism Energy with probably an Ogre Mask. That's a 5-card combo, 6.
It's fine. We play Squawk. We got it. This is easy. So we do actually, though, we do have the Teal Mask Ogerpon already active. We have multiple Grass Energy in hand. We will be able to Teal Dance prior to using this Squawk or the Iono. But do we play Crispin in this deck? And as I just made a comment about, we have deck lists, I didn't pull them up yet. So, Kevin, does this deck typically play Crispin?
I think it plays a couple Crispin. I would certainly think that would be a strong inclusion. I did get absolutely smoked by Ogerpon box in New Orleans with Grimmsnarl, so that was a good experience. That deck was playing Bravery Charm and Penny, which really made it hard to get through the Teal Masks. I don't know what Kevin has cooked up here.
We play 0 Crispin.
No Crispin. Okay. Who needs it?
4 Energy Switch, so it is still a line, but that's less likely now.
Yeah, so Crispin and Teal Mask have an interesting combination where you can accelerate it and get 3 energy on it in 1 turn. But anyway.
No, which is an incredibly good combination because that means you can still get a donk even just with a Teal Mask Ogerpon down.
Yeah. I might try to work 1 or 2 in there, but you might just want the energy switch for the power all throughout the whole game.
100%.
I haven't played enough Ogre Box to know.
And that is fair. So one thing though that is another line, and this is something I think we haven't mentioned yet, but we could also just go for a Sob. And I think actually a Sob on this Pikachu could be almost as impactful as that Torrential Pump, just because Elias would have to find his Prime Catcher to get it out of the active.
Yeah, that's a great point. The Joltik Box deck is pretty reliant on Latias for mobility, and Sob is such an underrated attack. 20 damage is somewhat relevant, but the bigger issue just not being able to retreat lock on something that has a full 210 HP basic. It's just really, really strong. But we see Kevin is kind of committing to setting up his cornerstones here, which should result in some late game walls that could be difficult for Elias to get through. They can at least trade 2 shots evenly. And if Kevin can pull out a penny or 2 to kind of reset the damage on the Ogerpons, then that might pull him ahead.
And I think it's a great point. Kevin did choose the non-aggressive route and saying, I'm going to force you to get through my guys rather than going with the aggressive kind of disruption play. Kenneth, yes, Dr. Krieger did indeed play the cornerstone thing at Baltimore and crush people with it. I, as someone who played Ancient Box, unfortunately did not hit any of them that day. And Mike, I don't know if a 10-day contract is a thing we do, but we'll talk about it. We'll see. And Prism Energy is a big deal for a lot of these decks. So, Kevin, talk us through what is Elias doing here?
So Elias wants to use a Jolting Charge and set up multiple attackers. I love the Latias bench here. It lets him preserve the Metal Energy on the Pikachu. And this will just snowball into having 2 attackers loaded up. You probably want the Pikachu able to just one-shot a Teal Mask at some point is strong enough. And you also need the Iron Hand set up so you can damage these Cornerstone Ogerpons. It's one of the few attackers in Elias's deck that doesn't have any abilities.
So the thing that Elias can do, too, is we can Arm Press followed by Amp You Very Much for 3 prizes on a Cornerstone. And if we can do that twice, or we can try to finagle another extra prize here or there, he could be in a good position regardless of that ability. But so going to Kevin's turn, Kevin, what does Kevin want to do here? Do we knock out Joltik? Is that something we want to do?
It doesn't help the prize trade at all, but that's kind of the whole point of Joltik Box as a deck. I think if you could hit into something else, probably the Iron Hands is the biggest threat on the board. That would be preferred. The other option Kevin has here is to start kind of clearing liabilities off the board. I don't know how many Cornerstone Ogre Pawns he plays, but you may be able to Ogre Mask into a third one, or just play some kind of Penny or Turo to take the Teal Masks off the board, because those are kind of easy knockouts for the Pikachu or other attackers in Elias's deck that are not the Iron Hands.
So I would agree. I do think, actually, Kevin's decision here looks like we are going to boss up Iron Hands, and I love that. I do think that's the best play here.
No, it's really heads up to identify the biggest threat on the board. There's been discussion recently, is boss good for the game or not? It is still skill intensive. You need to hit the right things. So having the option is incredibly strong, and I think Kevin did this perfectly.
No, Mike, I love the joke. I thought it was fantastic. NBA, and also I think NFL has either 1 day or 10-day contracts as well to like go retire for a certain team. So I love it, dude. I know you're a sports guy. I'm a sports guy. We're on the same page. Dr. Krieger, you're an NBA guy, right?
Person, yeah, but it's I like basketball. Probably is the biggest spectator sport I'm into. Yeah.
So I'll have to ask you about Shy, and also thank you for correcting me on the person versus guy.
Yeah, no, you're good.
But I appreciate it. What I'm gonna have to ask you about SGA, because I have feelings there. But getting back to Elias's turn, we do see Elias going for the Mew, and this is another attacker Elias has, because we can genome hacking demolish.
Yeah, that is certainly an option, and probably Elias's second best attacker in the matchup, other than the Iron Hands. So did he bench it, or is it? No, he's got another Iron Hands down.
He did decide to go with the Iron Hands, and it looks like we are going to crisp in 2 Iron Hands and just try to arm press this Cornerstone here. But Kevin has done a great job of applying pressure on Elias's only answers here.
Yeah, the boss play was very strong. Getting the first hit in when you're trading 2 shots means Elias will be the first one to have to establish a backup attacker, and also will be behind in the prize trade once Kevin takes this first knockout. Elias has done a good job here of getting the next Iron Hands going. It's just a metal or lightning energy away from an arm press next turn. So we can at least keep up, but he's going to need to find a way to come back. And that might just be hoping Kevin doesn't have the resources to set up this backup Cornerstone Ogre Bomb.
And I mean, that is a possibility. We did expend a bunch of resources, and we're down 2 energy switch, which is not great. But Kevin's going to be able to research into a brand new hand here and try to just further set up this last Cornerstone.
Yeah, I think your odds of hitting like grass energy and some energy switches, maybe a prism, are pretty high off the research. Your deck's kind of built for it. Even just manual attachment on there would probably be good enough for this turn, assuming you have some follow-up draw available. So Kevin's in a strong position here. Elias is going to have to find a way to claw out of this. He may be able to get by on just knocking out 1 Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn and then knocking out the 2 Teal Masks if Kevin doesn't have any way to remove them from play.
And so Kevin does play a couple Penny. We play 2 Penny. We do not play a Pal Pad, and I think we are... No, we did protect the Penny. So we do play 2 Penny. We also play multiple Corner Masks. So what Kevin can do, if one of these Corner Pawns goes down, Kevin can make one of these Teal Mask Ogre Pawn into the Corner Pawn using that Ogre's Mask. And that would be a big deal, because we don't have to use a supporter then to pull one of these Teal Mask off the board.
Do you know, does the Ogre's Mask take it from deck or discard pile?
Discard.
Does the swap? Discard? Okay, so it almost is like a stretcher recycling the Cornerstone while also taking the Teal Mask out of play. Yeah, that will could be devastating if Kevin can find it at the right time.
100%. And we do have the Mew, which we are certainly not going to bench here. But yeah, being able to find that card, especially when Elias eventually knocks out this active Cornerstone, that's going to be big, because then Elias will have to get through 2 Cornerstone to win the game.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Kevin wants to force here. He's done a good job of limiting the bench so far. And that's really important when you're playing a walling archetype like this, is make them go through your walls. And with a nice tempo prize lead here, taking the first knockout, if you can limit liabilities, it's going to be really, really hard for Elias to find an answer in time.
It absolutely is. So the one issue with this Corner Pawn is Kevin plays only basic grass energy, 4 prism energy, and 1 legacy energy. And that is still 5 outs to find fighting energy, but there's no way to search it. We are just going to have to hit it, and that's not a guarantee.
He doesn't have it yet.
Right, exactly. And so I think Kevin's debating manually attaching to this corner pawn just to reduce the resource gap next turn. But the downside is you have one less energy to draw with.
Yeah, I like the attachment, though. It just gets you one step closer to attacking. Joltik Box is not a deck that plays a lot of hand disruption. Maybe one card that will disrupt Kevin's hand. So any draw that's in hand is probably likely to stay in Kevin's hand and give him pretty good odds into hitting the fighting energy for next turn. Well, but there's a lot of pressure to get it. If he whiffs it, falling behind a turn of attacking, it could easily be game losing.
So, Kevin, in general, I would agree with you. Elias, however, plays 4 Iono. So
4 Iono? Oh, boy.
4 Iono, 4 Arven, 4 Boss's Orders, which, to be honest, that's beautiful. And I love to see it. But it could actually be a pretty big problem for Kevin right now.
Yeah, it's definitely is a weakness of the wall decks is you don't play any onboard draw. And Iono's a pretty good card. I've never seen 4 in Joltik Box, but I like the commitment. And definitely that could limit Kevin's ability to find this energy he needs to attack. We'll see if Elias can get the Iono this turn and just arm press. I don't think you care about Amp very much on this. You're going to have to take 3 knockouts anyway to win in all likelihood because the second Iron Hands is going to go down and there's probably not a way to set up a third one. So Iono arm press is probably Elias's best play here.
And I think that's exactly it. If Elias knew he would be able to amp you very much twice, I think it'd be a great play. But exactly like you said, because Kevin got the first hit in, that line of play really isn't there for Elias.
And it's not really necessary either. I think Kevin's going to have a hard time removing both of these Teal Mask Ogre Pawns from play, especially under Iono pressure. And so if you can just deal with the 2, then the last 2 prizes can come from that Pikachu EX is still just a lightning energy away from taking a Gust KO on one of the Teal Masks.
So I'm going to change my mind here, and I'm going to have to talk to Joe about this. Elias's deck plays 4 Iono, but it apparently plays 0 Crispin. And Kevin, do you see an issue with that, looking at the board right now?
Well, interesting.
Well, the issue is there's a Crispin on the board, and we've already played one Crispin.
Yeah, that's not good. Maybe a deck error contributing.
So Price is going to go talk to Joe. And Aylin, yes, we do have Joe judging today. Our typical judge, Michael, is in Indianapolis for some adventure, so Joe is helping out. And Typhlosion, thank you for clarifying for Mike. I think he may have been uncertain. Mike, I hope that helps. Sneaky Tom, thank you for the heads up. If you don't mind, shoot the store a message either on Facebook or to their email at info@nerdrage.com. And they'll make sure that they get in touch with you. And worst case, I will nicely yell at someone and try to figure out what we need to do. So thank you for following up. We'll make sure we get that to you. All right, and so Kevin, kind of getting back to the game, minus Elias not knowing how to write his deck list, we see the knockout. We go into another cornerstone here. Is there anything else Kevin needs to do outside of just attack? Awesome. Thank you, Tom. Please do so.
So he really needs to pressure this Iron Hands.
Stop the Prism energy. Sorry, Kevin. Please keep going. That seemed important.
Secondary objective will be to remove one of these Teal Masks off the board. If you can accomplish both of those, it's going to be really, really hard for Elias to take 4 more prizes.
Well, I think we actually have an Ogre's Mask in hand, so we can turn this active Teal Mask Ogre Pawn into a cornerstone.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah. And then do we see the 2 masks? And this is so hype, getting to see that card played, and you see Elias's reaction of, no, what's happening? All right, so
not a mask.
All right, so Kevin, is this just game for Kevin, or is there still some risk or some issues here?
So Elias is starting to run low on energy. We've lost 6, 7 out of 13. There's probably still enough to set up one more attacker. He still has the Joltik on board, especially if he plays like a Super Rod or some way to get more lightning and grass energy back into the deck. Then what we could see is a jolting charge onto Mew EX, or if there's a way to get the Iron Hands back. But he's right now 1 attacker short of getting through enough of these Teal Mask Ogre Pawns. The other concern is Kevin could just pull up that last Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, and then Elias is really in trouble. So if he has the option to Gust KO the Teal Mask with the Pikachu EX this turn, he might just want to commit to that now.
Well, and we see another card come down for Kevin in that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. And that's actually a huge deal because it means Kevin does not need to take his last 2 prizes via a 2-shot. Kevin can just gust Blood Moon if Elias does get through another corner pawn or gets through that teal mask to close out the game and give Elias much less time to respond.
Yeah, the Blood Moon's a great closer, and I did actually play that in my Cornerstone deck in Baltimore, which I don't think anybody else did, but it was really strong just to be able to apply pressure late game, knock out those 2 prize EXs in 1 turn, and accelerate that clock by an entire turn. I'd love to see that inclusion in Kevin's deck.
So we do see a boss's orders in hand for Elias. So we could conceivably knock out that teal mask ogre pawn. The downside is, if Kevin comes back and knocks out this Iron Hands, I think that's about all she wrote for Elias.
Yeah, that would be a big problem as far as having enough resources. With Super Rod involved, you might have enough resources to mount another response, but you're talking about a couple turn delay there. And a lot of these jolted boxes don't even play the Super Rod. So Elias might just be out of energies and attackers at that point.
And we do have a couple energy in hand, but to your point, we can't get those out with Jolting Charge. We can't get those out with Crispin. It would have to be purely manual attachments from here, and that's less than ideal for Elias.
And this is what can happen with the Jolting box is you're trying to kind of snowball the game with 2 attackers and then eventually maybe set up a third. But if those aren't taking prizes quickly enough, it's not really built for a long game, as we're seeing. Kevin's in a really strong position here.
He is. And I think Elias is just trying to piece together, like, okay, the other issue is he does not have another attacker even on his board to begin manually attaching to. And so without that, knowing that there's 2 corner pawn down and he needs to get through 4 prizes, this is a tough spot to be in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and because of that, I almost like the Pikachu knockout if he has access to the boss this turn. If you had the Mew down, then manually attaching to that just to at least start getting it going. I think it's the last attacker in Elias's deck that can even damage the Cornerstone Mask Ogre Bomb.
And I think Elias is choosing to get that lightning out so that Pikachu will be an option next turn and to hopefully try to close things out. But this is a little sketchy for him right now.
Yeah, and seeing that stretcher is a little bit disheartening as far as you probably don't play Super Rod to get more stuff back. And that 1 recovery card was just spent on a basic lightning energy, which means we're probably not seeing another attacker after this Iron Hands that can actually do relevant damage.
I would tend to agree. And we do have the penny in hand, so we can just scoop up this teal mask if we want to and make a board that is almost impossible for Elias to get through at this point.
Yeah, I think the penny pretty close to seals it up combined with the knockout on the active Iron Hands here. You've got the Prism Energy. You can just slap it on the other Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn. Tough matchup for Elias here. I think he mostly did what he could. And I think the power of the counter box is now being apparent.
It is. And again, I also want to give credit to Kevin because Kevin very effectively identified what the threat was. And the threat was the Iron Hand. So rather than give Elias a chance to get ahead of things, you can see Kevin is 1 turn ahead, and that is huge because of the amount of pressure it applies. And Logan, I think Ogre Box is a very interesting deck. Kevin actually just won a cup yesterday with this deck, so he's trying to make it back-to-back days. Man, you can see Kevin stressing a little bit of like, okay, is there a response? Is there something I'm not aware of that could happen here? And that is Joe, our judge, going up to Elias to say, hey, quick thing, where are your 4 Iono and why are there 4 Crispin? And I think you can see Elias reacting to, oh no. Now, to be fair, this is clearly an incidental error. I do not think for a second there was an intention to include 4 Iono instead of 4 Crispin here. So whenever something like this comes up, obviously there are kind of the hard and fast rulings, but the judges always have the opportunity to either escalate or de-escalate based on the situation. So we'll see what Joe decides to go with here. We'll see what Elias has to go with here. And yeah, I mean, Kevin just absolutely dominated that round. Bryce, we have a second game.
Yeah. That game was over anyway. Let's be honest.
It was. And to be honest, if we're gonna get that penalty, let's have it be in game where it doesn't matter at that point.
Yeah. Get it out of the way. It'll be interesting. They might make him swap the Crispins for Iono since it is a legal card.
Yes.
Or if the intention was clear enough, given how the archetype typically plays out, you could argue that maybe it penalized with a game loss for what's clearly a mistake, and then continue playing the deck as is. I don't know enough about the handbook or official rulings to know which of those is the case, but both of those seem kind of fair on the face of it.
So, and Kenneth, I agree. This is the time for that to happen, not after the round where it has to be next round we take the L. And yes, dude, Ogrepon, Kevin crushed it with it. It's really exciting to see. And Kevin, I agree. I think this is where it's really important to have judges be aware of the game and not just the tournament rulebook, but understand game situations, understand like how these things could happen. Because if you just on the surface look at it, bro, why do you have 4 Iono nut for Crispin? Get him out of here. But if you look at the actual situation, you know the archetype, you know how it plays. This is obviously not an intentionally incorrect deck list. This is clearly a, how could I write that? That is way wrong.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see almost how the deck functions if you do put 4 Iono in it.
Not well, I assume. Not well at all.
Probably not great. I mean, you lose out on aggression and add disruption, which is not really what the deck is going for. But hypothetically, you could still win some games with the quad Iono Jolting Box, I'm sure.
I feel like if you could Jolting Charge twice, I think 4 Iono is incredible because you just get to like stream your attacks and they can't do anything. But if you can't do that, that seems bad. Or if you need to use
only has 30 HP, so it's not tanking a lot.
Well, that is a true statement, yes. However, a lot of times if you're an evolving deck, you actually Budu that Joltik, which is just a Clash of Titans at that point.
Yeah, 30 HP in the active. Power creep is upon us, and
And Kenneth, you're right. Your opponent, you're 6 to 6, and yourself to 4. It's probably not a long-term successful strategy there. So, Kevin, we've got Bryce. Do you know that was pretty early in the round, right? Yes, we got a little bit of time. Kevin, we have a deck that you and I played in the past, and Bryce, I know I sent an image of the Corviknight deck in the past. If you could pull it up, because you and I. We decided to be friends, as Kenneth has decided to be friends with Ryan. And Kenneth, I look forward to that relationship blossoming. So you and I were deciding, you know what, let's go to EUIC. And this is back in 2022. We were like, let's go for the invite. Let's do this thing. And so not spending more than 3 hours together in person prior to that, we took a trip to Europe. And everyone knows that is a great decision at all times to do with strangers. So we went to Frankfurt. What was our logic in our deck choice for that deck? Because we had some fun prepping for that.
Yeah, so Frankfurt was a good time. We had been playing some Arceus V-Star. Always a good time. There were only like 3 decks to choose from in that format, but a lot of the Arceus decks were playing a slow and steady approach with an Intele online for backup. And a lot of Charon's Care to heal. And I thought, this Starbirth car ability is pretty good. Searching for any 2 cards. What if we just like took prizes really quickly? And the other decks aren't ready for that like at all. So ended up building this whole engine with like 4 research, 2 Crobat Vs to just draw and set up every game. And the best aggro attacker I could think of at the time was Lucario V-Star. So I sent this to Dan, and Dan's like, oh, this looks really good. We both start playing it, testing it, and it's winning a lot of games. It's winning Arceus mirror matches, which is great. And the deck was just really fun. So we sleeved that up, had a good time. I actually beat a Whimsicott GX, even though I was weak to it and unable to attach any special energies. Not entirely sure how that happened, but
it is impressive nonetheless, because I did not.
Neither of us made day 2. Dan lost to Frank in Swiss day 1, I believe.
I did.
Who ended up finishing 2nd in that tournament. But the deck we still felt like was good, even though we didn't get the results that we wanted. There were just, a couple of little things that didn't go our way. I didn't manage the clock very well. This was the first tournament back after COVID.
Yes.
So almost 3 years of no in-person tournaments. And so give yourself some grace. There's time to work through all the nuances of playing through a tournament. But we wanted to stick with the Arceus aggression. And so the next tournament, I think, was Indianapolis Regionals. And we carpooled down there because I live in Michigan. It's not too far away. So it's like kind of on the way. Like we'll go hang in Chicago for a couple days, and then we'll drive down Indianapolis, with a bunch of friends. And that was a great time. We're chatting it up on the road trip. And we're like, how do we deal with Whimsicott? Like, it's just so bad.
And this is where I'll jump in, because earlier that morning, you had stayed over the night because we're going to go down to Indy. We were practicing, and I wake up, and I'm just talking with my wife, and of course, I'm focused completely on Pokemon, not what she's talking about. Sorry, Kate. But I'm like, wait, we just need to hit for like 240 base, because that's what Lucario V-Star did, is into Vs, it hit for 240. But we ran into issues because it didn't do that against non-Vs, only 120. I'm like, wait, if we just want to hit for 240 base, what does that? And we found Corviknight. And Bryce, do you mind throwing up that list? And so Corviknight VMAX has 320 HP, had an ability that prevented the effects of abilities on it, and hit for 240 for 2 metal and 1 colorless. And Kevin and I, the whole way down to Indy, we just talked about Corviknight VMAX. And I've never talked about a single Pokemon card with anyone for that long. And we got to Indy, and this is a little bit different from the one we played. We're pretty close. But we get to Indy, and we're like, you know what, man? Let's find some Corviknights. This thing just makes sense. And so, Kevin, we decided to do so. And how did you end up doing in the tournament? Sorry, Mike. Our bad, bro. I believe it. Can you pull up Reno's list from Indy 2022? It's pretty good. You can search players and search Reno. Yes. Oh, wait, real quick, Kevin. Kevin, can you hear me? I think they cannot hear you. Bryce, do you have Kevin's audio on that image? We do not. This is in between rounds, so we're just yapping a little bit about deck we put together. So for those of you who could not hear Kevin, they were saying really great things. It was wisdom and brilliance, but to kind of pick up, so they actually ended up finishing 17th in Indianapolis, and our good friend Reno Escamilla, one member of the Nerd Rage team, makes horrible decisions like listening to me about what to play. And so Reno, Kevin, and I actually played the same exact 60, and Bryce is going to be pulling it up in a moment. But we decided, you know what? Let's do it. I finished 6-3. Sorry, Charlie Lockyer, for beating you on the last round. Reno actually finished 16th with a record of 10-2-3, and Kevin finished 17th with a record of 10-3-2. And let me tell you, people, if 3 people play the deck, and the overall record is 25-8-6, you did pretty good. Or 28-6-5. That is pretty good. And you betcha, Molerator, we will absolutely put that on there. And so this is the deck that we played to Indianapolis. And dude, like Ken was saying, this deck is fun. And so I bring this up to you not to just talk about, oh, we're so good at Pokemon. When we see decks like Jolting Box, when we see decks like Corner Pond or Ogre Pond deck come out, this is kind of the logic we are talking about. There are decks that maybe aren't kind of like a preset archetype that come out of a format like Mew VMAX or something like that. What you can do is take maybe that core, that engine, look at the format, and make changes, not just to like tech and throw a card in or two, but actually create an archetype that handle things really well. And Kevin, we were talking about Cornerstone. That's kind of what you did for Baltimore with some of your other friends.
Yeah, that one was definitely a group effort. Is the audio back on for listeners? Can anybody
Kenneth or anyone, please let us know if you can hear Kevin. But Kevin, keep going.
Yeah, so it's always one of my favorite things in the game is to try to innovate and kind of target the weaknesses of a format. And the Baltimore situation was interesting because the Worlds tournament that had just happened was kind of dominated by these basic aggressive decks, which straight up lost to Noivern with nothing else on the bench. So if you could do that, you had just like 3 auto wins, which was 40 to 50% of the format. And then the other big deck was Regidrago. And Regidrago V-Star has an ability and can't damage the Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawns. So that was your way of countering that. It played out really similar to that match.
And that's
where just none of their good Pokemon have abilities. Yeah. And so you kind of just win by walling and maybe healing one at one point.
Yeah, that is pretty good right there. So we are going to get into our next round in just a minute. But Kevin, thank you for walking us through this lovely deck. I will say I love this deck because we also played this for a couple other events. We played it to Secaucus, New Jersey. And Kevin, you got day 2 again. And I ended up getting my invite there because my lovely opponent in the last round scooped to me when I said, "Win an invite, baby." Appreciate you, my friend. Very kind. That's not necessary. But yeah, this was a cool list.
Yeah, that one I definitely beat Mike in the win and in. I remember that pretty vividly.
Sorry, Mike, again. Yeah, and Kevin, I think the Dragalugia matchups. I mean, I think that's totally fair, Kenneth. And Kenneth, you are a guy where when you choose to not take prizes, you're probably going to win a lot of games. But so, Kevin, we're going to get into our next round here. We've seen some cool stuff. Not yet. We are not getting to our next round here. I was lied to blatantly by myself. Bryce never actually said that. I assumed it. So, Kevin, let's kind of go to, we see how we were able to kind of build and warp decks to fit the format. What are some of those decks going into Worlds that you think could do the same and that we're going to see some surprises coming out of Anaheim?
Great question. I think the Ogre Box has a lot of potential. Some of the evolving decks are not playing Shaman to protect the bench. So if you can use the water type Ogre Pawn to have those matchups at least be playable, then the Cornerstone really is a strong card into Goldango and into Joltik Box, as we just saw. So leveraging that is actually a pretty flexible and fairly consistent archetype as far as having all basic Pokemon. And that Ogre's Mask card is like so situational, but so perfect for that deck specifically. You're almost getting the effect of a supporter just with an item card, which is kind of crazy.
Well, Thornton was a supporter at a Lost Origin where you got to swap a basic Pokemon from your discard with one of your basic Pokemon in play. And so, yeah, being able to do it on the item card is insane if you can effectively take advantage of the attacks and abilities, which Steel Mask Ogre can kind of set stuff up. And Kenneth, Regidrago was fun. And I actually think, and Kevin, maybe let me ask you this, do you think there will be any Crustle in World's Top Cut?
Ooh, Top Cut, that's a tough ask.
That is aggressive, yes.
I mean, we saw Iron Thorns win, so nothing is off the table completely.
And I mean this with all love to Ian Robb, though. Ian Robb did give it an assist in getting to
with an asterisk.
Yes,
absolutely.
Still well deserved by Marco. Like incredibly good run. You still made Top Cut at Worlds, but Ian Robb did give him a little push, a little pull maybe. But yes, keep going.
So it's definitely possible. The meta would have to shape up in a very specific way. It would be a very aggressive call to play a deck that has some pretty horrible auto losses that you'd have to dodge.
Box was going that line, but I didn't want to say that one out loud. But yes,
I like this play, and I've done something similar when the Players Cups. I was trying to finish top 4 out of 256 of the best players in North America, and it's not Worlds, but I knew all the other players were good. And all the meta decks I was playing just felt completely luck based, and like I just was not good enough to beat good players consistently. So I played Decidueye, and that was basically the Crustle of that time.
Literally.
Hit the good matchups because all the Center Scorch decks flopped, and I went 7-0, 14-1 game record into the global finals of Players Cup 3. And so the upside is there if the meta is such that you can hit enough of those good matchups, especially if you're hitting the good matchups at the top tables, then you hit these auto wins, and no matter how good your opponent is, they just can't win. And so there's upside to a huge finish like Top Cut or even winning Worlds if the cards fall right. Some of that plays up to chance, but if you're running the numbers and you're a below average player in the field, that might be your best chance to win the tournament. And so I think that's an option that's not considered enough. Is matchup roulette is so frowned upon by the best players in the game. And why wouldn't it be? Tord and Brent Tonneson don't want to lose to hitting an auto loss, but I sure want to win tournaments sometimes. And if I can hit matchups that are pure auto wins, I beat Brent Tonneson in day 2 of Baltimore in 2-0 in about 20 minutes because he had no attackers in the entire deck that could damage a Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn. So as soon as I benched a third one, the game was over.
I will say that is a very, very real win condition. We were just talking about with Snorlax, Kevin, exactly with Blocklax. And so, Kevin, you are one of the main reasons the term the Decidueye cycle came into being. And I would love to know if anyone in the chat has any awareness of what the Decidueye cycle is. Because, Kevin, do you know what I'm talking about when I say this?
Oh, yeah. So Decidueye, I could talk about this all day. You got me on.
We got about 10 minutes. Let's go with that.
Let's go. Anyway, when the format was horrible and I wasn't having any fun, I decided to pick up Decidueye, and I found a way to beat Luke Metal like 100-0, which was awesome, with a Fion card that made me never deck out. And so because of that, you're already beating Pikarom, you're already beating Eternatus. Your only bad matchup is Centiskorch, which like wasn't popular for a lot of phases when hilariously had a pretty bad Luke Metal matchup. Because
part of that's my bad. Sorry, guys. Did not do it right. But keep going, Kevin.
But yeah, so I sleeved up Decidueye in the very early phases of the Play Limitless era. Play Limitless was brand new within a few months. Some person who doesn't even run tournaments anymore made this cash entry tournament. And there was 120 people. I think it was a solid $10, $20 buy-in. And you had to pay to get in, right? And then we go to Swiss. I hit like 6 auto wins in a row into Top Cut. And my Top Cut is Luke Metal, Luke Metal, Luke Metal, 3 rounds in a row. And I deck all of them out 6 games in a row and use Whirlpool Suction about 150 times. And these poor commentators are trying to like analyze the situation. I hit Danny Altavia in the finals, and he was so bored we were chatting about Taco Bell for like a good 10 minutes of the match. In PTCGO chat, you could just text chat with each other.
To be clear,
it was a trip.
For those who don't know, so Iron Bundle has an ability, Hyper Blower, where you force your opponent to move their active Pokemon to the bench and something up. Fion had the same ability, Whirlpool Suction, where Hyper Blower discards the Pokemon. Fion put itself to the bottom of the deck. So you could just loop it over and over and over and over again. There's a reason why you discard the Iron Bundle now. And so as Kevin was saying, Kevin would just go, cool. I have 1 Decidueye. You have nothing that can touch it. Fion. And eventually, Luke Metal is drawing cards. You don't have to ever again because Fion keeps filling your deck. You just win. And Logan, you hit the exact crux. So Kevin, like you said, no one had a shot against you because they couldn't attack you. And so what happened during the next tournament?
It was a free win, basically, for that tournament. And I won $400 some in the cash tournament, which was pretty cool.
That's pretty good.
450, I think. Yeah. And so the next day, Danny Altavia sleeves it up for another online tournament and immediately goes like 11-0 and wins again. But there's not like 100 tournaments back in the day. There's like a couple a day. And so people saw, Decidueye win. And people just started putting counters in their deck that had shred attacks that would go through abilities.
Logan, you said it right. Aegis/V
Decidueye is horrible. Yeah. So they shred through your Decidueye, take 2 prizes on it after the Altered Creation GX, and you just lose. And you can never knock one out because your Decidueyes don't do any damage to it. And so what would happen is when the techs were prevalent, Decidueye is completely unplayable, not even on the meta at all. And then eventually, once there's no Decidueyes to hit, people start cutting their techs for cards that are actually good, and Decidueye magically becomes a good play again and goes through a nice cycle. It's I think a cosine function for the math nerds out there, because it starts at the top when it's an unknown quantity.
I was just going to say it could be a sine function too, but thank you for clarifying that. It's going to start at the y-axis, x0. Sure. Archie, yes, we have a quarterly League Cup. It is always a minimum $1,000 cup. Unfortunately, and Dan will take the blame for this, we did not advertise this with our pre-reg early enough because we've had so many events recently. So we hit 61 players today. So we were 3 players short of that $1,500 amount. So I am telling you all this now because we will be announcing the date for our next cup within the next week or two, and I want y'all to register. Because we could get 90 people and have it be a $2,000 cup, which would mean we pay out something to top 16, not just top 8. So, y'all, pay attention. We'll have the next thing posted. It's going to be great. But, Kevin, you're right. It's a cosine curve. It becomes amazing. Everyone plays Aegis/V. This is a horrible deck. Never play it. You go, oh, whatever. Suddenly, people stop playing it. You go 100-0 into everything, and it just loops and loops and loops. So, Kenneth, listen, sleep. Take care of yourself. Life comes first, and then comes Nerd Rage. But Kevin, for this kind of deck, like the Crustle effect, how do you approach this in a format? When do you say, hey, Crustle is the move?
So you have to assess what are the unwinnable matchups. And I think
Yes.
Crustle, interestingly, has, I think, the most lopsided matchup I've ever seen in 8 years of playing the game. It literally cannot beat Typhlosion.
It is literally
ever.
0-100.
Right. And so there's a couple other matchups. I think Gardevoir is probably pretty bad. And that's been holding back Wallet archetypes for a good couple years now, if we're being honest. There was that brief window where Regidrago was gatekeeping Gardevoir.
Yeah.
And so you could wall everything else. But Gardevoir, I think, has been the biggest thing holding it back since then. It just hasn't stopped being good at all. And the good players gravitate towards it, which is the opposite of what you want in a wall deck. So
Yes, exactly.
what Crustle would need would be a meta shift that puts all of the top players off of Gardy and onto Goldango. And I don't know if we're quite there yet. It's honestly too soon to tell. But it's always something to keep in the back of your mind of if the best players are playing stuff that is easily counterable, it might be worth it to just send it.
No, and I think that's fair. And Logan, let me check on that. Hold on, please. But I mean, I think that makes sense. The tough part is for winning a tournament, top players matter. Like, you got to get through the Ian Robb at some point. You got to get through Isaiah Bradner. You got to get through Dr. Kevin Krieger at some point. So there are walls to get there. But if you want a day 2, if you just want to do well, to be honest, Crustle may be a great matchup or a great deck to pick because you said it really well. If you hit 4 or 5 decks that can't get through it, congratulations on day 2. Sure, you may go 0-4, but that's okay. You got to day 2. Logan, I'm checking that. And Kenneth, correct, because every now and then, Typhlosion will bench a single basic and go draw pass 4 times. And that is approximately 7 to 9% of the time. So yes, technically it can win. And Toadscrew is a very good deck. And so now we're getting to our next round. We actually have a matchup we saw this past weekend, Gardevoir versus Grimmsnarl. And Kevin, you're a big Grimmsnarl gamer.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Such a fun deck. I actually had this same matchup in a League Cup last Saturday. I was able to pull out a 2-1 win and get the first cup win of the season on the board. So I'm pretty familiar with the matchup, and it's actually a lot more technical than you might think on the face of it.
No, I absolutely agree it is. And this is one where Saturday we had Henry Child play Gardy into Rafal playing Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl did win, but it was very, very close. And some poor draws on Henry's end definitely helped with that. But it's a close matchup.
Yeah, Gardevoir is just so strong and honestly is better at making full use of Monkey Dory's ability. So because of that, the Grimmsnarl player really needs to be careful about what kind of bench liabilities they put in play, when to use Frostlass, if ever, and when to take prizes. Because if they pull a little bit ahead and turn on Gardy's Iono makes them stronger. Countercatcher is a really big card in the matchup. and using snipe attacks with Screamtail, you can really have a lot of comeback lines from Gardevoir EX. There's a lot of times Gardevoir wants to be one prize behind the whole game until it wins. And so the Grimmsnarl player really has to be careful as far as when to turn on that aggression.
And I agree. I think that's the big thing is you want to be behind, not drastically, because it's not that you're going to take a full six prize turn, but you do want to have counter catcher available. You do want to be able to have Iono hit your opponent harder than you. And so Mo, in this case, does get down 2 Monkey Dories. We are going to be able to TM Evo. Matthew, unfortunately, had a very rough turn 1, but we have Arven in hand. So we're a little behind, but we can still make something happen here. And so, Kevin, what does Matthew need to do to start to kind of get back into the game?
Great question. So it's actually not a horrible turn 1. You got a Dark Energy on the Monkey Dory, which is really, really big for the matchup. I think this Arven will be telling as far as how much Matthew's thought about this matchup. With Mo having such a strong start, I think Frostlass is going to do more harm than good if he decides to go for it. What I'd like to see out of Matthew here would be TM Evolution and just get 2 Morgrims in play. And he's got the Shaman to protect them. In a perfect world, you also get a second Monkey Dory down with a Darkness Energy attached. That's probably a little bit too big of an ask, but you never know with Secret Box. It can grab a lot of cards.
Well, I was just going to ask, is this a Secret Box turn? Like, is this a turn where you go for Secret Box and get the Stadium, TM Evo, and then Buddy Poffin? Wait, did we skip the Buddy Poffin? Oh, we're getting the Secret Box. Just kidding.
Yeah, you got the box. Trying to see what's in the rest of the hand. So the deciding factor for me a lot of times is if you have another good draw supporter, Iono or Research in hand, then I may forego the box and just save it for later because it's really strong in the mid to late game. But if you don't and you need a follow-up supporter for next turn, then the early Secret Box is super duper strong. And I don't think he had any other supporters other than that Arven.
No, the last card in his hand is Marnie's Grimmsnarl. And I think, though, and Logan, I agree, saving the Secret Box is a good deal. Kenneth, I don't think you want to put down Frostlass almost ever into Gardy, only because it powers up their Monkey Dories in a way that basically limits the amount of resources they need to expend to do so. And it doesn't actually help you all that much because Mo will be using Monkey Dory to set up stuff on your board. And then, sorry, I was going to say, and yes, Gardy is fine. They'll damage themselves. They can use the monkeys. And then, Kevin, we're getting into this turn. It looks like we are going to see a double Morgrim here.
Yeah, this is a great start, depending on what's prized. Definitely, it seemed like the hand was not good enough to forego Secret Box. So overall, some pretty clean play here from Matthew.
I would agree. And I think this is going to be good getting double Morgrim down because now Mo can reach a knockout, but Matthew's going to have a great opportunity to have a sustainable board. And yes, Drifloon plus Shaman. Drifloon plus Shaman turned deep in the game. Kenneth, I don't know if I'm following. Kevin, do you know what Kenneth is talking about when he says Drifloon plus Shaman late game?
Yeah, so what they're talking about there is if the Gardy is playing Drifloon, Bravery Charm, and Shaman, then they can one-shot a Grimmsnarl EX and then not have the downside of like a counter catcher response where you knock out a Gardy and then the 30 spread goes and finishes off the Drifloon.
And that makes sense. So you do need then the energy pressure or the damage pressure in order to prevent that play from being pulled off because Shaman will get knocked out as we go.
Yeah, I think most Gardy players, I haven't seen a ton of Shaman in their list. It's definitely a consideration. It probably helps a little bit in this matchup, but Gardy can win this matchup just by targeting down the Monkey Dories, keeping the Gardevoir EX safe on the bench, trying to never pull ahead so that Grimmsnarl's counter catchers are alive, and then late game, you can close with something like a Drifloon to take a 2-prize knockout once the Grimmsnarl player's gone down to 1 prize.
And that makes complete sense. And just so you guys are seeing what's going on, Matthew was still completing the deck search from his TM Evo, checking prizes and the like. Mo played Iono, so Mo's just going to cut Matt's deck, and then he's going to put his hand on the bottom of the deck and draw 6 new cards, which, not a bad turn to play the Iono if you know Matthew has Research and then the Spike Move Stadium in hand. All right, and so then, Kevin, on Mo's end, what is Mo trying to do this turn?
Oh, so he does have the Shaman, which is pretty relevant.
And we do play
I think Mo. Mo wants more Monkey Dory set up with Dark Energies. Is not seen any of those yet. Doesn't necessarily need to go aggressively into a Gardevoir this turn. There's a decent chance Matthew can just get Boss and Grimmsnarl here, so it's a little risky. I'd almost like to see a Mind Bend on this active Shaman. It does give a little bit of damage for Matthew to send back with Monkey Dory, but it does set up a future turn where you could knock out the Shaman with your own Monkey Dory, and then also snipe with the Screamtail and knock out a Monkey Dory with an energy, which seems pretty strong.
We actually choose to retreat the Monkey Dory, go into a clean Monkey Dory, and Matthew is giving his deck apparently a very thorough shuffle here, since Mo has not yet cut it. And so we will cut. We will see the Iona for Matt. We'll draw 6 off the top, and then Mo's just going to pass over to Matt. And so Mo's turn, kind of like you said, Kevin, is fine. We didn't really need to do anything crazy. But now, knowing the Shaman is down, do we get Frostlass out?
Gardy has the stronger late game, so they're okay kind of waiting around for Grimmsnarl to be the aggressor. The question is how strong of an aggressive play can they make? Second Monkey Dory here is great. There's a decent chance Matthew goes in and attacks this turn, which is probably better than just waiting forever for Gardy to set up indefinitely.
So, and that's such the balance, because you're right. Gardy wants to play from behind. But if you let Gardy set up like their perfect board, once you go slightly ahead, they'll punish you so hard. You really want to, if you can, take advantage of punishing Gardy hard now early before they can set up that board. And I know Mo put that monkey up active. Knocking out this monkey is probably the ideal knockout for Matthew if he can't take down a Kirlia.
Yeah, I don't know how many bosses orders Matthew plays. Sometimes you can target down all of the Gardevoir pieces, but if the Gardevoir player is competent in managing resources properly, you probably won't be able to totally lock them out of Gardevoir for the game, just given the amount of gust that you have in your deck.
Completely, especially knowing that they can use Monkey Dory and that Mind Bend to buy a couple turns in the middle. Archie, let me know if that's a bit better, and if not, we can turn it up a little more. But so we do see the Grimmsnarl come down. Kevin, it sounds like Matthew's listening to your advice and saying, all right, we're going to go in, knock out a monkey, see what we can do. But now the question is, if you're Matthew, do you play that Iono, knowing that Mo clearly didn't have access to much energy or an out to Gardevoir, or do you just say, you know what, I'm happy chilling here?
I mean, you'd like to get a boss's orders for next turn, probably. But Mo's hand turn was very, very, very slow, and there's not a lot of cards in hand. So I like the conservative play here.
I agree. And we do have stuff like Lily's Clefairy. We have Ultra Ball, so we can do stuff better. Archie, thank you very much, for sure. So we can do some stuff, but I don't know if we have a great response right now. Or is there something you see, Kevin, where Mo could really punish Matthew for that kind of conservative turn?
I think probably all Mo has here is a Mind Bend on the active Grimmsnarl, which is okay. It's a pretty stable board here for Matthew. I don't necessarily love the third Impidimp coming down just yet. That might be better spent on a monkey if he has it in deck. But yeah, Mo's kind of on the back foot here, which is a little bit what you want, but not to this extent probably.
I think the Impidimp coming down is, one, to kind of shuffle up the deck so that research is in the middle. But I think part of it's also to prevent a, prevent a Devo play from being so punishing. Because if Mo is spending Monkey Dory damage on that Impidimp, he's not applying pressure to that Morgrim and that Grimmsnarl EX. So it gives Matthew a little more flexibility. Plus, that Impidimp's not taking damage from a Frostlass or anything, so it can just kind of chill.
Yeah, it's not a complete waste of a space, but I think the flexibility is a little bit better at this phase of the game, just leaving the bench spot open.
And I think that's reasonable too. Honestly, having that be a third monkey, I think could be better, because that also undoes a lot of the work Mo's going to have to do. All right, so Mo, like Kenneth was saying, losing Double Charm is a huge deal. We do have Countercatcher on the Shaman, and then we do have Professor's Research from Mo. So we're going to see a clean new hand. And is this a turn we Mind Bend, Kevin?
I think he's going to Mind Bend and probably just knock the Shaman out to set up for Screamtail turns targeting down the Monkey Dory, which is definitely how you want to approach the matchup. Matthew will be under pressure to probably try to reestablish the Shaman and protect those Monkey Dory Dark attachments.
And Mo getting the high five from Matthew for the clean 0 cards in hand research, which is fantastic. And we do have a Dark Energy, we have Earthen Vessel, and we have Secret Box if we really want to use it this turn. So Kevin, do we Secret Box to get that energy in the discard, or do we hold this?
If you have the option of holding the energy, I think you would rather hold it. How does Gardy always hit? They always hit Secret Box off research every time. It's
always
fine.
have it.
Why Arvin for it when you can research for it, right?
I mean, I agree. I think that's a great point. Thank you for the competitive feedback, Kevin. So then we're definitely going to see the we're definitely going to see the Artisan. Likely, I would guess either a Night Stretcher or a Counter Catcher. But what else does Mo want to get off of here?
He's going to take the Spike Move away from Matthew, which seems good. He might need more energies, and it might just be Ball Search. Well, Artisan will get the Monkey Dory.
Yes.
And if he has enough Dark Energies for them, I think that's kind of the priority. Mo is a little bit light on Monkey Dory at this stage of the game, especially if he's committing 1 to attack and knock out the active Shaman this turn.
100%. And it gives an interesting question for Matthew. So Matthew's hand right now does not have Gust, which stinks because he would really like it to. But if he did, he would have an interesting decision. We could knock out Shaman or knock out this Monkey Dory. And regardless, being able to clear a Monkey Dory from Mo's board, kind of like you're saying, Kevin, it reduces the amount of pressure Gardevoir can apply dramatically. Because you're really reliant on Gardevoir's end on that Monkey Dory damage to keep up in this race, because Matthew can do so much damage and take one shot so easily. Yes, there's no Gordon on board. That is very problematic. But sorry, Kevin, please go.
I think that from the way Mo placed those Bravery Charms, he may not play Drifloon, or he plays a lot of Bravery Charms. But that does kind of force you to two-shot through these Grimmsnarls if you can't Gust around them. So Matthew really has the advantage here. If he can just get a board of all Monkey Dory and Grimmsnarls and start prize racing, then it might come down to some Mind Bend Confusion flips. Oh, there's a Drifloon in play. Okay.
There is.
Interesting.
I agree. So what was I going to say? Logan, to answer your question, I did hear from Joe. It is going to be 6 rounds today, which I thought we were close to the cutoff, but maybe not. So 6 rounds and then into top 8 cut for Swiss. So we're going to have 9 total rounds of Pokemon. We're on round 3 currently. And so then, Kevin, what do you think about this decision to go into Drifloon?
I actually like protecting the Monkey Dory, and he is lining up the Screamtail for next turn. So rather than commit the Screamtail to the active this turn and having to recycle it, he's saving that Screamtail for future turns when hopefully he could knock out a Monkey Dory with it, and then also saving the Monkey Dory Dark Energy into the onto the bench so that he has access to that spread.
You can see Mo's reaction with the Night Stretcher on the Shaman. He's like, come on, man. And yes, Typhlosion, Swiss will be best of 1. Top Cut will be best of 3. And Logan, listen, take care of yourself, my friend. We would love to have you here whenever you can be here. So then, Kevin, my question for you, we've got the 2 monkeys already. Do we preemptively use that Spike Move and then manually attach to Shaman with a Night Stretcher? Or do we just go ham and Iono?
I don't think you need to attach to Shaman. Definitely do have to worry about liabilities getting trapped. And yes. Gardevoir is really good at taking almost knockouts. It's one of the things that makes it so strong. And the reason that this is okay to not prep for that is Matthew actually has the advantage in Monkey Dories right now. There are 2 Dark Energies on the board compared to Mo's 1. And there's not a lot of damage for Mo to play with just yet without overcommitting a bunch of energies. So
I have 2 questions for you, Kevin. 1, why does Matthew knock on a second Grimmsnarl out? And 2, do you agree with the decision to not put 30 damage on Gardevoir?
Absolutely, you don't want to damage the Gardevoir because that just makes it easier for Mo to do stuff. Same reason you don't want Frostlass in play.
Yes.
The second Grimmsnarl, there's an interesting balancing act you have to play with Grimmsnarl of searching energies out of the deck thins the deck. But then it also makes you less likely to hit energies. So if you are trying to get another Monkey Dory Dark at some point, you don't want all the energies on your board. And so I'll usually save that last evolution until I have all my Monkey Dories for the whole game. You think about like an energy search, that punk up ability is pulling the rest of them out. So it is a rare case of you don't want to quote unquote thin the deck, because you actually want to hit those energies and get them on the Monkey Dory first, and then you can use the Grimmsnarl to search the rest of the energies out of the deck. And now your deck is thin for all the stuff you want to hit in the late game.
And that makes complete sense. And I think having access to those energy is very important. For me, on my end, I think there's 2 plays to play around. One is exactly what you said. We have to see those dark energy attached to Monkey Dories. The second play, though, is Mo does have technical machine Wait. Never mind. We actually don't play Devo in Mo's list. Although, Mo, and I mean this with love, your handwriting is appalling, and I can barely read it. But so if we had played TM Devo, I would hear your point, Kevin, but I think it'd be really important to not rely on rare candy later in the game. But without that Devo, yeah, I completely agree. There's no sense in getting that energy out of the deck right now. So then, if you are Mo, what do you attack with this turn?
That's a good question. I'm probably not a good enough Gardevoir player to answer that completely 100% correctly. Typically, your options here with the Shaman on the board is either soften up the Grimmsnarl with a partial knockout, activates their Monkey Dory, doesn't feel great. A lot of times, your best bet is just to Mind Bend to confuse them. If they don't get the air balloon on at the right time, then the game can at least come down to a 50-50 flip. The Gardevoir is interesting because this is not a good price trade, but probably has a longer term plan here. We'll see how it plays out.
I freaking hope so, because this is a wildly aggressive decision on my end to see here, Kevin. Holy, and Kenneth, well, you got your wish. He did push the Gardevoir. So we're going to see 30 damage go on to the Shaman with 1 monkey. Yes, we see 30 damage go on to the Shaman. And then with the second monkey, we will see 30 more damage go onto the Shaman. And then we will see Gardevoir hit for 190 into the active Grimmsnarl. And Kevin, what do you think about this decision by Mo to push the Gardy here?
I don't think he had great options there. He's still behind on monkey, so the Mind Bend feels worse. It might have been his best option given the quality of his hand. But there's massive downsides to this play. I mean, if Matthew can just get an air balloon on the active, evolve a bench to Morgrim, and attack with a clean one, now he's got a bank of damage on the bench that Mo is just going to have a hard time dealing with. You heal the Shaman to protect the benched Grimmsnarl, and Mo then has to use a Gust to finish off the Grimmsnarl that he just softened up while giving up at least 2 prizes this turn. And that's going to put him down 5 prizes to 2, which is a really steep hill to climb back from. Now, Gardy's capable of doing it, but it's a big ask, and this is definitely puts him further behind.
So here's a play I'm thinking of, Kevin, and tell me if, Dan, I should just retire. So we have that Morgrim in the active. We have a Super Rod in hand, and we have a Professor's Research in hand. What I would like to see is I would like Matthew to retreat the Morgrim. I would like him to Super Rod that energy back into the deck, retreat the Grimmsnarl, go into the Morgrim, evolve the Morgrim into a Grimmsnarl, and then keep that bank of damage available for the rest of the game to utilize and kind of shove onto Mo's board. But am I being crazy with that line?
No, that's exactly what Grimmsnarl wants to do in most matchups. Anything that can't one-shot it, you want to tank a hit and then just get it out of there, and now your Monkey Dories are alive for the whole game. This is, I think, a good example of why that third impotent bench was a little aggressive, because you could really like 3 Monkey Dory on board when you have this damage bank activated.
A third Monkey Dory would be wildly strong now, because we would clear all of Mo's Gardevoir pieces from the game, because we would be able to put 90 damage on that Curlia and just close things out here.
So the overbench kind of enables this aggressive play from Mo, and it will open up some comeback lines. But he's going to have to hope Matthew with some stuff for several turns. I love the healing, the Shaman here. That's really big.
And I
you needed to protect that.
I love it going on the Gardevoir because who cares, man? Like, that 60 damage is going to come right back at you. So why not just use it to heal from your board and also take the 2-prize knockout? I love this decision. Kevin, do you agree with my support of this decision?
100%. Mo has 2 Monkey Dories with Dark Energies, and Mo gets to choose how many damage counters he adds to his own board with Gardevoir. So giving him extra damage to work with increases options. It doesn't really help Matthew at all. Mo put that Bravery Charm on the Shaman, which means it's kind of there the whole game, unless it gets like boss KO'd, which you're pretty much never going to do as Grimmsnarl. And so you should play as if your snipe damage is never going to matter, and you want to just limit Gardevoir's options from there. I would like to see the retreat probably. And he's far enough ahead, it might not matter. But again, having that damage to use for Monkey Dory is great. What's going to happen here is Mo is going to knock out the active Grimmsnarl, and Matthew's going to have no Monkey Dories the rest of the game, which might be fine. But opens up comeback lines for Mo, who can self-activate his own Monkey Dories, whereas the Grimmsnarl now is not able to at all.
Agreed. The one thing Mo has going for him is time. Or, excuse me, Matthew has going for him is time. Matthew is down to 2 prizes. Sure, he may be disrupted, but if Mo does knock out this Grimmsnarl, Matthew still has a fully loaded, full HP Grimmsnarl that is going to knock out the active and place 0 damage on the bench. So, Matthew's in a position where Mo reaching back-to-back knockouts on this Grimmsnarl is nearly impossible. So if he can play around a disruption and consistent, like, sniper push by Mo, like, we're just going to cruise through the rest of this game. But Archie, you're right. That Shaman is carrying Mo right now, since things would be in a much more catastrophic spot. And so, Kevin, we see the Night Stretcher for Mo. We see Mo kind of set up for this attack. What does Mo attack with?
Anything that's worth 1 prize and knocks out the Grimmsnarl, I think, is fine.
Did we play Arvin, or did we not? No, I don't think Mo did. Okay, we're good. So Mo does play the research. We see a Gardy off of that. Things are not good for Mo, Kevin.
Not great.
Not great. So, and I agree, it has to be a 1-prize attacker, but the 1-prize attacker also has to do 130 damage or do 130 in combination with the Monkey Dories, and that is not a guarantee.
Right, yeah, it does take some work. The Monkey Dory itself is only going to get there with a lot of energy commitments to the board.
It is. And Arctic, I think Klefki, and we saw that power last weekend, I think Klefki is such a good inclusion. And Airy is a fantastic inclusion too. Okay. So now we will see the Gust on Shaman pull him the active, retreat into Screamtail. And one thing to note here, Shaman only protects non-rule box Pokemon. So there is nothing protecting this Grimmsnarl on the bench.
Heads up play from Mo here to recognize he can hit through the Shaman with the Screamtail. He's going to finish off that damaged Grimmsnarl and force Matthew to have some way to retreat this Shaman.
Which we have not seen Air Balloon yet. We still have, based on Matthew's deck list, 2 Dark Energy available between deck, discard, and prizes. So there is a world where Matthew can retreat this relatively easily. And then Mo needing 3 additional prizes with no damage on Matthew's board. This is a lot of pressure. Yeah,
and this is where Gardevoir is so good at just buying extra turns. Ideally would have paired with an Iono to 2 there, but Mo had to play the research, which really increases Matthew's odds of getting out of this. But it's never guaranteed. You've got a lot of energies committed to the board already. There's a lot of resources down, the early Arvins, the secret box, 6 energies on the board. And so buying even 1 turn back here could swing it back in Mo's favor. But he does kind of need Matthew to miss a turn at this point.
And so we do have Super Rod in hand. I believe we have a Boss's Orders in hand. And I'm curious, does Matthew play... We do not play Pheasantipity EX. So we don't really have a good way to draw additional cards here if you're Matthew. It's going to be just based on what is in our hand. And I don't know if we have game in hand right now, Kevin.
Yeah, he would need an energy or the air balloon with the boss to win the game this turn. I don't think he has to win the game this turn, though. If he just stacks the deck with energy, he plays a draw supporter, and that might be good enough. The Blood Moon or Saluna coming in.
Well,
Because most still needs at least 2 turns to win the game.
Bryce, can you let him know that if we do
Nest
Ball,
Ball,
it's got to go on the bench? And so this is important. I think this could be a time to clarify if Matthew thinks it's going into hand. Okay. We are good. No crises. So we do have Boss. We have an Artisan, which we can't play down. This is kind of tough because we don't have a way to move anything right now. And I mean, Kevin, is putting down that Blood Moon a good idea?
I don't see how it helps at the moment, but I think it wasn't really his intention with playing it. He maybe just wanted to thin the deck. You can't do it with an Nest Ball.
I think so too, and I think that may just be kind of a brain fart there. And obviously we're still playing locals. Like, I'm sure he could ask Mo, like, hey, could I rescind that? But saying stick with it, like, all right, it's going on the board. I'm thinning my deck. This is fine. So then what is Matthew's play based on his hand?
I didn't see any energies or draw supporters, which is bad.
Correct.
He can try to boss stall something in response. It might have been 2 bosses orders in the hand there. Pulling up the Shaman at least means Mo can't Psychic Embrace to that to get out of the active and take another meaningful attack this turn.
But we do just pass it on over to Mo. And I think what Matthew is saying is, listen, if I just top deck and out to retreat this Shaman, I win. Like, no question about it. So now it's up to Mo to try to play around that. And so how does Mo win this game, Kevin?
He's got a ways to go. He still needs to take 3 more prize cards. And those 2 Monkey Dories on Matthew's side are preventing the kind of multi-prize setup turns that you'd like. I think the first... oh, man. It's tough. This is where my lack of experience with Gardy is rough, too.
Well,
the Blood Moon's a juicy target. I'd be trying to pull that up and hit into it probably, and maybe finish off the game the following turn.
I think we just see a pass, and honestly, I think that is exactly the correct decision for Mo, because Mo can't reach a one-shot. So placing additional damage on that side of the board, and that's going to do it. We see the Night Stretcher, we see the boss's orders, we see Grimmsnarl take down Gardevoir with the win, and I mean, to be honest with you, Kevin, I think that was really well played by Matthew.
Yeah, it really was. Yeah, it's pretty good. Didn't get distracted by the Frostlass, which probably would have cost him. Managed to have a stable board with the Shaman and keep that established is really important. Protected those Monkey Dories, really limited Mo's options throughout the game. He couldn't just partially damage things like Gardy likes to do. And with the early Bravery Charm commitments, no way to reach for a big one-shot on Mo's side. So,
yes.
Overall, fairly clean play. It is a slightly favored matchup for Grimmsnarl if both players play really well, but if either side doesn't really understand the matchup, then it swings quite a bit. It's fairly skill intensive.
100%, and that makes a ton of sense. And so on Matthew's end, one thing I want to note, one of his last 2 prizes was a Monkey Dory, and as we saw, he had a Monkey Dory in hand. Mo had not played an Iono. I think 2 of his last 4 prizes were Monkey Dory. And if he did not have access to the 3rd Monkey Dory, putting that Impidimp down actually makes a lot more sense in context because we thin the deck. We have another out in case Mo does play something like Devo TM. So, okay, we gave Matthew some flack for that, but he may have been correct in doing so.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just understanding the matchup, getting the Monkey Dories down early, protecting them with the Shaman, and then just go in with the Grimmsnarl and make him deal with it. It's a really tough question for Gardevoir to answer.
So Shaman is a very interesting card because obviously bench barrier for non-EXs or non-Rulebox Pokemon is great. Like, that's just inherently good. But I noticed there's really only 2 decks that play right now, and that's not Crustle, but that's Gardevoir and that's Grimmsnarl. So why are only those 2 decks playing it?
They're kind of playing it for each other in large part.
Oh, that's fair.
which is pretty interesting. But they're at least historically prominent enough decks that you don't want to take an unfavorable.
Sorry,
for
yes, it is. It is absolutely a shaman curve too. There are multiple curves, but yes, keep going, Kevin.
The Gardevoir decks don't really have a lot of bad matchups, so they want to try to beat Grimmsnarl. It makes sense to play it to some degree. So not all of them do, but it's a reasonable inclusion. On the Grimmsnarl side, one of the big appeals to the deck is you're trying to beat Gardy. So without the Shaman, their Screamtail just kind of picks apart your Monkey Dories, and you can't really stabilize them. And now you're taking a 50-50 to the matchup that you're trying to target with type advantage. Just doesn't make any sense. So it's not super relevant otherwise. I mean, Endstorm Manitan exists, Water Ogre Pond exists, but mainly the Shaman inclusions is literally these two decks targeting each other.
That's wild to me. Arctic, I think Airy is a fascinating card right now because you're right. It targets down the superior energy retrievals in Goldango so effectively. It can target on Night Stretchers, counter catchers. It's kind of that tough balance because decks don't play nearly the same amount of items that they did in the past. Decks are really heavy Pokemon and supporter right now, which I don't mind because it slows things down a bit. But the items they play are so important that, man, if you're playing against Dragapult and you catch Counter Catcher and Night Stretcher on an Eerie, that could just seal up the game right there. And I mean, Goldango 2, obviously heavy reliant on the superior energy retrievals. And Kevin, I think this kind of goes back to what we were talking about before. Goldango, incredibly powerful, incredibly good, incredibly consistent, but there are very significant weaknesses that you could target if you so chose to. So, I mean, is Airy a card we'd want to see in the format?
It's definitely underexplored. I think that there are a bunch of matchups where like resource denial and management is a really big deal. And if you do hit the right things at the right time, then it can be a pretty big swing. Targeting Goldango is nice because you're kind of turning their own card draw against them. When they use 75 coin bonuses throughout the game and they've got a 23 card hand, your odds of hitting superior energy retrieval are pretty high. And so if they know you play the Airy, you have this weird cat and mouse game if they want to draw cards but not too many. And you just hit the superiors first sometimes, and that might just be enough.
That is true. And so there's one deck that I did want to have us talk about today. That is not what you would call a high tier deck, but I think it is actually much better than people give it credit for. And Kevin, have you ever played Wug Trio?
I have never played Wug Trio, actually.
Do you know what it does?
Oh, yeah. It flips 3 coins and mills 3 cards for each heads, right?
100%. And so now, bear with me, guys. Bear with me on this. So mill decks have an inconsistent history. There was Cincino Mill just before COVID, which was an abomination upon this earth and was needed to be banned. Right. And it was, actually. There's Great Tusk Mill, which was cool for about 4 seconds and wasn't good. And now there is Wug Trio Mill. And so there's a big card that comes out in this set, and that is Ignition Energy, which is similar to the Triple Acceleration Energy from back in the day. 3 colorless energy, slap it on evolution Pokemon, and then you discard at the end of the turn. Now, Wug Trio previously relied on like double turbos and attach and reversal. Now you have 8 energy attachments. And Kevin, if you discard 4.5 cards 8 times, that's pretty hefty.
That's a lot of discard.
It is. So
sure.
Is there a world where this deck is good? And I want you to tell me yes, but it's okay to tell me no. Like, is this something worth exploring?
I think the coin flip aspect will probably turn a lot of people off, but it does have a lot of upside. And there's an aspect to mill that I think people don't appreciate that much is, sometimes you win the game by discarding all of their cards really fast, but you can also win games just by discarding the right cards that the opponent can't deal with. So, for example, you're probably playing heavy counts of Counter Catcher to limit switch outs. A deck like Raging Bolt or Joltik Box only has a couple switch outs. So you could just mill until you see those specific cards hit the discard. And then eternally trap something with Maractus in the late game, and then you don't need to be flipping coins the whole time. You just need to pay attention to your opponent's resources and outs. So I think in the hands of a skilled player, there's a lot of upside to the really aggressive mill of Wugtrio of, yeah, you're hitting 6 random cards, so that's a fifth of their deck. That's relevant. But depending on which cards you hit out of those 6, that could swing the game immediately if you understand what the counts are on the other player's deck.
And so I think beautiful transition, Kevin. You hit on exactly what I was thinking of, is these decks that are kind of those rogue random decks, like you said, the fact that there's some coin flips associated, there's some randomness there, the really, really good players that make pilot these to success don't want to play them because of that. And it doesn't mean the deck is bad. It means that the deck doesn't fit what they're looking for. So I will say, and I'll make an aggressive statement, if a couple people bring Wugtrio to the first couple events this year, I think it'll make a day 2. Is that also too aggressive?
Oh, it definitely has day 2 potential.
I'm saying, people, listen to me. Play Wugtrio. It's great. Yeah. So
Ian advocating for a mill deck. I never thought I'd see the day.
So I will say, like, we talked a little bit about it. Lawman, there you go. Second with Wugtrio locals. Fantastic. Losing to Iron Hands makes a lot of sense because that feels like a matchup that is not great. If you only have 2 turns to mill, you're not going to get through 60 cards.
Hope you get a lot of heads.
Well, even if you get 6 heads, that's not a lot of cards.
3 turns probably not going to cut it.
No, and also you have to evolve. So that's just all right. So we found the nemesis. All right, just don't play Iron Hands. Bryce, do we have our next round up and ready to go? Beautiful. So you can have us stop talking about Wugtrio at least for a couple minutes. But now we get to see Jacob playing Ogre Box versus Dragapult EX. And we saw Ogre versus an illegal Joltik box. Kevin, how does this matchup feel into Dragapult?
Hey, real quick, do you mind if I take a break? Grab some water and go to the bathroom? While they set up, I'll be back.
I will talk us through this. That is no problem. So we have, like I said, Ogrepon Box versus Dragapult EX. And I would tend to think Dragapult is favored if it can get through the first couple turns, because we talked about how Wellspring Mask Ogrepon can snipe and apply a ton of pressure. So I think that's going to be the difference maker here. Can Dragapult withstand the early game to hold on and have things get to a better spot? So I was about to ask Kevin for his opinion, or for their opinion, but they're not here. So I'm going to just talk about my opinion. I think Ogrepon Box with that Wellspring Mask, they have to chain it. They have to chain Wellspring Mask to destroy Adam's setup. And if they are not able to do so, it is going to be very, very tough for Jacob to sustain enough pressure to win this game. And on Adam's end, man, if you get a Dragapult to stick, you're probably going to be okay. So then we will get started in just a second here. And I'm going to pull up Jacob's list. We do play 2 Lily's Clefairy EX, which is a big deal. And we also play, how many Crispin? No Crispin, so we are going to be reliant on that energy switch and manual attachment. We play 1 Legacy, 3 Prism Energy, and 1 Basic Psychic. So we've got a lot of different ways to set up a one-shot on Dragapult. And it looks like Jacob is going to start going first, and we're going to get a couple different energy down on these teal dances. So with that Earthen Vessel in hand, and I'm going to ask people in the chat, chime in, tell me what you think, because a homie can't talk this long straight. So we'll see the second teal dance. We do see 2 Ogre's Mask and a Latias, and that is it. This is not a great start for Jacob, and he's kind of got to be hoping that Adam pulls off an Iono at some point here, because otherwise we're just going to be reliant on teal dances for a while. And so on Adam's end, Adam doesn't know what Jacob's hand is like. So Adam's going to be a little terrified seeing multiple teal dance come down and seeing more energy go into hand. So there is, I think, a good choice here by Jacob to not get the psychic energy out, because that could give Adam some information about what he's playing. Since right now, Adam probably doesn't know if he's playing against Raging Bolts or Ogrepon or what, but seeing that Prism, that may be good information. Archie, I think adding in Noctowl could be cool, but I think that's one of the advantages of this Ogrepon deck is you aren't reliant on kind of that stage 1 or those cards that make you set up. Instead, you just kind of burn and churn through your deck. So rather than having those power supporters, you play 4 research. You play a bunch of Iono. You see as many cards as physically possible throughout the game. And now getting to Adam's turn, we do see 2 Dreepy and a Duskull. Man, this is a beautiful turn 1 setup for Adam, and I believe we have a research yet to pull too. And we see the 3rd Dreepy. So I mean, for Adam, this is a perfect board. We've got the Duskull available. We're going to item lock, so the likelihood of a Wellspring Mask is almost 0 because we wouldn't be able to play energy switches. We wouldn't be able to use that Ogre's Mask. And I think we're going to have a research to top it all off. And we do. So the downside here is...
I'm back, man.
Hello, Kevin. So, Kevin, to catch you up, Adam's
Yeah.
deck is good. And we did discard 2 Dragapult DX off the bat, which is not great. But Jacob was able to get a couple teal dances down. But otherwise, his hand is not good. And so I think we're going to be reliant on a... what is that attack? Myriad Leaf Shower, knocking out a Budu to kind of stay in this game. And that's not what you want to see, Kevin.
I mean, it's something. Dealing with the Budu probably unlocks items on the following turn. And with 2 more teal dances, you're likely to draw into something. But yeah, probably not as fast as Jacob would like. And under item lock, it's going to be really hard to get the Wellspring Mask Ogre Pond going. Probably impossible.
We do see the Iono, though, so Jacob will be able to play the game. But obviously, we can't Terrabox there. There's a lot of things that are kind of preventing Jacob from doing anything more aggressive other than just knocking out this Budu. We see the Latias come down. And so here's the other issue for Jacob. We can take one-shots with Lily's Clefairy. We can knock out this Budu with this Myriad Leaf Shower. But this is giving Adam plenty of time to set up his board. And so, Kevin, is there anything else Jacob needs to get down before Adam starts to really set up here?
So the Latias bench, I think, is probably worth it. You just don't want to get bench wiped before you can really get going. If you don't pressure with the water Ogre Pond, eventually, I don't really see how you win the matchup. I mean, you could take 2 prizes with Clefairy, but that's probably not enough. Yeah, so he wants to get energies on board and protects the Prism energy there, which is good. Now that the item lock is dealt with, the hope is next turn might be able to Ogre's Mask into the Wellspring and take 2 prizes on Adam's side.
Yes, 100%. So we do see the evolution of the Duskull come down. We do see Dracloak come down. Why do you think... Wait, hold up. Did we evolve the Duskull that was on the bench before? Because I thought... did we have 2 Duskull down? I thought we only had 1 Duskull down.
I thought there were 2.
Okay, do you mind checking back just to make sure? Only reason I say this is because I think the Duskull and the active may need to be the one evolved into Dusclops. But I could also just be wrong. Because we will see the Iono, so 5 cards for Jacob, 4 for Adam. Yeah, no, it would have to be the one of the active. Well, I don't actually know. We'll find out. And so we do see the first Recon Directive. I guess, Kevin, what is Adam trying to hit here? Like, do we need a Budu again? Are we just trying to chill? What's the move?
I kind of like getting into another Budu if you can swing it. You also want as many Draclooks as possible to draw and to start building up those Duskull lines into something more threatening.
Oh, we just see the pass over. So we do see the boss's orders for Jacob. Oh, we could start applying a whole lot of pressure here. And we do see that Bravery Charm come down. Bravery Charm come down. And that's about it. But knocking out the Dracloak's a big deal, Kevin.
Yeah, that's exactly the window Jacob needed there, is 1 slower turn from Adam. And didn't get the Wellspring Mask, which would have probably been ideal, but still able to boss the only Dracloak on the board, which basically buys an entire extra turn safe from Phantom Dive.
Yeah, and that is a big deal. But we do see the Dust Noir come down. So this is interesting because Adam's not in a great position. But part of the advantage of this Duskull Dragapult deck is you can take big swing turns and still win the game in 1-2 attacks. So do you think Adam's out of this game, or is he just waiting for his time to shine?
Oh, Dragapult's never out of the game. You should know that, Dan.
I do know that. That is true.
I appreciate the rhetorical question, though. You know, you got to.
I'm trying to give you something to work with here, Kevin.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
you gave me the lob, and then we'll knock it out of the park. So what Adam's trying to do here is get the double ghost line established, combined with a phantom dive. If he can wipe all the energies off of Jacob's side of the board in one turn, especially coupled with Iono's hand disruption, then it's going to be really hard for Jacob to mount a response without any onboard draw.
And I would agree. And that Blood Moon Ursaluna can be a really good piece later in the game. But so for Adam, I don't think we are pulling off a Phantom Dive this turn. But we can Budu. And that actually seems pretty big, because this could slow down what Jacob's trying to do, even if Jacob already has a boss's orders in hand. And dude, Jacob is just finding these bosses left and right. We only play 3.
Really heads up, Itchy Pollen there from Adam. The loss condition at this point would be Wellspring coming in and clearing out both track cloaks.
Yes.
And so the Budu protects from that and guarantees at least one more turn. Definitely still has outs to win this game with a single Dragapult EX. And so now just needs to get into the Wombo combo, although he is kind of on a one-turn clock as Jacob continues to take prizes. You can't activate 2 Dusknar if your opponent only has 2 prizes remaining.
And so Jacob does have 3 prizes remaining. So there are some lines and opportunities here. We see the Neo Uppy, which is a little less helpful. So there is a line for Adam, but like you said, Kevin, things are getting a little sketchier, because we're also close to having that Lily's Clefairy EX one-shot of Dragapult be just the end of the game for Adam.
Yeah, if he doesn't get the combo this turn, his real only option I can see would be just retreat into Latias and hope Jacob has no way to knock it out, which, to be fair, probably doesn't, but then you're still losing to Wellspring or another boss KO in the absence of item lock.
So the other issue for Adam here is I think we need a Night Stretcher, and I don't know if we have a way to disrupt Jacob's hand. And that's a big deal, because if Jacob is able to play that Professor's Research, he's very, very close to being able to pull off that Lily's Clefairy attack, which could be game-ending for Adam. And yeah, we don't have an Iono.
Iono is a really important piece of the puzzle, and I think if Jacob hadn't bossed all those Dracloaks, a couple extra recon directives, pretty good chance of getting you into the Iono. So targeting the draw here is paying off for Jacob and really putting Adam in a tough spot here.
It is. And so then here's my question for you, Kevin. Is it worth it for Adam to hit with Phantom Dive this turn?
I think it doesn't accomplish much unless you're also taking threats off of Jacob's board, because you're not going to win a straight prize race at this point.
Right.
And I kind of like the passive play here. The problem is this Latias doesn't really get trapped. And once Jacob goes down to 2 prizes, Adam is kind of out of good options. But we'll see how it plays out.
I think going down to 2 prizes is okay, as long as we can still use that Dusknar. But benching that Mew could change things for Adam here. Why do you think Jacob did that?
So Jacob's playing around the Iono that Dragapult is likely bringing next turn. It might accelerate Adam's win condition, but Jacob's so far ahead right now, it's probably worth it to try not to brick off of an Iono to 2.
And I think that's reasonable. The only thing I'm thinking is Adam did not have a great way to kind of take 6 prizes, because that Duskmar is really strong, but 130 doesn't really fix much math on either of those Ogre Pawns. Now, however, that 130 is immense onto that Mew EX, so now Adam can take a 4-prize turn, or at least use the damage counter placement of Phantom Dive as a follow-up, and we see the Iono off the top.
Oh, 1 card away, classic.
That's usually how it works. Box, you shouldn't be. You really just shouldn't be hitting Quad Thorns. I got nothing for you. So, Kevin, how does Adam win? What does Adam do here?
So Adam has to probably Iono to 1 and knock out the Mew this turn. And, Jamming Tower might be nice too. On the bright side, there's no easy way on board for Jacob to knock out a Dragapult. So if you get the Iono to 1 and take the Mew off the board, it puts Adam in a potential spot to be able to Phantom Dive multiple times and win the game that way.
And I love benching this Blood Moon Ursaluna because that is Adam's way to clean up the game here and knock out that Teal Mask Ogerpon on the board. We do see the Iono. Now the issue for... Jesse, thank you for joining. Great to see you here. The issue for Adam is, as we saw, I don't think Adam has a Dragapult EX in deck. We need to hit a Night Stretcher. And I don't know if we hit it. And I think we also, Kevin, correct me if you disagree, I think we got to knock out that Latias. And is there a reason why we didn't use Dusknoir?
I probably would have used Dusknoir first there and given Jacob 1 card instead of 2. If you don't do something good this turn, it's going to be really hard to win. But Adam still has outs here. Really needs that Night Stretcher sooner rather than later, though.
Yes, and I think if we are stuck in a position where we don't have the knockout with Dragapult, going in and hitting this Teal Mask Ogerpon with Blood Moon Ursaluna or knocking out the Mew with Blood Moon Ursaluna isn't terrible. What do you think about this?
Yeah, this is a great backup plan, actually. Did not hit what Adam wanted off of that Iono.
Wait, no, he
did. He did get it. Okay. Oh, interesting.
So why do you think he's going with the Blood Moon attack here?
That I don't think there's any way for the Blood Moon to get knocked out in one turn. Whereas if Adam's aware of like the typical counts in the Ogre Box lists, the Clefairy is actually better at knocking out Dragapult than anything is on doing 260 damage to a Blood Moon. So Adam's trying to buy a turn with this, tank a hit. He's going to retreat it with the free Latias ability and try to win the game next turn with Phantom Dive potentially.
And I don't mind that. I think for me, the question was just, we have, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 210. Okay, I mean we're hitting this Blood Moon pretty hard. But why not do that against the Ogerpon? Why hit Mew instead?
He's trying to take out Jacob's draw and make the Iono stronger. The downside there is there's more HP on everything else, so it does maybe slow your own win condition down by an entire turn.
And so that's exactly my concern. I agree. Like, if you want to not lose, going for the Mew is the correct decision. But if you want to win, I mean, I think this makes things a lot harder, right?
Yeah, I think the more aggressive line I would have liked to see from Adam on that turn is activate the Dusknoir first before you Iono, put Jacob down to 1 card, put the damage on the Mew, and then just go in with Phantom Dive, take 4 prizes, take all draw off the board, leave Jacob with a 1 card hand, and say, hey, good luck.
Well, this is, though, an interesting thing. If we get Monkey Dory damage down, maybe we have a chance to still do something here. And Jacob's hand is clearly not great. So knocking out that Mew, in retrospect, looks like it was the right choice to kind of brick Jacob and give Adam a turn or two.
Yeah, I actually kind of like knocking out the Mew there because you need to buy a turn, and Jacob putting that down just understands that your outs to draw cards with no engine on board besides Teal Mask is not great. So knocking out the Mew probably increases the win percentage overall, but I think you could have done that a little more aggressively as far as not needing to buy multiple turns, but maybe only needing to buy 1 turn to win, which would have been slightly better odds for Adam, but he still looks like he's really getting in there on the comeback line at the moment.
I would tend to agree, and I think Adam's debating hitting into this Teal Mask Ogerpon or gusting and hitting something else, but to be honest, Kevin, I want Adam to hit this Ogerpon. And he does decide to, and I think that's great because save that gust for next turn. If Jacob takes prizes, congrats, like, you lose. But holding that gust means now Adam can win the game with that gust this turn. And unless there's another line you would have preferred there, Kevin.
No, I think that's the best thing to knock out.
Oh, well, that's just rude. Wow. Jacob top decks the boss. We saw all 3 boss's orders played. Dude, this is gross. And Char, thank you for the feedback. Bryce, you mind cranking my mic just a little bit? So, Kevin, sorry, keep going.
What was I saying? Yeah. So you want to hit the active there and save the boss for game next turn. You lose to boss either way. So hit the low roll there on the top deck. But I think if Adam takes that more aggressive line, could potentially have won the game 1 turn sooner and taken it down. Things to reflect on, but very interesting game regardless nonetheless. And overall, pretty well played on both sides. Definitely some high roll there from the Ogre Box player.
No, and I would agree. I think it was really, really well played. And I mean, sometimes you just hit it. And with those fast, low to the ground aggressive decks, just hitting it is good. And now getting to this game, we have kind of another a conflict of styles with Dragapult Charizard going against Arch-Lualodon Zoroark. And this is an interesting matchup, Kevin, especially at 4-4 each.
Yeah, good times. The Arch-Ludon card is a little bit weak to Charizard in my experience. Doesn't really have any way to get up to the 330. And so the issue with those 2 cards going head to head typically is once the Arch-Ludon player goes down to 2 prizes remaining, Charizard can take a 1-shot and then tank a hit and then take 2 more prizes the following turn. So there's actually quite a bit of leeway for a Charizard EX deck to fall behind Arch-Ludon and then still win. That being said, Ben's deck has a lot of draw power and will be able to find prizes elsewhere. So yeah, this should be some back and forth here until we get into the late game.
And we do have that Relicanth in hand too, so we would be able to Professor Turo and then hit for 320, which hilariously is not enough. But there's still some lines here. And one source, yes, I think Jaming Tower would have been huge for Adam and given a lot of good opportunities there. But I mean, if you just hit it, you just hit it. Oh, we do see the Turo. So Ben's going to be able to hit this Charizard for 320. And Kevin, unless you are unaware, that is not a knockout still.
And that's a lot of damage counters. And yeah, definitely not a knockout. I did not major in math, but almost minored in it. So.
I mean, that's fair. I took enough math. I kind of stopped after differential equations. That was
yeah.
But we do see also Ben down to 1 card in deck. So I'm telling you, people, play Wug Trio. So, Kevin, we do bench the Relicanth. Do we just hit into this Charizard for 320?
Ben might be eyeing up some big brain plays where later you finish it off with Knight. Probably doesn't even play Monkey Tory. I don't know. Hitting for 320 seems not great, if I'm being perfectly honest.
It seems atrocious, actually, if I'm being honest. And if we weren't reaching for the knockout, I wonder why it wouldn't have been better to just Professor Turo the active Duraludon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's if you heal the active, then you can trade 2 shots, but with your heal, it puts you ahead. Yes. And that Pheasantipity EX is just sitting there on Martin's side, ready to go down to a Arch-Ludon attack. So I think the Turtle, the active there, might have put Ben in a better position. I may be realizing his math mistake now.
And I think, yes, that is the expression of a person who did realize that mistake. Did we pass? Did we decide to not attack? Is that what you saw, Kevin?
Doesn't look happy about it, that's for sure.
No, so with the monkey, I think that's the correct decision. But that feels horrible, does it not?
Yeah, feels about as bad as Ben looks about it right now. But, sometimes you're 10 damage off. You can't Turo and Black Belt in the same turn. No Lieutenant Surge's strategy in format anymore.
So here's one thing I'm thinking, though. Ben does play Budu. There was a world where you hit that Charizard for 320, and then you Budu it to knock it out, coupled with an Iono, and say, Martin, you can't take 4 prizes if I do that.
Ben probably thought about that, but there's a Monkey Dory with a Luminous Energy on Martin's side, so would have immediately healed 30 off, taking it out of range, I think, of any of Ben's 1 prize attackers. So,
dude, Logan, I'm glad you got to rest up. Glad to have you back. I think Ben actually we're still on Ben's turn and just debating what action to take here, and we do decide to hit for 320. And who, buddy? so close and yet so far. So how does Martin respond to this, aside from say, thank God?
I think he probably just wants to get that out of there and attack with something else. He's far enough ahead. He may just be able to win the game by setting a backup attacker and knocking out the active. Looking like he's out of bench space for other Charizard pieces, which is pretty relevant.
Well, he has a Charmeleon on the bench, which...
Oh, there's a Charmeleon there. Okay,
yes, which makes life a lot easier because then we can just close out a knockout with Charizard. And I see Martin trying to get ahead of the math here and move some damage off of that Charizard onto the second Duraludon, saying, Ben, that's the thing you're going to have to attack me with.
Yeah, if he just knocks out the active and sets up a backup Charizard here, it's really hard for Ben to do anything against that.
And so Martin is hitting for 240 here, which is not amazing. It can close out the knockout on this active bridge. But I think he's really just trying to think, how do I make sure I can hit with Charizard? And I love that decision to get an attachment ahead on the Charizard. Now, the only way he won't be able to hit with that, if he can evolve it, is if he only has a Luminous Energy available. So, I mean, this seems, it's not quite a checkmate, but Kevin, we're in that territory for Martin.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Got to think there's a Charizard and a Fire Energy left in the deck. And once that backup attacker is established, there's really no way for Ben's deck to deal with a clean Charizard EX in the late game. You know, we'd have to be playing from ahead and not behind in that situation. So the rough spot for Ben.
And so the good news, too, for Martin is if Ben takes this knockout, his Charizard is hitting for 300. And that one-shots the Arch Duraludon no matter what. But especially with that extra damage on there, it prevents Ben from trying to do some Monkey Dory things or put on a Rigid Band, something like that, that could allow him to play around that damage. And so we go into Relicanth. What is happening here, Kevin?
I'm not sure. I don't know what Ben does here. He's not scooping it up, though, so there must be something I haven't thought of yet.
I would agree. And unfortunately, that... wait, actually, are we at... No, we're at 290. Unfortunately, that Monkey Dory undoes my Budu play, so...
Yeah.
Or does it? Actually, no, this is actively horrible. This is not the move. We do see the air balloon. I think we're going to see Iono Budu. Kevin, is this a good move?
I think Black Belt Budu would have been a pretty good move.
That actually would have been insanely good for Ben. Alas, not an option. All right, we see the Tool Scrapper come down. We see us go into Budu. That is...
Oh, it's not...
Wait, it's not a knockout. Can you...
Did he not get healed?
Bryce, can you... Because that would hit 420. We were at 290. We would only be at 310. No, because he had 390 because he healed the monkey damage. Yeah. And then he healed 30 with monkey.
Yeah, there's 30 on the Archaludon.
Yes.
It was the only place it could have come off.
Okay, well, Ben is just going to scoop that up and say that I was probably cooked anyway. So, Martin Poltzard takes down the win. And then, Kevin, if you don't mind, I'm actually going to have you talk to Martin a little bit here about this Poltzard, because we've seen some other Poltzard Polt lists, but not Zard yet. So, are you cool with that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Perfect. I'm going to do some admin and coordinate, but we're going to see what we can do. And, Boxy, they are indeed a bunch of poo heads for making you work today. That is unfortunate. So, Kevin... Tell the people a little bit about that bridge deck before we get Martin in here and you can talk about Poltzard. That cool?
Yes. Yeah, sure. I played a decent amount of Zoroark Archaludon. It's a really fun deck to play. You get to draw a lot of cards and then basically play whatever supporter you want for a given turn. So it has a lot of access to Gust, has healing with the Turo, damage modification with the Black Belt. And then if you need late game disruption with Iono, it's good at that too. You see Ben's deck was so low at the end of the game. That's actually pretty typical of Zoroark Archaludon. You can draw your whole deck and do whatever you want. And it comes down to your skill at resource management and what you trade away and what you need to win the rest of the game. Late game Pal Pads and Pokegears are really strong and let you kind of carry out your primary game plan, whatever that is in a given matchup.
Oh, all right. Hello there.
Martin, hey, nice to meet you.
doing?
I'm Kevin. Doing good, thanks.
Talking to you, man.
Yeah, congrats on the win.
Yeah, man, appreciate it.
It's nice to pull out a good one on stream. Yeah,
Yeah, for sure. Especially of a matchup that not too familiar, but I kind of know
sure,
that
sure, sure.
they have their outs where if I hit hard, they could hit me back with the Relicanth. So I tried to play
Yeah,
that around as much as I could during that matchup. But then again, Ben had a very slow start in the beginning of our game. He kind of didn't do
sure.
nothing for like 3 turns, and I kind of took advantage with the Itchy Pollen, and he literally had to like waste 2 of his bosses to you know not get Itchy Pollen, but I always had the attached to energy to retreat it and put
Okay,
it back in
okay.
the lock. So it was pretty miserable at first, but
Nice. Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Well, thanks for filling us in. We missed the
So
start of
yeah,
the
yeah,
game
yeah, of
there.
course,
So
So yeah, that's basically what had happened. I feel like if he had, a better start than what he did, probably the game would have been a little bit more different. My approach would have probably been a lot more different because at that point I just kind of punched him with the Itchy Pollen. Pretty sure it plays
yeah,
the trolley, so
yeah, yeah. So shut that down. The Charizards are just so strong in the late game. I think you
yeah,
did a
for
good
sure.
job of setting those up in advance and kind of putting Ben in a really tough spot there.
For real, for sure, yeah. Like I was trying to get 2 down, but I think one of them was prized early game,
Hmm.
But like I said, like he used 2 bosses like back to back turns, so I kind of figured my Charmander was gonna be safe for a couple turns, and which it was because at
Hmm.
that point, like I wasn't taking any prizes for him to like counter catch me in any way. But yeah,
So why'd you pick this deck? Dragapult Charizard. You're mashing two
uh,
stage twos together.
yeah. I mean, I've been
Uh,
playing it ever since like before NEIC. Like um, I'm more used to playing like those big, fast decks like Miraidon, back before, post rotation. So that was, basically my kind of game. And then, I kind of really adapted to like Dragapult at first with the Dusknoir. And, like I liked it at first, but, I just felt like at that time it was very popular. So, and then I saw that, a lot of people were playing the Zard. And, I like Charizard, Dragapult, Fire Psychic. It seems like it's syncs very well together, and
mhm.
I also saw too. It's like I normally don't do it, but like like Metafy, and then I kind of saw like Jackson Ford also had like a big event, so I kind of
Yeah,
he kind of inspired me to like actually come, and ever since taking his 2 hours event show was pretty like a lot of information what he shared was pretty and just kind of convinced me that Polzar was such a great matchup, especially with the Gardy matchup, since being popular, so and I've been playing it ever since, and then
nice.
now I'm
Yeah,
just trying to
he's
adapt to the new format for what, what we're playing now. So it's a little different now for sure, but I
Yeah, it
still feel
should
like it's still
still
strong.
maintain. Yeah, yeah. And the Charizard gives you lines into Goldango too is the biggest thing to change. Have you faced any Goldangos or do you
I
think you
did
need
face
to
a
adapt the list at
Goldango.
all to beat it?
Yeah, I did face a Goldango wrong one, but unfortunately I had like a really bad start where I couldn't like really get set up, But my deck
Okay,
kind
okay.
of, it kind of the way how I kind of have it built makes it feel like I'm kind of like 50-50 because I'm playing the Shiyu and I'm kind of playing a little bit more
Chiyu, yeah, there you
defensive.
go. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
really sharp.
So I
Yeah.
was like, I was so excited to face a Dango, but yeah, I didn't. I didn't draw so well on my first round.
Yeah.
So hopefully, I get a redemption down the line if I do get paired up with a Dango. To see how
Yeah.
how that matchup really feels. Because
There's
that
still a
that
lot more
matchup was
rounds to
always
play.
yeah that matchup was always super hard for me as I felt because the Monkey Dory or the picnic basket just healing off the 30 off the bench to try to get a 4
Yeah.
knockout just all of a sudden just becomes impossible if they manage to pull that off. So you know the Chi kind of comes in clutch into that aspect to answer back if they ever manage to you know um, take a knockout and then just kind of responds with weakness.
Yeah, I definitely have had my day two dreams ruined in Spain of all places by a
Right,
Chiyu. A
right,
Chiyu in the Winninen, and nobody was playing it at the time.
right, right.
Goldango was not that popular. I'm like, how did I hit Chiyu?
Right, like,
Um,
and I never even thought about it too, and just it's such a good inclusion now. Like, I didn't play it
yeah,
before, but like, I just feel like for this, new format, Goldango being the talk of the show, made me feel like, okay, you know what? If that's, I'm just gonna play it, see how it feels, and it feels great, for sure. But
it's
we'll just have
it
to
feels
wait and
like
see.
the kind of format you probably have to beat Goldango at some point if you want to win a
Right, for
tournament.
sure. Like I'm
It's
expecting in
just
the top match. I feel like Gardy
yeah.
is still like a good matchup for me. The
Mhm.
Grimmies are another thing. Those are the ones that I'm just like it's always it's hard to play against that because of the damage spread and what they can do. And
Yeah.
so far I haven't played any of those yet. But
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how many there are in the
no, I
room
don't.
at
I've seen them out there, so I'm just like, "Ooh,
wide meta. So
right. There's a lot of
yeah.
wild stuff out there for sure. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. Well, how's your season going so far? You have
Well,
any other big finishes, or are you going for the
well,
World's Invite? Where are
for
you at there?
for this starting season for the 2026, I've done a couple challenges, and I already have one challenge won. So,
Nice. There you go.
it's always a good start, to the season. And so far, I've been finishing top fours, top six. I think this is my first League Cup that I'm coming into for the season. So far, I started off rough with the first loss, but we're pushing through right now. So, hopefully we'll make it up to the top tables, and hopefully, it's like, obviously try to get it to the finals. But no matter
Yeah.
how far I make it, I'm always gonna feel better that I'm playing better than the last game. Because definitely the last game that I was playing against Ben was, so many, I wouldn't say misplays, but just not thinking about like what I had on the board, because there was like a couple times I could have monkey door move damage, and for 2 turns I didn't even do that, and but
Yeah. You
it
don't want
kind
to
of
waste
happens to the
those.
best of us, So it's like
There's a lot to
and
keep track of.
I
Yeah.
even Toro the Charizard with the damage before I even monkey door, and I'm just like,
Like, oh, where my damage
right.
go?
And then we were laughing at towards the end because it's like the actual time when I moved the 3 that mattered off.
Yeah, you finally did it.
Right, finally did it, and then we kind of didn't thought about it, and that's why we thought it was knockout. We were just like, oh
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
right.
yeah.
I did move the 30, so it was very unfortunate on his part, but yeah, it was just
I was
yeah. But every game
telling
that I
Dan,
play, I'm always
if Ben had
looking
the
for the best for sure.
there's the black belt card, just plus 40
yeah, that
damage.
too.
Could have done that with the buddy.
For
Yeah.
sure.
But,
Like I thought of that too, but I felt like I think that's what he was looking for, but I don't think he managed
Yeah,
to get it.
I think he thought he had the knockout with the 20 because he did
Right.
320 the turn before. Yeah, but the heel put it out of range.
Black belt Badu would have been insane right
dude.
there. Absolutely insane.
Right. So that's why
Hey.
I felt like that's what he was looking for. So, because I was like, man, but dude, at that point, he kind of had me checkmated because item blocking me, and then it's like the super rod was my only way to get energy. So,
So
yeah.
you were out of fire energy at that
I
point?
was out of fire energy at that point, and I had played 2 rods, so it's like I already used one, and I had one in prize, and I managed to get it off the 2 prize, the 2 prize that I took towards the end. But then he had Iona and then Badu, and I was like, oh crap, all right, that's a play, all right, for sure. Like I told, like I was like, yeah, but like we forgot about the damage move because, like I was explaining, it's like 2 turns I had damage on my board, and I didn't use Monkey Dory to move it.
Yeah.
And I was just like, and then the one time I do move it, we forgot about it, and we kind of counted knockout at that point. And I was like, oh, okay, all right.
Well, that's right. But Martin, you're going to 3-1, correct?
Yes.
Dude, that's a great place to be in. We got 2 more rounds. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. At first I was just like, ugh, but can't look down. Just keep going forward and just try to have a positive mentality. Going through it and hopefully to finish strong.
Dude, I agree with that. Kevin, do you agree with that? How do you feel about that stance?
Absolutely. Yeah, you take it around at a time. It's a big, long enough cup. You got time to run it back. So
Yo, for sure.
Congrats on the win.
We got a shot, so hopefully I'll be one of the top 8s up there. So.
Dude, we would love to see it. But, dude, good luck to you, Martin. I'll let you get back to it. Time was just called, so.
Pleasure talking to you. Kev, nice
Yeah.
meeting you.
Yeah, Martin.
All right.
Thanks for the shout out in the chat, Logan Adams, for charity stream. Hope you enjoyed my game against Raging Bolt. That was a fun one for me. We had a good time. 0-4 to 5-4 was a crazy comeback.
Kevin, you guys had a nice event yesterday of the, what was it, Artemis versus Team Lethal Strike, I think it is?
Yeah, that was it. It was a good time.
All right. So then, and you said your team won 5-4? Because I watched the first 2 rounds, and that was not the result I was expecting, Kevin.
No, even better, Dan. We fell behind 4-0, and I had one of the worst bricks I've ever seen with Joltic Box in round 4. So that put us back against the wall, 4-0. And from there, we ran it back, got into some good decks that we were comfortable with, some good matchups, and we pulled off 5 in a row to come back and take the win. Not that the win matters for anything, but it felt good as a team to be validated as far as overall skill and, just some good friendly competition for a good cause. That's all.
For sure. It's still pride. Still want to win. We're competitive people. We want to win no matter what. Well, not no matter what, but we still want to win. And so, Typhlosion, yes, there will absolutely be more games. We have 2 more rounds of Swiss. Time was just called recently. And then we will have a top cut best of 3, top 8, top 4, and finals. And Kevin, you had mentioned the charity thing because you guys ran a charity event for Trevor Project yesterday.
Indeed, yeah. Same charity as the Nerd Rage one. What, a week before? It's pretty close together.
And you tied in my transition perfectly. So I am calling this
Yeah.
up because, Bryce, do you mind posting that link back in the chat? So we ran a charity event on Saturday for the Trevor Project. We had a bunch of great players here. It was a fun day. And we are still trying to raise a little bit more money. So we hit just over $2,300 on last weekend, which is incredible. And so we decided we were going to keep the links open until today. So this cup is going to be the last day until we close everything down. So we would love if anyone either wasn't able to join or anyone would be willing to, if you could please donate to this really, really important org. And Kevin, do you mind talking for a minute about why it's a good org and what it does?
Yeah. So Trevor Project is resources for LGBTQ youth. Project Artemis, the team I'm on, is actually a team that is focused on underrepresented gender identities. So I'm non-binary, don't really have much of a gender identity, and it's been great to have a community that's supportive. As a medical provider as well, there's very high rates of mental health issues and self-harm. Mostly, I think, because society is so hostile at times to people who don't quite fit in. But what the Trevor Project does is give resources to people in need that is specifically directed towards kids who might not have supportive people in their lives. And just having a support system and being seen for who you are is literally a life-saving service in a lot of cases. So great cause, happy to partner with. I think between your charity and our event, we're almost to 3,000, but
almost.
If we could get a couple more donations coming in, would be awesome.
Absolutely. And Typhlosion, thank you for the feedback on sound. This is something we always have to finagle. But yes, if you are willing and you have the opportunity, we would love you to still donate to the Trevor Project. Like Kevin said, Kevin, you have the lived experience with it. On my end, I'm a mental health counselor. So I'm a therapist. I work with people every day who struggle with suicidal thoughts, with depression, with lack of functioning, crises. And all of these need resources outside of just kind of the therapeutic work we provide. We want to try to make sure they have support available when they're in their day-to-day life. When it's at night and they don't have anyone to call, we want to make sure there's a space and resource for them. So we have a link to donate directly to the Trevor Project site, or you can donate on Twitch. But if anyone is willing to donate, we would really, really appreciate it. And like I said, we'll have until the end of the day today, and then we're going to shut it down. So if you know anyone, now is the time. And I really appreciate everyone being willing to do so. And so, Kevin, thank you again. But to get back into Pokemon, we have Mac Daddy. Honestly, you know what? Great. Fantastic. I would say do it. Show us the receipt, and I will happily support. Honestly, dude, show me the receipt for the charity you donate to, and I'll match it personally, right here, right now. You donate, I will send money to the same organization. Send me the receipt or post on here, and I will gladly support that. Because I will say, Kevin, I think Trevor Project is an incredibly important resource. I think it's absolutely necessary. And there are other places that need support too. So you know what, man? I'm all for supporting any good cause, Mac Daddy. Send us the receipt. But getting back to Pokemon, Kevin, we've got just a couple rounds remaining. We've seen some Grimmsnarl, some Dragapult, some Charizard. What do you think is the stuff we're going to see next as we get to Win-and-Ins?
I think probably the big meta decks we haven't seen yet would be Raging Bolt and Goldango, which definitely still have a place in the meta. And but League Cup local metas can be a little bit different. It might depend on what the top players bring or hitting odd matchups at times. So I'm excited to see what kind of pulls up to the top. This being one of the first big events, since the new set came out. It's always interesting to see how things develop.
Yeah. I think the Raging Bolt is certainly one where we haven't seen it a ton today, but it is a huge portion of the meta right now. And it was big at NAIC, like it's been in a ton of online spaces. So I'm honestly kind of surprised we haven't seen it. Any ideas why it maybe hasn't been at kind of the top tables?
I don't know who brought it, percentage-wise. I think that it has a reputation as kind of a simpler deck to play, but it's actually pretty nuanced with the knockout searches nowadays and having really a toolbox style approach. It's not so much a Raging Bolt heavy focus anymore if you're playing it really well. So it does take kind of a higher level player, and sometimes those players gravitate more toward other decks. So I do think it underperforms its like true power level in large part, but still is a reasonable play and fairly accessible, you know, if you put some time into it and figure out the lines and the sequencing.
I will say, I think the non-owl bolt is definitely one of those. I think you said the term accessible there, right?
Yeah.
I think the non-owl bolt is definitely one of the more accessible ones because there's sometimes less complicated decision making. You don't need to like pick and choose, kind of tutor out those perfect cards. You just need to be very fundamentally sound and make sure you sequence correctly, you get the right guys out, you map out the right game plan, because even though you could say it's easier to play, if you don't do that, you're going to lose over and over and over again because it's those foundational skills that kind of get exposed.
Yeah, there's a lot of situations where like you don't really want two prizers down early. So like just benching all your cards and playing all the cards you could play can really get you into trouble. If you can get a turn with only one prizers on the board and make them take an entire extra turn to win the game and still like take a relevant knockout on your turn, that's something that takes a decent amount of foresight and skill to kind of line up. And the other version without owls doesn't really have that many options. You kind of need to throw all your two prize draw engine on the board to play the game. But even then, knocking out the correct Pokemon on your opponent's side of the board, making sure that you're thinning the deck and aggressively playing around disruption so you don't just lose to all the comeback decks shenanigans. Every Pokemon deck is hard to play. And I think this is important for newer players to understand.
Yes.
There's a reputation and there's different levels of complexity, but you'll always see a skill advantage be winning out. And as you gain experience in the game, you might want to start with a deck that's a little more straightforward or linear in its game plan so you can learn the fundamentals of the game. Mm-hmm. And then if you move on to something more complicated, you have those skills to fall back on. Or if you go straight to something like Gardevoir or Dragapult, it's maybe tougher to get your bearings on what's actually important to winning games.
100%. And for instance, for Joltik Box, it's very important to decide which crayon you're going to eat once you start the game. But I will say,
a lot of colors of energies in there. So
there is true. That's true. I will say for Joltik Box, I think that probably is the deck that has the worst reputation right now for simplicity of play. But I will say, even Joltik Box, you get about 3 decisions a turn. Like, that's it. Like, you don't have to make 45 choices. You don't have to dig. You literally get 3 calls. You have to be perfect. Because if you mess up one of those, 33% of your interactions with the deck and board that turn go poorly. And if, Kevin, if you mess up 33% of your decisions throughout a game, you're not winning almost any game. So you have to be so precise. Yeah, not a lot. So, I mean, for Joltik Box, that deck that kind of has that reputation, what is kind of the difference maker there from a skill perspective? Like, what matters?
So I actually played it to a challenge 3-1 on Saturday. I think getting your correct energies and resource management is really important. And if you set up the wrong attackers, you're just done for. So looks like we got the next game going. We can kind of pivot to talking about that.
We do. So we have Goldango EX, which we have not seen so far, like you said, versus regular old Charizard. And so, Kevin, tell us about this matchup. Who's favored? What's kind of the game plan for Goldango?
So Goldango is going to do what Goldango always does. It draws a lot of cards and takes prizes aggressively. The Charizard deck has a really strong late game once the damage ramps. The tough part for Charizard is how do you keep up in the prize trade? If you fall 2 prizes behind, it's really hard to make a comeback. So they're going to be under a lot of pressure early to get things going and at least advance their board state a little bit. I think the key inclusion for Charizard is the Chi-Yu, which does 140 damage if your opponent took a knockout the last turn. That hits for weakness on the Goldango and leaves a 1 prize attacker in the active, and that can help swing it back into Charizard's favor and get it to that late game when the Charizard damage really is threatening the Goldangos.
And I think that's the big thing for Charizard, because you're essentially 2-shotting Goldango early. You need to get into a position where you can take those 1-shots and clear the attackers from the board, because otherwise Goldango can too easily go 2-2-2 and just kind of ruin your day.
Yeah, the Goldango deck does not really care about Charizard's 330 HP.
No,
it gets it pretty easily. Actually, he's like 2 cards and it draws 6 a turn. So, big thing will be keeping up at the price trade on Christian's side.
And so now going into Christian's turn, what we really need to see is Buddy Poffin. Like, we need to be able to get into our attackers. And we have, in this list, it is Charizard, Pidgeot. We have Monkey Dory. The Monkey Dory, a little less impactful here, but those are the two pieces Christian just pulled out. Chi-Yu and Max Belt. And so, Kevin, why are those two cards so impactful?
Oh, the Max Belt is really interesting. So the Max Belt gets you into relevant damage with the Charizard a lot quicker. The Goldango and other aggressive decks, you can frequently force them into taking one prize only to start the game, which puts you up to 210 damage with Charizard's Burning Darkness attack. If you can get the Max Belt on there, 210 plus 50 is a very convenient amount of damage, 210 exactly, which knocks out the Goldangos. So that's another interesting quote-unquote tech option for the Dango matchup is you can just establish your main game plan of Charizards. If you get them on odd prizes and can knock out a clean Goldango with only one prize taken on your opponent's board, you might just be able to set up 3 Charizards and win the game that way, which sounds a lot easier than Chi-Yu shenanigans.
100%. I think having both as lines makes it a lot easier for the matchup. So on Adam's end, we do go over to his turn. We have a Nest Ball. We have Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking. And we should hopefully have Genesect, which means we'll be able to go into Goldango, take a one-prize knockout. But, Kevin, I'm going to be straight with you. Do we want to? Do we want to knock out this Charmander?
Yeah, it's a tough choice. On some level, it might be better to just wait. That Pheasantipity is kind of waiting on the board. If you can get a boss's orders in a reasonable time frame, and Goldango can play a lot more boss's orders, might be better just to pass, tank a hit with the Goldango, and then you take the first 2 prizes on the Pheasantipity or the Charizard if they decide to evolve it aggressively.
And we do see the Iron Bundle here, Hyperblower ability. And this puts Christian in kind of a tough spot because do you give up your Pidgeot EX? Do you give up 2 prizes with Goldango? Or do you give up your Charmeleon? And to be honest, Kevin, with the Candy Charizard in hand, I agree. I don't want to give up Charmeleon. Unless, is there a different route you would prefer here?
I would definitely give him the Charmeleon. You can establish more Charizard pieces. You definitely don't want to go down 2 prizes. And that Pidgeot's going to be very important for your long-term consistency.
It is. And so we see the Goldango come down. I imagine we're going to see the Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking for a, Buddy Poffin and Superior Energy, Energy Search Pro. But I ask again, do we want to knock this out, Kevin?
If I was in Adam's spot, I'd really strongly consider drawing first, seeing what you hit. I mean, there's always the chance you just absolutely high roll into Energy Search Pro boss. If you don't, then you can Cypher Maniac and just leave those cards on top of the deck. Probably this Charizard deck doesn't play anything like Judge, and Iono versus the draw guarantees to get you into those cards next turn. So if you just stack Energy Search Pro and boss's orders on the top of the deck for next turn, you can take those first 2 prizes more aggressively. Whereas using that for this turn and taking a 1 prize knockout, pretty high chance Christian can find the response and take the initiative. Once you get to those first 2 prizes, it's going to be hard for Goldango to come back. They're going to have to try to finesse a scissor knockout at some point or find some other way to run Christian out of attackers, which if the Pidgeot EX is in play, is a pretty tall order.
Completely agreed. And I think that's the risk for if Adam was taking this knockout with Sizor, I'd be less concerned about it because it still forces Christian to find a Gus combined with all of this. But taking this with a 2-prizer means Christian can use his supporter for turn just to draw and set up. We do Kenneth, yes, Pidgeot EX, fantastic card. Don't know why people doubted it in the first place. But we do see that Energy Search Pro getting a ton of stuff out of the deck. And I mean, this is one of those things you can, but doesn't mean you should.
It's hard not to do things in the Pokemon trading card game. It's a human nature, I think, when there's a question or a problem in front of you and you have the option to do something. It's like, well, doing nothing feels bad. I don't want to pass. I don't want to just cipher and not attack. But this is one of those situations where I think attacking actually puts him behind, assuming Christian has a reasonable draw in response.
And we do get to draw with Pheasantipity if Adam takes this knockout. And Murray, Glad you're here. Don't worry. We held off on the first couple rounds for a bit, but decided we had to go forward. All right, so we see the attachment. We see one gimme goal hit the board. Do we have 2 gimme goals prized, Kevin?
It's possible. He's not looking too thrilled about the situation. I think another downside to this aggressive play is you just use your superior energy retrieval. You're going to have all these extra energies in hand. And yeah, you can dump extra and maybe over damage. I'd probably put at least 4 in the discard pile from here. Looks like he's reaching for some of those. But now your Energy Search Pro is gone. So it's going to be a lot harder to knock out a Charizard once it comes at you.
And I agree with that decision. Adam does too. We're going to bank 4 of those energy in the discard pile. We do see a Goldango off the prizes and then draw for Christian. That Buddy Poffin is huge because now we are going to be able to set up a more established board and then go into that Charizard afterwards. So, Kevin, my question for you. We have Rare Candy Charizard. We have Pheasantipity. Sequencing is a huge thing. Do we Charizard first or do we Fez first?
It's a good question. I think with sequencing, your question is always you want to establish your goals for the turn. In this case, you'd really like to have the Max Belt. You want to have probably an Iono and a Pidgeot EX would be great. So if you thin fire energies out of the deck, you don't really want to draw fire energies, right? Might as well use the ability, probably take 3 fire energies out, put 1 extra on the Charmander, and then you're just like less likely to hit those and more likely to hit good things.
Or counterpoint, Kevin, you just draw the Max Belt anyway. And that's
that's always the optimal strategy, right? Is whatever gets you what you need to win the game.
Right. So and I agree with you. The only caveat I would have added there is finding an out to like a Nest Ball or an Ultra Ball in order to get Chi-Yu down, I think could have been better because then you are able to hit with Chi-Yu. You don't need to use the Max Belt, and you can still draw from there. But obviously, we hit it. We got nothing to worry about. We just see the Iono for Christian. And Kevin, you raised that issue really like intelligently. All that energy goes back into the deck now for Adam.
Bottom of the deck, yeah. You can shuffle with Genesect nowadays, but not where you want it.
Absolutely. And so we see the Ultra Ball for Christian. I mean, we can now get Pidgeot EX. This is so good for him. From what was a dead board is now incredible.
Exact turn you wanted here from Christian as a response. Hit everything you wanted. And it's going to be on Adam now to find a response. And this is the problem with that one prize knockout is it feels better to do something than nothing. But then if you're not considering the opportunity cost or what your other options were for having the resources in hand at the time, it's actually easier for Christian to respond once that one prize is taken. Again, hard to play around Max Belt. But even with Chi-Yu, I think that would probably be good enough here for Christian. It would have the same effect, right? Of being the first to go to 4 prizes remaining.
And so Christian goes with the Charmeleon. To be honest, I think I would have much rather have seen an out to Chi-Yu just to bench it and apply that pressure indirectly. Especially with the fire energy in hand, we can manually attach to Chi-Yu and not rely on that Infernal Rain to actually accelerate that energy. But
do we have the deck list? Do we know that Christian plays the Chi-Yu?
Yes, he actually saw it during a deck search a little earlier too. So we do have it in deck.
Yeah.
But we do.
Yeah, I think attaching to it would have been worthwhile. Manual attachment to it that turn would have been great.
And team is aligned. But we do see the knockout. Christian takes 2 prizes and is in a very good position now. And this is going to be on Adam to respond. And though we'll be able to, shuffle the deck to get Goldango out, we need a lot to reach this one shot.
Yeah, it certainly isn't guaranteed. Scissors doing 160 damage right now, which is not super relevant. You're going to have to find 7 energies to do the damage and 1 to attach. That's 8 energies. There's only 4 in the discard pile, 5 in the discard pile with the earlier metal. So you need probably an Earthen Vessel or just to hit a ton of energies right now off of the coin bonus.
Well, so that's a tricky
Carbon
part.
Might help, or Cypher Maniac's code breaking. But yeah, this is a tough question for Adam if he's even able to take the knockout this turn.
And so that is actually the issue. 1 superior energy retrieval does not reach the knockout. And 2 superior energy retrieval, we don't have access to enough energy to actually do that. Mm-hmm. So we need a combination of cards that is unlikely to say the least, because we need 8 energy in order to attach and reach for the knockout. And I don't know how likely that is, Kevin.
Yeah, I think the most efficient way to get to that would be an earthen vessel, superior energy retrieval, and then either night stretcher or a raw energy. But with Iono to 5 and only 1 coin bonus available, I don't see any Pheasantipity in play or nest balls. We'll see what Adam has available.
Yeah, and
might be a Pheasantipity and hope you get all of the stuff at once.
And so that's the issue. Getting Pheasantipity can help, but we have used our 1 supporter search for the turn to go try to hit 3 cards and hope that off those 3 cards, and also Hustle, great to have you here. Thank you for joining. Off those 3 cards, we need to hit so much stuff. Like, is there even a combination that does it?
There definitely is. And if you're searching for, 1 card and it's not good enough, then sometimes 3 random cards is better than 1 card that loses you the game, right?
100%.
And I don't know what else is in Adam's hand here. Going for the superior energy retrieval means he's probably attacking this turn, but will it be for enough damage?
So we have 2 energy in hand. We will get to 6 energy total with that superior. Yep, so we take 4. We're at 6. We can retreat into Sizor and hit for a pretty decent chunk, but that doesn't feel good, man.
And if you're going to do that, you probably don't even want to play the Spear Energy Retrieval, because now you're going to have all these energies stuck in the hand at risk of being IO'd back with no way to find them.
Right. And so here's the thing. With Christian having Pidgeot EX now, wait, we were actually 1 energy off knocking out Pidgeot with that counter catcher.
That would be pretty cool, yeah.
That would have been
1 energy less than that. He could take out the Pheasantipity at least and kind of keep up.
We could. Do you think that's the right call here? I mean, of course it is. It's got to be better than hitting into Charizard for not a knockout.
Yeah, if you have the counter catcher, I think I'd rather use Scissor, counter catcher the Charmander, and leave a 1 prizer active. Since Christian's at 4, it at least makes Christian find Gus to go down to 2. Whereas now we can quick search for Iono and disrupt your hand further. But yeah, no really good options that turn, given what the draws were. I don't think he could have done anything a whole lot more impactful.
No, I do agree with that. I think if Christian had put 1 more ability on his bench, that Sizor knocking out Fez would have been very impactful. But regardless, going to even prizes could have been good, and I agree. I think reaching for the taking the 1 shot on Charmander with Sizor, I think is good if you're confident you can get another Goldengo into play the next turn, which with that Genesect on board, it would have been doable. But we'll go back over to Christian's turn. Christian is able... No, it would not, because Pheasantipity has 210 HP. There were only 3 abilities on the board, and it's 50 times ability plus 10. So there would need to be 4 abilities on the board in order for Sizor to knock out the Fez. But now going into the deck for quick search, Kevin, are we just looking for an Iono? What are we looking for here?
Iono seems good. I think from Christian's side, you're perfectly happy to just knock out the active here. And you have kind of 2 big threats established. And with the Pidgeot in play, there's not too much you're worried about as far as counterplay on Adam's side. The Iono, knowing that there's extra energies in Adam's hand already, and he has not too many ways to search for them from deck, I think that would be the preferred supporter for turn. So certainly a reasonable quick search choice.
And I think that makes sense. And Archie, this deck does not play Briar, I believe. But I mean, it's a very strong card if you can use it correctly. Excuse me. And Turok, yes, thank you very much. It is 10 plus 50x. And so we do attach a basic energy to Chi-Yu. We take the knockout with Charizard. And now, I mean, Kevin, Christian basically has checkmate. Unless there's a way you see to play around this.
Not with Goldengo.
That is reasonable.
Maybe if there's a different deck involved, certainly. But
The one line would be to gust up the Charmeleon, knock it out with Scizor, and really hope that Christian doesn't remember he plays Pidgeot EX. But unfortunately, that doesn't seem like a high percentage line here.
Maybe all the Gust cards are prized in the whole deck, right?
It could be. Listen, if it is an out, it's an out. It's not, but it could be. Right, so we do see Adam go into the Goldango. We have some energy available. One source, kind of agree. I think this is about game over here. So then, is there any line for Adam?
I think what you mentioned, leaving the one prize you're active, is probably the best bet, and likely not good enough. But any 2 prizer that you leave with quick search and play is going to immediately end the game. So I guess Christian would need a Charizard or a Fire Energy. It's not a very big ask when you still have Pidgeot EX available.
100%. And I think this is both the advantage and disadvantage. Previous Goldango with Dracloak, in this situation, Adam could actually leave a single prize board and knock out that Charmeleon. And in that case, Christian would not have win next turn. But because that Genesect is down, there's no way for Adam to go to a purely single prize board, and Christian's going to be able to take advantage. So also,
that's a good point.
Why do we
might be able to, if you had the perfect hand, Turo, Countercatcher, Metal Energy, knockout, Charmeleon.
There is a line. There is always a line. It's not good. It's not likely a lot of the time, but there's always a line. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Adam was able to find it. So, Kevin, I think we know how this game is going to end, correct?
Probably.
All right, fair enough. So let me ask you in general, is this a good matchup for Goldango, or is it just a little too hard to get through?
I think with Max Belt and Chi-Yu, it's probably unfavored. They just have too many options to keep up. If they start slow and you can pull 2 prizes ahead, then it's fine. You need to find your Gust at the right time, but at that point, your deck is thin of energy. You have, access to a lot of bosses' orders in the newer builds of Goldango. So there's definitely lines to win. You just really want to be the first to go to 4 prizes remaining since you're a 2 prize attacking deck. And didn't happen this game, and that made it easier for Christian to kind of sweep with these big Charizards.
Arctic, I do think Rigid Band is a big deal because that can fix a lot of math that Charizard tries to hit. And then, Kevin, another question with that. Is is Max Belt the go-to A-spec for Charizard now?
I don't play enough Charizard to know. It makes sense if Goldango is a problem matchup that you want to address. It seems very relevant there. I'm not sure off the top of my head what other matchups it really swings.
Well, Ravensfield, you know what? This is the perfect time for you to ask because we got a little bit of time. Let me know. Is it you're not sure about what's happening in game state, or what are these shiny cards and why are these people staring at each other morosely? Let us know, and we can certainly talk about either one. But, Kevin, I agree. It may be the specific text because, in general, since Goldango can go to a full 1 prize board, we can reach big. I would almost think Goldango in a vacuum would be favored into Charizard, right?
Yeah. I think if there was like Max Belt and Chi-Yu didn't exist either way, I would prefer to play it from the Goldango side for sure.
Arctic, good to know that, Max Belt is essential, or at least the go-to. And Sean, yes, I don't know if y'all watched the charity event last weekend, but Max Belt absolutely cooked me against Bradner. So it is a very good inclusion for that matchup. So we do get to retreat into Scizor, and we poke. And Christian chose the boss, and that is all she wrote. Charizard EX kind of just runs over Goldango in this matchup. And Bryce, do we have a second game? We have a second game. We have Ogre Box Kevin at 3-1 playing against Alex playing Gardevoir. And, oh, Kevin, this is an interesting board state here. What are your initial thoughts looking at this?
Huh. A lot of cards are on the table.
That is, yes, a very good, reasonable thought here.
We've got 6 different Pokemon from the Ogre Box side. Love to see the rainbow variety there. Donate to the Trevor Project. Gardevoir is Gardevoring and has only 1 Monkey Dory available. Who's up in prizes here? Alex is
at 4. Kevin is at 3. There's a bear in the active for some reason, and no Latias on the board. Arctic, I think you are absolutely right. Sobstall is probably one con. The issue is Sob puts damage on the board, and Monkey Dory can take advantage of that. All right, so we see that bear go to 220 damage on it. So, Kevin, looking at this board, how does Kevin respond? What's Kevin's line to win this game?
Kevin needs to find a way to take 3 prizes, which is hard to do when there's going to always be a Gardevoir in the active and there's a Shaman on the bench. I don't know how many bosses orders have been played, but it just feels like none of his attackers are really impactful here. You could try to 2-shot a Gardevoir EX. Doesn't feel great. Definitely want to heal this Blood Moon Ursaluna in the active to buy an extra turn. But it's going to be hard to piece together these last 3 prizes when Gardevoir can do the Gardevoir thing of almost knock out a bunch of stuff and then take the last 4 prizes at once. I know Kevin has a couple healing cards in his deck, but those are limited. And the ability to stall with a Blood Moon in the active is infinite, essentially. There's no Latias in play. Doesn't feel good from Kevin's side.
It does not. So one thing, though, Kevin does have going for him is that Cornerstone cannot be hit by Gardevoir, by Mew, by Monkey Dory. So there's some leeway for Kevin in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
But we really need to hit Penny, and I don't think we did.
I think the out for Alex into the Ogre Pond or the Cornerstone Mask is actually the Curlio.
Yes.
He's got an extra Gardy piece lined up for that. I'm not sure how much damage, 60 plus 20 or something. So it's like a 2-shot. You can amplify it with Monkey Dory damage.
And Croonin, Mew does hit. However, the tricky part there is, though Mew does hit it, if Alex puts up Mew, Kevin can one-shot it with something like either the Teal Mask Ogre Pond with a lot of things on his board, honestly.
Yeah, the Myriad Leaf Shower actually hits really good math into the Mew. So if Alex is using that to close the game, great. Otherwise, probably want to save it on the bench. If you don't attach energies to the Mew, it's really hard to get it knocked out, unless you're playing into the Blood Moon. But Alex really has the initiative here, even though he's behind a prize. It's exactly where Gardy wants to be. Is 1 prize behind and way ahead on board state.
And so we are going to see Alex retreat into, we're at 220. We would need 2 monkeys. Into the other Gardevoir just to kind of clean up this knockout. And yes, actually, Chompy, there is a site that displays pairings and the current results. Bryce, would you mind throwing that into the chat? So our teammate Reno has actually put together an incredible online pairing site that we use here. And so we use that to kind of track results. And they also note who's going to be on stream each round. So I cannot stress how amazing that is for trying to run this stuff. But sorry, Kevin, I got distracted. Tell us more. What is Alex doing? How are they winning this game?
Alex is going to win by knocking out 2 prize Pokemon in the middle of a turn and then probably taking 2 more prizes on the same turn. And got plenty of time to set that up because right now Kevin is just hanging out with a Blood Moon Ursaluna in the active. Opts to take the knockout. He is ahead enough that this is probably fine, but potentially weaker to Iono plays or the Blood Moon coming back and doing more damage. Taking those prizes does kind of open up some options for Kevin in the short term.
It does. And Arctic, it's a good point. Maybe Klefki is better because it does shut off Monkey Dory, which is a big deal, and a bunch of other stuff. So, Kevin, I'm struggling to see the line here for Kevin. Is it just going to be a sob state of mind?
Yeah, I think depending on the switch outs left and deck cards and deck left, you might be able to buy enough time with that.
And I think that's really the question. Well, there is one other thing. We could gust up that Monkey Dory and just say, Alex, you don't have a replacement. Fun fact, Alex does have a replacement. But, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of stuck here, Kevin, unless you see something else.
The best sob target would be like the Shaman, but that goes down in 4 sobs. So that's probably not enough to deck Alex out. It does buy time, though, to draw into other cards, which could be more helpful in closing out the game.
So the one thing, I don't believe Kevin plays Briar. Does this list play Briar, Kevin, typically?
Typically, I think no.
Okay. So we do have... Because honestly, to me, I see that as the only real win condition here for Kevin, is if we can stall a little bit until we can set up a Briar play to kind of slow things down. Oh, you're right. Curlia is definitely a good move because Gardy isn't going to be able to get it out of there since it can't evolve up. And we just see the knockout and basically saying like, all right, if you've got Gust or you've got Monkey and Mew, you got me here. And unfortunately, we do have Monkey and Mew. And so Alex will be able to move 30 damage with the Monkey Dory, slap all the energy they need onto the wait. Okay, never mind. We just Ultra Ball it away. And there we go. We will put it, and then Gardevoir takes down Ogre Box, missing Latias all game. I mean, Kevin, is there anything else you saw Kevin could have done differently, or did we just kind of get stuck there?
I'm not sure how that Blood Moon Ursaluna got in play. May have been started, but probably don't want that on the board early against Gardevoir.
Yes.
If you could help it. In general, though, I think that was a good example of it's just hard to beat Gardevoir with wall decks or things that are like trying to counter specific archetypes.
Yeah.
Gardevoir just has a ton of options and is super flexible. So you can see there's a lot of things Kevin can do. It's just all of them had a pretty straightforward answer over on Alex's side.
For sure. So, Kevin, let me ask you, because I was going to give you a break here while I talk to somebody. Would you think it'd be cooler to hear about Charizard or to hear about Gardevoir?
Probably straight Charizard. I think everyone's a little sick of Gardevoir at this point, but it
right,
is a new format.
So then, Kevin, tell us a little bit about like why you think Charizard could be a play for Worlds. I'm gonna go grab Christian, and then we'll chat while you take a little break. Sound good?
Yeah, sounds awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah, so Charizard is, I think, first and foremost, takes a pretty good Gardevoir matchup. Just hitting it for weakness means it's hard for Gardevoir to take the initiative, and it's hard to do a lot of damage to a Charizard from Gardy's side. And then it can snowball in the late game, kind of like it always does. It may have some other weaknesses elsewhere in the format. You kind of have to commit some of those tech slots into Goldengo. But if you're trying to target those two decks, I think you could make it pretty feasible to beat those fairly easily. The Grimmsnarl matchup is probably a little on the rougher side since they have damage spread and TM devolution available. But if you're thinking that deck is kind of on the downswing meta-wise and you want to beat Gardevoir and kind of the other stage 2 decks, it seems like it's potentially in a really good spot. It's been on my list of things to try to build and just haven't quite gotten around to really putting effort into it yet.
And when you say that, putting effort into Charizard?
Yeah.
It may be something we have to do. But, Kevin, I will give you a quick break. We've got Moshi here, and then we'll kick Moshi out and bring you back in a little bit.
Cool.
All right, thank you. So, Christian, thank you very much for joining us.
Of course.
How are you feeling about Charizard? Because you're 4-1 now, right?
Yeah, I am 4-1. I've always liked.
Can you
Charizard.
move the mic a lot closer to your face?
I've always liked Charizard.
More closer still, please.
I played it to Indy last year.
I'm just gonna.
For sure.
There you go.
I played it to Indy. I've always liked the deck. It was a lot of fun. I'm enjoying it now. I think it's in a better spot than it was before, for sure.
So why was that?
Because the meta's really good for it because of the Chi-Yu for Goldengo.
Okay.
The max spell makes getting a lot of numbers easier. So like there's a lot of math you could do with Dragapult and like other matchups that like could require max spell and like
That makes sense. So then, tell us about that. What are the matchups that Charizard wants to see?
Obviously Goldengo. You saw on my match, it was pretty easy for me to set up a board, and I did draw really lucky that turn 2 with the max belt.
You definitely did, but if you had seen a nest ball out or something else, you also would have been fine.
I had a lot of outs. I've been seeing a lot of Raging Bolt in the room. I haven't hit any, surprisingly, which I kind of wanted to. Yeah, I haven't hit one.
Okay, here, go ahead and move this way a bit too. So not a single bolt.
No.
Interesting. And real quick, Leo does say good luck.
Thank you, Leo.
They believe in you.
I'm winning this for you. This is my Zard dog.
Leo, I'm glad. I saw you here earlier, so I'm sorry you're on chat, even though I'm very glad you're joining us, because that probably doesn't bode well for how your day went. But, Christian, keep chatting.
But yeah, I haven't seen any bolt. I want to hit one. I know that there's one doing good right now. Actually, I think he just lost to my dad, actually, because I was thinking of Eli. I think Eli just lost to my dad. So actually, I don't know how many bolts are at the top tables right now.
Interesting.
Thinking about it.
I mean, we'll have to check and see. But so Bolt, you said, is a good matchup then?
Yeah.
Okay, and Chi-Yu makes sense because you can one-shot the Ogre Pawn. Plus Zard is hard to get over without them. What else is a good matchup for Zard?
Nothing thinking about it. There's I don't hate Grim because I'm playing Mist. It makes Devo really easy to get around. What else is there in this room? I'm thinking
so Dragapult's a big one.
Rhydon's still easy. Yeah, Dragapult's also.
So and there's a couple different types of Dragapult. I would say straight Pult, you probably cook.
Straight Pult's a lot easier than Dusk Pult for sure.
And I was gonna ask, how's the Dusk Pult matchup?
Haven't hit one either.
That's probably good, honestly.
I'd imagine it's harder. I haven't actually played the matchup enough to know it because I haven't hit one throughout the 3.5 weeks I played this deck.
Really?
No.
Not one?
No.
Huh. Well, so one of the locals here had said that made a joke about me playing Dusknoir Dragapult because that's apparently the only thing I practice. So how have we not played a single game with it? Because I feel like that is the only thing I have built.
I don't remember the last time we played when I built this deck.
Well, that's a fair stance. All right, so we're going to have to grind some games going into Pittsburgh. But then, and yes, Arctic, I could see that Judge is a very powerful card. So then, Moshi, what don't you want to see? What's scary?
I mean, honestly, I said it earlier, but Bolt because Leaves is terrifying.
Leaves is a terrifying card. So why is Iron Leaf so scary?
Because its ability allows it to move it to the active once it's placed on the bench and move grass energies, and it's enough to one-shot a Zard. Yeah. Which can make my prize trade even worse because they're already trying to start with a Baby Bolt. So if they get to start with Baby Bolt and take at least a prize, and then I go trade, I'm hopefully going to kill an Ogre Pawn instead of the Baby Bolt because I don't really want to touch that thing once it's on the board.
Understandable.
But if I kill an Ogre Pawn, they can literally just go Iron Leaves and just kill my Zard, and then I'm really I'm kind of trapped.
Well, that's a tough spot then, because then you have to try to kill it with Chi-Yu and have a backup Zard, and that's a lot of pressure.
I'd have to go Chi-Yu the Leaves, and then Iona them and hope it stays.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier for Owlless builds, but no one's playing that except Matt.
That's very fair.
I know he's in here, so
we do have a local who plays the Owlless bolts, which we were talking about a little bit. Lower to the ground, more efficient, less fancy things you can do. Yeah. All right, so then for anyone who's interested in picking up Zard going into the World Championships, what advice do you have? Is it a good deck? Is it a bad choice?
I would say it's a really good choice for Worlds. I think if you
Hi Matt, thanks for joining.
I think that it has a really good matchup spread so I have previous experience with the deck, so I say that that's a big point of it. But it's not like a hard deck to learn. It's pretty straightforward. I would say just you have to play a deck that you like for one. If Charizard's one that you like, it's probably good to go with it.
Well, I think that's such a big deal because if you play a deck that you don't enjoy and you're miserable for 9 rounds, you're not going to do well. You're going to disengage. You're not going to care. But yeah, play something that you enjoy. It's fun. That is a tier 1 to 1.5 deck.
Yeah.
As much as I was just hyping up Wug Trio, even if you love Wug Trio, do not play that to Pittsburgh unless you are so confident about its place in the meta. Yeah. Christian, do not look at me with that judgment when I bring up Wug Trio. It is a very interesting.
Josh is in the room back there somewhere. I know he's been working on that. So
I believe it. We have a couple locals, both named Josh, who play Shenanigans. So if y'all ever need to see some Shenanigans, I'll let you know if we're putting a Josh up on screen. EV 4.5. 4.5. Yes, Kenneth, that was the math I did before. It's fantastic. And I could also see Joltik being bad because they've got Galvantula, they've got Leaves, they can hand something if you leave it active.
They've also been playing the Gravity Mountain again.
Oh, that's not great.
No.
No, no, do not like that.
That's
Well,
actually how that's almost how I lost round 1.
you played Joltik and beat it?
No, I faced Ethan's. I faced Jack
Oh.
Carter round 1, and he took a big knockout with Gravity Mountain and Brave Angle, but I topped my Carters on the next turn and got rid of the Gravity Mountain.
Okay, that's a big deal. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
But all right, so Christian, what are you thinking going? Because when is your first major event coming up?
It's Milwaukee.
Milwaukee? Okay.
Yeah.
So I think there's a set between now and then.
Yeah.
If Milwaukee was tomorrow, what would you play?
Charizard, for sure. I love this deck too much to drop it.
That's very reasonable. So, all right, I will let you get out of here and get back to it. But thank you very much for joining,
Appreciate
Moshi, and good luck. So you're a 4-1, correct?
Yeah.
Do you know if it's a clean cut yet?
I'm like 75% sure it is.
All right.
But I'm not confident in that. So.
Well, good luck, man. Hopefully we see you in a couple rounds here. And then Bryce, do you mind throwing up that Charizard list from Sunday? Bradner's list. So we can talk a little bit more about Charizard because honestly, this deck is sick. And I think the power level and inevitability that it has, it's just so strong and so hard to figure out a way around it. And so honestly, you all know how the ability works. You evolve it, search your deck for 3 Fire Energy, attach it to whoever you want. That could be Chi-Yu, that can be Charizard. Attacking with Pidgeot is not out of the realm of possibility. Heck, you can attach it to Monkey Dory, use Luminous Energy, and Mind Bend should there be desperate times. But some of the new pieces this has, and do you know if Kevin's back? All right, perfect. Kevin, love to have you chime in here. But one of the new pieces this deck has is Max Belt is the new one, although Arctic, apparently the experts knew earlier. Mist Energy, Monkey, and then also that Picnic Basket. And Kevin, why is there a Picnic Basket in Charizard?
Oh, great question. So this card basically, I mean, it has text on it, but what it really says is, I don't like your Monkey Dories and I want to ruin their day. If you're trying to beat
It's good to boil it
Grimmsnarl,
down to the
like,
key message there, Kevin. Thank you.
yeah. Setting up, Grimmsnarl is trying to like devolution typically. So they're going to be spreading damage on all the different Charizard pieces and then devolution all of them in the same turn so that you don't have any Charizards to attack with. So there'll be like, 60 damage on all of them and you feel like you're getting close. Then they drop the Picnic Basket. Fun fact, not only does it heal your own Pokemon, it heals all of the opponent's Monkey Dories as well. And they wanted to use that damage against you. So very strong against Frostlass and Monkey Dory devolution plays. And also pretty decent against Dragapult. They're spreading damage counters, trying to set up multiple knockouts with the Phantom Dive attack. So has utility into that matchup as well.
Well, and I think that's the really interesting thing that I wanted to call out. The Picnic Basket heals everything and everyone. And when this was first printed, literally everyone looked at it and said, why are the card designers so bad? And then Monkey Dory came out, and then everyone said, oh God, it makes sense. Because being able to heal your opponent, as we saw with like our Grimmsnarl matchup and other Gardy matchups, you don't want damage on your opponent's board. You want to clear it off of there so they can't take advantage of it. And so the one thing I know that's interesting for this deck is this only plays 2 rare candies. And Kevin, that feels pretty low to me, but is that like what the list should be at?
So I think the stage 2 decks are kind of gravitating towards this. You see the same counts in Gardy, you see the same counts in Grimmsnarl. And I think when you have TM Evolution is such a strong card in the format, you're trying to get your stage 2s established reliably. Arven is a really good card, and you plan to go behind by a prize. It activates Countercatcher and Iono and just makes your whole deck stronger. Powers up Charizard's damage because you're not trying to attack early. Your primary game plan is TM Evolution, but there are also times where you need to burst an attacker into play and maintain tempo. And so having 2 TM Evolutions and 2 rare candies lets you reliably set up 2 stage 2s per game without prizing either one of those pieces. And as far as consistency in your stage 2 decks, you really need all the help you can get. And so I think that count makes a ton of sense for this for the exact same reasons it does for Gardy and Grimmsnarl.
And so this is something I want to call out. So we were talking about Arceus Corviknight a little bit previously because it's our baby and like love that deck. But that was a meta where Starbirth is so powerful because it said on your turn 2, if you've attached an energy, take 2 prizes. And if you didn't go 2-2-2, you were probably losing the game. Now, in this format, we have Cleffa, where you spend turn 1 just drawing. You have TM Evo, and you have a 4-2-3 line and a 2-2-2 line. You are playing for comebacks. You're moving monkey damage. the game is so different now than it was even just a couple years ago. And Kevin, I don't know about you, but I love that it looks like this now.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a big improvement. I've had so much fun with Grimmsnarl the last couple months. You just get to do so many cool plays. There's so many turns where attacking and going aggressive is just the wrong option. That was not the case for a 3 to 5 year stretch. I mean, almost the entire COVID era, the gameplay felt pretty stale and the card design was pretty weak. But having the comeback mechanics, having to ponder, is it better to attack and take a prize, or is it better for me to pass? That happens very frequently in this format, and I think that leads to more skill expression and overall more enjoyable games, for the majority of players.
And we saw this in top 4 of NAIC, and it was very much done up as like this brilliant play to pass. And to be honest, it was. But Riley decided to pass against Tord rather than place that Phantom Dive damage on the board. And Tord took a moment to process his life and how he got here and just said, oh crap, if you don't do that, I lose now because I can't respond in the way I want to. So it was just such a brilliant play to be able to do that. And like you said with Charizard, you saw that with Christian. TM Evo was perfect. And we saw Adam probably would have been better served not taking a knockout than letting things get set up in a way where Christian could fez and then reach higher numbers with Charizard.
Yeah, that game was actually a great case study, I think, in playing too aggressively. If you don't take a knockout that turn, Christian has to find a Charizard, a boss's orders, and the max belt, all without access to Pheasantipity, in order to knock out the Genesect that's on the bench. So the odds of that happening, even with Pidgeot EX, are relatively low. Now, we had the Candy Charizard in hand already, may have gotten there anyway, but forcing him to need 3 pieces with no draw versus 1 piece with draw is kind of a massive difference. So, thinking about your long-term prize trade in those early turns is really, really important in this format.
And so long-term is the deal. Mike, we've decided you will never be allowed to have any Nerd Rage merchandise ever. And I'm glad you came back so we could share that with you. Also, you missed, obviously not serious, but you've also missed some really interesting games, honestly. Kevin, we've seen some good stuff come by. We've seen Grimmsnarl versus Gardy, Goldango versus Charizard, a whole lot of Dragapult. We've only had maybe 1 or 2 kind of easy games.
I've seen some Ogre Box showing up. For sure. That deck has some, definitely some good matchups and interesting games. So, yeah, been a good tournament so far. Last round before top cut, is that right? Or do we have 2 more?
Right. Can you flip it? This is our last round. This is our win and in for top cut. 6 rounds. This is round 6. And we are going to see Martin and Sky on the win and in. And it's okay, Mike. We'll actually talk about it and I'll let you know. And we see Dragapult Charizard versus... I don't actually know what kind of Dragapult yet on Sky's end. But Kevin, say it again. Dusknoir. Okay. So Kevin, let me ask you. Dragapult Charizard into Dragapult Dusknoir. Who's favored?
I mean, Sky is on my team, Project Artemis, and we're awesome. So I think Sky is favored.
I should say,
matchup
not player,
wise,
just the deck. Just what deck is
matchup
favorite.
wise. The Dusknars are really scary for any stage 2 deck. I'd probably give them the slight edge. That being said, Zard is pretty good late game into Dragapult. So I could definitely see this going either way, depending on how things play out.
And Mike, it is 6 rounds of Swiss. We were like just below the cutoff for 7. And so we see the Buddy Poffin for Sky. And I mean, that is exactly what she wants to see. Am I right?
Yeah, great start. Weak board from Martin means you're going to Buddy every single time here. Hilda is just good enough to get an energy attachment to retreat. The evolution piece is good for next turn. And right out the gate here, Sky being able to go second, such an advantage in these matchups for cleaner setups like this. You get to Buddy first and play that one item. Just that one Buddy Poffin is just so massively impactful for the setup of the long term.
It is, because just getting down 2 evolving Pokemon is huge. And now on Martin's end, well, there's actually a really interesting play we could make here. So I actually would have liked to see Martin bench that Chi-Yu, because I think there is a first attack on Chi-Yu, Kevin. Do you know what it does?
Flare Bringer. It attaches 2 fire energies from the discard pile to one of your Pokemon, something like that.
Exactly. So if we were able to go into it, we could actually accelerate some energy and get ahead of things. Now on Sky's End, we are 1 rare candy away from winning the game.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Oh, never mind. We just seen Dusclops. That'll do it. Bryce, can we go to game 2? Because holy, that was a quick one.
Told you, Artemis is too good.
All right, so we do see Amar then at 3-1-1 playing against Christian with Goldango at 4-1. So still winning in, and man, that hurts for Martin, Kevin. That just hurts.
Yeah, a rough way to go out in the wind, and that is for sure.
Yes. So we do see a couple Gimme Ghouls hit the board, and yeah, apparently Artemis has just got it. But then we see Arvin come down, and Kevin, is this an Evo turn?
I don't know if Goldangos are even playing Evo anymore.
Wait, are they not? They really should.
Nah,
and
Genesect's good.
I know
you go first. You go first with the new format.
Listen, everything you're saying is logical, and I don't disagree with it, but I'm going to disagree with it. I do actually think, though, a single Evo, if you can spare the slot, like, man, that's got to open up so many plays for you, because then you don't have to put in a major liability like Genesect on your board.
Yeah, it could be relevant. There's also like mirror match situations where you're forced to go first, but there's so many boss in the list and the consistency is so high. I think it has kind of marginal utility. And the problem is if you're playing that Evo, you're going to not have space for like 4th boss or some other really strong card, an extra energy even. Dango wants to be just very straightforward and low to the ground. And the thing is, all the other decks are choosing second. So if you just build it to go first, then what's TM Evo doing in your deck, really?
And it's a fair point. Even if I don't like it, it's a fair point. And we do see Christian go into the Gimme Ghoul, and this is a call for family Gimme Ghoul. So we're going to actually be able to go get Genesect, and this is so good. Christian is in such a good spot.
So this attack actually saved us in our charity match last night. The Dango game was completely bricked. This was one of Sky's games, I think. And the call for family got the Genesect exactly like this, and then you're just absolutely cooking the following turn, assuming it survives. I don't think there's any way for Dragapult to deal with the Genesect immediately. So,
no, not immediately. It can be cleaned up a lot easier, but I mean, if Goldango just sets up against Dragapult, I don't know how Dragapult wins, honestly, because it's so hard to get over or through multiple Goldango, especially if you have something like Picnic Basket or Monkey Dory or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But on Amar's end,
a single healing card at the right time swings it into Goldango's favor, and they draw so many cards.
And that's the issue too, is you can't brick them. They just draw so many cards. I was reading Kenneth's comment about throwing, so I just threw my statement there. But I'm sorry, Kenneth, that's a rough one. But so Amar choosing to Iono, is that better than Buddy Poffin there, Kevin?
Arvin for Buddy Poffin?
Yes.
I'm not sure what you're trying to hit off the Iono here. I guess you want...
Well, not that.
To... ideally, like, you get a Latias and a Badu. I think you want to preserve your attachment, might have been what he was thinking of there. But definitely high risk play over Arvin for Buddy Poffin just kind of gets you into your basics in a more guaranteed way.
And that did not pay off, unfortunately. And Lyric, thank you so much for joining. It is awesome to have you here. Oh, but yeah, Amar, I think, now is in a very tough position because there's no guarantees that Senior has good cards, but Amar's hand is not good. Do you attach Retreat? Wait, why not attach the Fire in Retreat? Any thoughts there, Kevin?
At that point, you just got to get your Dreepies out of the active and try to keep them safe. I don't think which energy matters too much.
I mean, that's fair. It's really annoying me how reasonable and like smart you're being about this, Kevin. If you can knock that off, I'd appreciate it.
I'm trying to make a good impression. We have an official TCG commentator in the chat.
We do. This is true. We got to show up for Emily here. But
pressure's on.
Yes.
Nervous.
So we do see on Christian's end, we get the Genesect down. There's going to be a line to get 2 Goldango out of here and just set up a terrifying board. Is there any downside to setting up multiple Dango?
Not from this board position. Amar's got a slow start already, And if you can just start taking prizes and drawing cards immediately, it's hard to see losing the long game in this particular matchup.
So talk us through this a little bit. What is Christian trying to do this turn?
You want to draw a lot of cards, and ideally you'd want to knock out the energy attachment that is on the Dreepy. In the absence of that, I don't think they're playing Iron Bundle usually. There's no bench space for it at the moment anyway. But yeah, ideally you just want to knock out the Dreepy with the energy and make it even harder for Amar to do any meaningful attacks throughout the game.
So then, and I'm sorry, Kevin, I took a quick break to talk to Rafal here. So we have multiple Dango draws. Do we have the boss? I gotta imagine we bossed the Dreepy, right?
Oh yeah, Christian knows.
Oh yes, and we will see the knockout. We see another Shaman come up. Now we see Badu. We have a research. Okay, so we could still game here if there's not raw energy in Senior's hand, which there probably is. Oh, there's actually not. So there is a small world where we actually save a knockout here. And there we go. We see the Buddy Poffin. We see the Dreepy. What else does Amar need to see this turn?
Is that a Charizard EX in hand? So this is Pult Zard. Okay.
This is Pult
that
Zard,
changes
yes.
things. Yeah, that changes things significantly. He's still way behind, but the Charizard is quite good in the late game. So definitely need some Charmanders established, and we already burned our energy attachment for turn. The item lock is probably your best bet at buying a turn, which is really essential here. And so getting some evolutions, if we could see a Dracloak, that would be massive.
I don't think we may have drawn a Dracloak off of the research, but getting a Charmander Dreepy down is really, really good because this now enables, like you said, that Charizard play a little later in the game to close things out.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Amar, like you said, Kevin, we are way behind. Even if we're not behind in prizes too much, we are so behind in board state and kind of abilities to sustain here. And so I think at this point, we do have the Dracloak. We can start to draw a little bit, but man, that's about it otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, step one is you want to get your basics out. We got there on turn 3, not ideal. Finding the evolution pieces is the next step. We've got 1 so far, and we will be able to at least Itchy Pollen and hope that Christian has trouble drawing into energies. Now, the trouble is gets to draw at least 4 cards of coin bonuses, gets to thin the deck of evolution metal and Pokemon first with the Genesect DX ability, and the odds of hitting a singular basic energy are pretty high off of 4 to 5 cards drawn. Supporters help a little bit maybe with a Cypher Maniac, but even just a simple knockout on the Buddy puts Christian in a very dominant position of 2 prizes.
Yes, and I think dominant is definitely the word. Now, we do see 2 Ultra Balls, so we can get one of those. We can try to set up a board next turn. And, I mean, for Amar, as bad as that last turn was, we're okay now, especially going into Badu. So, I mean, he's kind of turned this into the best turn he could after all of that, unless you think he should have done something different.
No, I think that was perfect. If you're really greedy, you could have asked for an air balloon or some way to free retreat the Shaman and get an attachment on probably the Dracloak. But I really like the counter catcher play here in conjunction with the item lock from Badu. Even if Christian finds the air balloon to pivot out the Genesect, you're still limiting their card draw by having fewer Gold Dangos in the active throughout the turn. And so when you're really desperate to kind of slow your opponent down a little bit, try to get some breathing room, any little disruption you can add on is worth it. And we'll see if it's enough to prevent a knockout or at least prevent an ideal knockout from Christian's side this turn.
Well, the other big thing to note, there is a jamming tower in play. So item lock jamming tower means that Christian cannot just get air balloon to get back into a Goldango. So it's actually going to be a lot harder for him to move this Genesect out of the active, especially because it has 2 retreat. So we need to
That's a great point, yeah.
Yeah, we would need to see a stadium along with that air balloon.
The counter catcher makes them, with the jamming tower, instead of needing just 1 energy to take this knockout on the Badu, now they need an energy they need an air balloon, and they need a stadium bump. So going from one thing to 3 cards needed, like now you might actually buy this turn that you need.
Or
it's the
or
Turo.
we could just Turo and not have to worry about
Yeah.
that whatsoever.
That works too. Two things for the price of one. You just leave the,
and we haven't even drawn from the active yet. That is,
there we
and
go.
we hit the stadium. Okay, well, sometimes we just got it.
Goldengos is it's like that sometimes. Drawing a lot of cards is good.
Drawing a lot of cards is also, that is a magnetic, or excuse me, a full metal lab.
That is a stadium.
That is horrible for Dragapult, because now you're hitting these things for 170, and that is atrocious.
They probably don't have space for like a ton of stadiums either. I mean, there might be a second jamming tower, but beyond that, it might be hard to find. And that's like a rigid ban for all of the metal Pokemon all the time.
100%. And also, it works on active and the bench. So something trying to like snipe or spread, like it eliminates Grimmsnarl damage. You don't need to Shaman or anything.
Yeah.
It prevents stuff like Wellspring Mass from doing much to the bench. Is it a good
really interesting tech option? I think that in general, passive stadiums are pretty bad. But if the format is warped around Goldengo specifically, and everything's trying to hit 260 exactly, and stadium counts are really low for whatever reason, having 1 or even 2 copies of that might swing enough matchups to make it worthwhile. I have noticed with Goldengo, you don't always need your stadium to do anything really active. You sometimes just want to bump it to avoid giving your opponent advantage, or to remove disruption from their side coming over on your end, like the jamming tower that we just saw.
And okay, I have a question, Kevin. As I look up, as I hear what you're saying, I look at the board. Why do we play the Arven before the Unfair Stamp? Or are we just not planning to Unfair Stamp this turn?
That's a good question. I think Unfair Stamp is probably as good now as it's ever going to be. Once you go down further, Iono is going to be just as good or as strong, and you have the upside of maybe playing a different supporter after the Unfair Stamp. Maybe Amar thinks he can get enough off of this Arven to get what he needs with the disruption and see if that gets him back into the game. I don't think the Charizard is knocking out Goldengo just yet, though, so we'll see what else he has in store to try to reach for that knockout.
That's true, because Charizard is doing 240. That Full Metal Lab 210 is not math I thought I would have to do today, if I'm being honest with you, Kevin.
Yeah, you said you were a Luke Metal fan. We've got it in item card. It's a GX attack effect in an item card. You just have to not have, or sorry, your stadium. You can't let your stadium get bounced.
I mean, you're not wrong. It is a passive stadium, unless you're attacking into a metal deck, in which case, don't play it down. But the GX attack for Lucario Melmetal was Full Metal Wall GX. So it's like, you're not wrong. This is literally Luke Metal. But so the question I would ask is, why do we play the Unfair Stamp second? Why would we not Unfair Stamp and then try to draw on top of that?
I think in general, Unfair Stamp first would be better. If there's small downside of you don't hit any supporters after you Unfair Stamp, and in that case, you want to get the value out of the Arven when you have the chance. But you have Dracloak available. I mean, that's 7 cards. You're probably going to find a supporter to build the hand or something stronger than the Arven after the Unfair Stamp. So I'd probably weigh keeping the flexibility of the turn open over committing to Arven early.
And I would tend to agree with that. And so we do see the energy come down from the Charizard. We can draw with Recon Directive and then evolve into Dragapult and then Unfair Stamp. But, I mean, we're really banking on hitting one of our remaining 2 Luminous Energy in the deck. That's not great odds.
Yeah, you got a little extra draw with the Dracloaks. Pheasantipity, I think, is live as well, if you're okay putting that liability down.
All right, so we do see the Recon Directive. We see another Dracloak, which is awesome.
There it is. Love
and
it.
so we'll see Recon Directive. We actually hit the Luminous. Wow. What do I know, Kevin? Nothing, apparently. And now we get to attach, evolve, attach, Unfair Stamp, and pray. And I really need to emphasize the prayer part, because Goldengo's going to draw 5 cards on top of this.
Yeah, I'm less religious than you, but I'll add my prayer to the mix for this one.
That's a fair point.
I think Dango's going to need it.
I guess I used the cultural term, not the religious one there.
Yeah.
That's very fair. All right, so we are currently going to see a Phantom die for 170 and then 60 damage counter placement. And this can fix math for Charizard, but man, Amara is still in a very rough position here.
I think Dango's going to Dango on him, and it's going to be tough to hold off the charge. I think Christian still has Energy Surge Pro available. So
he does. He does.
This Charizard going down, or the Dragapult going down, is a big potential problem here.
I would say very likely even, because that is pretty easy to get all that energy out of the deck, since he also hasn't discarded very much. It's only been, I think, 1 Lightning and maybe 2 others, so there's going to be a whole variety of cards still in the deck.
Yeah, you love this as Goldango if you can take your first couple knockouts without burning too many energies and keeping that burst potential of this Energy Surge Pro available for when the Stage 2s come into play. That's part of why it has such a good matchup into these evolving Stage 2 decks. And with the added consistency of the Genesect, it's really pushed into that Tier 1 status. Finally, there's a counter to decks like this, the Grimmsnarls and Gardys of the world, just the pure aggression of Goldango and immunity to hand disruption that it has. Makes it very resilient and kind of tough to counter in this format.
That makes sense, and I agree. And Mike, yes, I would agree, Mike. This matchup is cooked at the moment. But to your point, Luke Metal got me qualified for Players Cup 3 and 4 like tournament style, because I just kind of grinded against lots of people that didn't play perfectly and got a ton of points. So I still have a warm space in my heart for the deck. And now for Christian, we have Cypher Maniacs here. Is there a reason why we're not drawing with the bench first before going into it?
That's one way to get a supporter. No, so I think there's a lot of nuance with Cypher Maniacs. When I was playing Goldango, something I like to do was use a couple of my draws first in case I hit something that I already wanted. And then Cypher Maniac can do a couple interesting things for you. Yeah, it can get you 2 cards this turn. But if you only need 1 card, like a Boss's Orders, especially if it doesn't shuffle your deck, you can use your last draw of the turn on the benched one and draw the 1 boss for turn and then stack whatever you need to win the game the following turn on top of the deck and just leave it there. And so I probably would have used 2 benched draws first and then considered using the Cypher Maniac depending on what else was in my hand and what my goals for both this turn and the next turn would be. So it's very situational, but I think there's a lot of upside to Cypher Maniac for Iono-proofing yourself, especially now that that unfair stamp from Amar's side is already used.
And I would agree, because you know the only disruption Amar will be able to throw at you is Iono, which will just put the top of your deck into your hand. And, I mean, Mike, you got a top 8 out of Santa Clara. And also, you just beat it. You just beat it. Oh, Stealthy Hood. Oh, that is far before Luke Metal's, Golden Hour. Oh, and Logan, congrats on qualifying for PC4. The Players' Cups were awesome. And Kevin, you and I both love the Players' Cups. They were so much fun.
Oh, yeah. Top 8. 1 spot off of the Travel Award. Players' Cup 3. My claim to fame.
But it's a good claim to fame. It's a pretty good result. You beat Tord. Beating Tord is pretty good.
I beat Tord in a set, and I had game on board the game I lost. That was something.
So probably don't do that then. But all right,
Great story. Well, in my defense, the very professional commentators also did not see the line. I had to review it myself. It was very obscure. Attached to Mewtwo and Mew GX, Boss's Orders, a Mew, and copy Hotbird for 1 energy, because the baby Mew that was bench barrier was weak to Psychic. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah, I would not have seen. You know what? Yeah. Halo Sky did win. She unfortunately donked Martin to kind of knock him out. But now on this end, Senior, attached to Goldango, do we have the 7 energy to knock out this Dragapult? I think we do. I mean, with this knockout, I don't know how Amar wins. Is there a line you can see, Kevin?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Maybe hope that it's pure energy or Triple Surprise or something. I'll answer Logan's question in the chat here. What I play in the Players' Cups, I qualified with Goldango or with Decidueye and Pikarom. And then in the Players' Cup 3 finals, I played Victini Welder Box. which was a good time and was very, very close to winning a travel award. But overall, had a great time anyway.
And Logan, on my end, I played Dragapult VMAX to qualify for Players Cup 1 Global Finals. I played Luke Metal to qualify for 3 and 4, but in 3 and 4, I played peak round for both. I got top 16 in North America in Players Cup 3, and I got top. I did qualify for Global Finals in Players Cup 4, although I absolutely got cooked in both of those finals. And you can just thank Matthew Burris for the first one. It was gross. And we actually have seen Straight Zard beat Goldango just a round or so ago. And, I mean, I honestly think Straight Zard has a better matchup into Dango, only because Dango's so resistant now to sticking and spread that being able to just one-shot stuff is going to give you a better positioning than Dragapult trying to spread. I don't know if you disagree with that, Kevin.
I agree 100%. I think that the way that Goldango decks are currently set up, Dragapult EX is just not a very good attacker into Goldango specifically. And because of that, committing all the bench space for it, yeah, you get a little bit of draw with the Dracloaks, but overall, you're just not winning a prize trade more times than not when they have the deck space to provide healing cards that kind of ruin your even prize trade that you have in a vacuum with it.
100%. And Logan, huge soft spot for Dragapult VMAX. That was my first big result, so I was so happy when they printed Dragapult EX. And yeah, Horror Psychic on Dragapult EX would be gross. But okay, so we see the Recon Directive come down. I kind of want to see a boss knockout on a Goldango without energy. What do you think, Kevin?
Without energy, yeah. Leaves both of them tied up and harder to access from the discard pile. It makes it slightly harder to reach on the 2 prize or the active.
You are
still 6 prizes left, though. Doesn't feel great.
No, I think we are. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the word screwed, but that's where we're feeling right now. So we're going to see Amar play that Iono, shuffle up, draw 6 off the top, whereas Christian gets 2. But I really need to stress that Christian is going to draw a whole, and we have Fez and Dippity Boss. Oh my goodness. Boss doesn't matter. Fez certainly matters. Can Amar do anything else here?
I mean, you play the disruption. You're going to get a knockout, finally take some prizes.
Which is good. Very good. Franklin, yes. Amar is taking his time, but you know what? That's okay. We are not at time yet. We're kind of expecting the round to be over in a couple minutes here. I love power. So one thing to note, and Kevin, this is good for you and I to know too, we always, in between Swiss and Top Cut, try to have a bit of a show match. Give us commentators a break, and also let you guys see something fun other than standard. So, Kevin, we're going to give both you and I a break for about 20 minutes, and we're going to have Rafal and Josh is a local, come on and commentate a good match of GLC that I think Ryan and someone else is going to play. So, Kevin, are you down for a 20-minute break or so before we come back and get prepped for and start Top Cut?
Sounds lovely. I'll probably go grab some food quick, honestly.
That is super reasonable. So we'll see how this game ends, and then, Kevin, you and I probably just want to be back by 10 to 4 to get prepped for Top Cut.
Top Cut can do. Sounds great.
Beautiful. And so we do see the knockout by Amar. Christian going into Goldango, and to be honest, I like that decision because even if you may hit an air balloon, you don't have one now. We see the nest ball to thin the deck a bit, and then we just start drawing a billion cards, right?
Yeah, the Scyther actually has free retreat, so it might technically be a better promotion, but I don't think it's going to matter.
So I would actually say I think the Goldango's the better promotion because with Air Balloon, you can draw 2, retreat into a different Goldango, and draw 2, rather than only be able to draw 1.
+1 card potential for sure.
That is insane, Mike, that the lowest place of your room was 9th place. It's wild. And Hugo, you're right. I think Amar only drew 5. Well, and we already did a search afterwards. I would say technically that would break the game state, but I don't know. Kevin, what do you think on this? Is this a hill to die on?
I mean, it's probably a slight disadvantage, if anything.
I would agree.
I'm not a judge, though.
And James, thank you very much for joining us from New Zealand. Awesome to have you here. Oh, well, okay. Well, I think that just about ends the game if we go get the superior and just draw a bunch of cards to discard with it. Do we have a tool card in deck? We do. So, yeah, I mean, if we just draw 2, superior away, get 8 energy, that's game. I think it's game wrapped up, Kevin.
Let's go.
I love
We had to see
it.
the Dango pop off. We talked about it at the start, and this is why. It's very good.
It is extremely good. And we are going to see that superior 2 to get 4 energy, and then superior again to get another 4 energy. And just as the opponent, just looking at this, what do you do? Like, how do you stop that if they can just knock out everything? So
my answer, Dan, is pick a different deck. I've put away the Grimmsnarl for now, which makes me very sad. But Dango needs to be answered, and that's not the deck to do it with. So.
I think Grimmsnarl. So you and I talked about this when we were in Japan together. Like, that Devo line is essential, and I think that Devo line is more and more essential. Whereas for me, if I do play and keep going with Dragapult Dusknoir, I may consider including a Devo in there for the surprise play, because in situations like that, if you're able to spread a bit, Devo, they can't draw if there's no gimme ghouls down. Who cares about Goldangos? But we will give you a bit of a break here, Kevin. Rafal, I'm going to hand stuff off to you. Are you guys ready, or you need a minute?
We could do like a 3-minute break.
Yeah. I'm not going to take a break, but we can talk for 3 minutes and then let you guys pop on.
Then we're wrapping up. We'll be set up soon.
Perfect. So actually, Kevin, we're going to talk for another minute, if that's okay with you.
I am fine with that.
Beautiful. So, yes, Mike, the prizing before COVID, way worse than the prizing now. Thank you very much. Adam is handing me the lovely Hilda's, the best card from the new set for Dragapult. And Adam, unfortunately, did not make cut. So, Kevin, Devo, kind of that alternate line where you're truly not taking knockouts. How impactful is that card right now in the format?
It's a good card. The thing is, there's good counterplay available for Goldango. So we talked about the picnic basket.
Yeah.
There's also Moonlit Hill as a stadium that lets you discard a psychic energy from hand and heal 30 from just your side, which honestly is good enough against Devo. Probably, if you're playing either of those, it's really hard to get up to 7 on each Goldango.
Yes.
Now, what can help is playing a deck like Ryan's that has the Yveltal that can then kind of repeatedly spread damage with an attack, plus the Monkey Dory and Frostlass, where it's only giving up 1 prize per turn, where the Marnie's Grimmsnarl is giving up 2, which just makes the game go by like 50% faster. It's a really big deal. So to lean into the Devo, you almost need like extra spread to counter the Devo counter of the healing. And once you start that cycle, the deck that's more inherently consistent and powerful is just going to be a lot favored, because the Stage 2 decks, I'm telling you, do not function as well when you're adding tech cards, whereas Goldango has a core that's really consistent and draws a bunch of cards for very little effort. It can afford to play cards that are useless in half the meta if it swings the important ones. And that is kind of where that picnic basket TM Devo interaction is at, and it kind of works out in Goldango's favor, I think.
100%. And I think that's the big thing. Whenever we talk about, I was actually just talking to a local about this. Whenever we talk about tech cards, you can fit all the tech cards you need. You can try to swing all the matchups you want and say, hey, this takes us from like an 80-20 to like a 50-50. That's huge. But how much does it affect when you set up? Like, how much do you play the game? Because like you said, Stage 2s, that's a whole lot of pieces already in there to function. If you replace draw cards, if you replace consistency with techs, sure, when you hit that matchup and when you set up anyway, it can be a big swing. But we don't actually know if you'll set up if you keep drawing in a tool scrapper every turn. Like, that's just not good. And Brian, yes, we got some beautiful people here. Thank you very much for joining. Hot, thank you very much for joining too. Awesome to have you all here. And so, Kevin, like, how do you walk that line, especially with Stage 2s, of when to tech and when to not?
Yeah, so it's a really difficult balance. I think you need to play the percentages into a given meta. If the deck you're trying to beat is prevalent and you expect it to be at the top tables and you can't afford to take a loss to it, then including a 1-card tech to swing that matchup, if it goes from unfavorable to favorable or from slightly favorable to very favorable, might be worthwhile if your deck has enough consistency to support it.
Yeah.
But if you have to do that against multiple top-level archetypes, then probably the deck just isn't strong enough in the current meta. And so if you're adding multiple tech cards for multiple different matchups, your deck's consistency is going to suffer. And you're probably better off switching to a more powerful deck within the meta and adapting that to beat the top decks. So my question is always, how much do I have to sacrifice my own consistency to target specific matchups? Ideally, I'm committing one card out of my 60 to swing one important matchup. If it's more than that, it's a pretty tough sell because so many games of Pokemon are won or lost just based on one deck working and the other not.
And so that, I think, is the biggest thing. Don't just try to twist and contort your favorite deck to beat things it doesn't. If it's really important to beat those things, pick something that beats those. And so, Kevin, I'm going to say go ahead and take a break, my friend. Be back in like 25 minutes, 350. Or 450 for you here in Michigan. I'm going to hand this off to Rafal, and we're going to get started on a good game of GLC here. So, Kevin, we'll see you in a bit.
See ya.
I can do that.
Hello. Oh,
That's the
yeah.
enthusiasm, Rafal.
Hello. Hi. Yeah. Well, I didn't have the best cup of my life today. I've been kind of popping off of the energy cups recently. Today was not my best. Oh, our names are swapped. Yeah. Take a thingy. Hello, I'm Rafal. This is Josh. Oh, we just re-swapped. Sorry, Bryce.
What's going on, everybody?
We're just going to be casting some gym leader challenge in between, kind of setting up for top 8. As you all saw, there was a lot of winning matches. There might be some, a couple 4-2 players making their way into top cut because all the 4-1s had to play it out. So it's going to maybe makes things a little bit interesting. So we got about 30 minutes till top cut's going to be starting. So my name is Rafal Gladys. This is Josh Bell, and we're just going to be watching Ryan and Trevor play some gym leader challenge and giving Kevin and Dan a rest because they have been going at it for a while now.
Yeah, they've been putting in a lot of hard work.
Yeah, shout out to
today.
them first of all.
Yeah, I think it's a huge... Dan said he's tired. It's a huge sacrifice, I think. Being in here, doing the casting, making a broadcast that's worth watching. So we're happy that they're doing so.
Yeah, so Josh, I mean, you and I both played a decent amount of Gym Leader Challenge. Are you familiar kind of with either of these archetypes that Ryan and Trevor are playing? Are these ones that you've played a lot?
Yeah, I think I know. It depends on what grass. There's been a couple of different grasses that people have been running. I see the Grookey coming out here, the Badoo, the Turtwig. So this is looking like an amp, just sort of the standard list.
Yeah, both of these lists are kind of typical. I mean, Dragon has kind of been evolving over time. There was a while where Dragon was kind of based on this these stage 2s. You had this Dragon that lets you search for a supporter every turn, and the deck's kind of evolved to just be like really heavy aggressive with all these basics. Grass it just kind of is what it is. It's been probably the same like 55 cards for probably 2 years now.
Yes.
You got all your stage 2s. You got your Rillaboom that finds you energy. You got your Venusaur that makes all your energy worth double. You got the Roserade that kind of is the glue for the deck. It's when you evolve it, you can search for any one card in your deck, and that kind of pieces it all together. And then you got your Torterra that does more damage for every evolved Pokemon on your board. And you got a couple basics in between all that. But Trevor's deck is kind of your standard grass deck.
Yeah, and hopefully he did some prize check in here because it can always be a little scary not getting those stage 2s up.
Yeah, and honestly, actually, hello, Joe. Joe's our judge here. They can't see you on the camera.
Oh, okay.
But if you want to tell them to maybe look at their prizes and show it to the camera, because it's a Gym Leader Challenge, they might as well. Yeah, let them know. Let them know. Let them know that they can show the prizes. I don't really care.
Oh, they're like, absolutely.
Yeah,
I'll check.
please. All right.
Please, I'll do a.
All right, the Mella's a big one. Two energy each. Nothing crazy.
Yeah, nothing crazy. We should get a good.
Nothing too bad.
Trevor's
there we go.
making sure we get the right angle here.
Yeah,
Thank
Trevor's got the timer ball, which is for some GLC players is essentially a blank card. I used to be a timer ball believer. I don't think I really want to play in a lot of my decks anymore. Even though this is my deck that they're playing, but I think I just kind of stole it from Andrew Mahone.
Yeah, the timer ball is a little tricky. It always feels good when you get the 2 heads, right? But then when you get the 2 tails, it's like, why didn't I play Ultra Ball? Why didn't I play this ball?
Yeah, like I mean, 50% of the time it's an evolution incense. 25% of the time it's a blank card. So it's like, at a certain point, it's like evolution incense might just be more effective.
Yeah.
And one of the nice things about the grass deck is that it's very like self-sustaining. So you got your Grottle, which evolves from Turtwig, which searches for a grass Pokemon, and you've got your I actually forget what the stadium is called. But there's also a stadium, turf field stadium.
Turf field.
Yeah,
Correct, yeah.
that also lets you search for a grass Pokemon every turn. So there's a point where the grass deck is kind of very self-sustaining and it just kind of like stacks itself up. The issue is kind of getting through those early turns because it doesn't particularly have any like low maintenance attackers. Honestly, Badoo maybe is like your most effective like early game way to play.
Yeah, and looking over at the Dragon side here, Arven into Battle Pass always feels good. This deck doesn't play a ton of Pokemon.
Yeah, it's maybe like 6 or 7 basics.
So, if you can get, 3 out, first turn, start loading them up, that always feels really, really good. It's unfortunate on Trevor's side not having that Turtwig out to get that, what's its ability, that
Grottle?
Yeah, what's its ability? It's Sun.
Oh, I forget. Sun-Drenched Shell.
Sun-Drenched Shell, yes.
Yeah, so, and we see Ryan here, the Dragon deck, it's kind of a mix of like, honestly, a lot of the dragons are like the things you see in the meta today. You get a kind of a mix of these like supportive dragons, like you got the Tatsugiri that searches for supporters, so you play all these good supporters. You got the Regidrago that just recently rotated that lets you draw till you have 4 cards in your hand, which is not amazing, but it's better than nothing, right?
Yeah.
Some GLT archetypes, some certain types have very little acceleration. Ryan here realizing if he's going to do Turbo Energize, you probably need an energy to do that attack.
Yeah, and if you're going to put the Tatsugiri up anyways, you're probably going to want that on that Pokemon.
Yeah, it's Ryan's just being really efficient with his resources here. He's going to be able to not only search for a supporter, he's going to be able to use that Turbo Energize to get energy onto the board and, set up one of the most lethal attackers of our current standard format, which is that Baby Raging Bolt.
I think anytime I see a standard card in GLC, it just sort of speaks to just how powerful it is because it can survive in our current meta. It's certainly, in my opinion, probably going to survive and do well in the GLC meta.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things is like in GLC, there are certain cards that are that when they get printed, it's like, wow, this is really good for GLC, right? Like something like the Torterra that's in Trevor's deck. It's kind of like his ace attacker. It's such an incredibly powerful card, but it was never a standard deck. On the other hand, Ryan is playing this Raging Bolt that like, I played against 2 of those today at the Cup. Like when it's a card that is actually strung in a current standard deck, and you're putting in your GLC decks, it means that card is pretty good.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and especially even without the Raging Bolt, the Dragon is pretty strong with the Regidrago, the Drampa, just kind of loading up, being ready. So even if Ryan prizes it, there's still a ton of options, and of course you have that Hisuian Heavy Ball to grab it out, which I know is important in the Dragon deck.
Yes, definitely. And yeah, we see Trevor here being able to use the bug catching set, one of the newer cards that that Grass has gotten, even though I guess it's not that new of a card. The thing is that now that Ryan has that Raging Bolt on the board, Trevor is on a bit of a timer, we did see him get a crisp spin with that Tatsugiri, so he's going to be able to get 3 energy onto that Raging Bolt and start doing 90 damage all over the board.
Oh yeah.
Trevor is not playing the Shaman, as far as I know, that that protects your bench. So, Trevor's going to be having to evolve up his board and eventually build up some kind of stage 2 attacker that can deal with this Raging Bolt, while Ryan's just going to be trying to pick away at his setup.
Yeah, it's kind of like in standard right now, especially for the stage 2 decks. If, Raging Bolt goes up in the active, you got to hope you have at least another sort of Pokemon in the bench to get powered up, get going here. I'm looking at Trevor's board, and it's looking a little dire, in my opinion. He's getting close to the Venusaur here. I think having the Bramble down is good.
Yeah, Franklin, that's a good point. We did see 2 prize lightning energy in Ryan's for Ryan when he showed his prizes. However, the Dragon deck does have a tool that I guess not literally a tool; it's an energy card.
Yeah, I was about to say
it's a very effective card.
That you were going to tell me a card I wasn't aware of.
No, not literally a tool, but a very effective card in the Dragon deck that allows it to do a lot of damage, which is the double Dragon energy. So even if you prize some of your resources, you can still get 2 rainbow energy onto any of your dragons with that energy. Although there is not really any easy way to find it.
Yeah, do you think, Ryan might go for the Marnie here and just kind of search for it?
I think it's possible. I mean, we might be mistaken and he does have a lightning energy in the deck, but I think it's very likely that it just has the 2, largely just because of the fact that
we'll find out right now.
Yeah, well, there's a water. Yeah, the deck is mostly no lightning.
No?
Yeah, Ryan's realizing those prizes are a little bit tough.
You saw the prizes, Ryan.
Yeah, we will probably still be able to get some sort of attack off. This Drampa will be able to attack. It does 70 damage and then 70 more if it has multiple energy types attached. So Drampa will be able to start putting out damage, but it's nothing compared to that Raging Bolt that can just kind of pick and choose what it wants to hit.
Yeah, and so at least you're getting attack in. It's unfortunate it's going on the Bramblem here. I'm sure Ryan would have loved just to get that Lightning, attach it to the Raging Bolt, and be able to hit this Venusaur. But yeah, Trevor's probably going to be looking for a Candy play here to get the Venusaur up, and then Candy into the Rillaboom.
That was a Crustle on the stream for a second. Ryan was playing that last week. Yep, and we have the knockout. Does he get a Lightning? Oh, he does not. He gets the Wishful Baton, and he realizes maybe I should have attached that Airborne to Tatsugiri. You know, these guys are both just kind of doing a bit of a show match, giving us time to set up our top cut matches.
That's a pretty good top deck.
Top decking the Roserade is a pretty big deal.
Trevor stoking it in.
Yeah, although it's like he has too many options almost.
Yes, I mean, I love that feeling when you top deck a card that really just changes everything, right? And so that's the thing too about the Pokemon game is you spend so much time on your opponent's turn thinking about what's next, and then you can draw that one card that could really change everything.
Yeah, and now that Bramblin's knocked out, he's like, that Brambleghast is not coming out anytime soon.
Yeah,
Bramblin has
get
like
that outta
50
here.
HP. That thing isn't coming back. And you know, there's always a 1 in 1/6 chance that Ryan just got a Lightning off the prizes.
Fair.
So Trevor has to be ready for the possibility that that Ryan will be knocking out his bench soon.
Yeah, so he's quick balling right now. The Tapu Bulu
Tapu Bulu
would be good. Just to start getting it loaded up because it can do a really big attack here. But really what he's looking for here is Venusaur and then Candy into the Rillaboom.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's kind of his key play here. He's going to be happy with that, going to get all those Mons with the higher HP in, protect from the Raging Bolt, but not grabbing that Lightning. You know, Ryan might be on the clock here.
Yeah, well, I think the issue for Trevor here is that even if he uses this Roserade ability to search for any one card and does it for something to find like a Pokemon, and as opposed to like a supporter to refresh his hand, he might be able to develop his board, but he's not necessarily any closer to winning. So he's realizing that maybe Budu's the right way to go. I do see him with the pushing up the teammates at the top of his deck. So I think he's going to get the teammates. So because he got knocked out last turn, he can search for any 2 cards he wants. And he'll probably use this to, if I were him, get maybe a supporter for the following turn, like an Iona or a Marnie.
Yeah.
And as well as a card to develop his board simultaneously.
Yeah. He's looking through the deck here. I'm wondering too if he has Rare Candy in the deck. Rare Candy, maybe Rare Candy is Rare Candy prized. I forget.
I'm not sure, but yeah, like he does play a Rare Candy, but I'm not seeing it in his hand. So the thing is that if he Rare Candies to Rillaboom now, I think at the end of the day, I do think he just wants to Itchy Pollen. So I think he's fine not necessarily evolving to it with using a Rare Candy to evolve to it, and he'd rather just find other resources to try to like slowly level up and power up all his guys.
Yeah, I know that the Roserade has a Paralyze attack, probably a little bit more riskier than just sort of retreating into the Badoo. But that Paralyze attack can be kind of detrimental if it connects here, but it probably is the safer play just to go into the Badoo. There's Turf Field, start setting up.
Yeah, and the FaceTime card, is that still the teammates, or is he still thinking about the second card from the teammates?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say he might be doing a lot of things at once here.
No, I'm trying to keep track of it all. I believe he's finished with the teammates. I think he grabbed Turf Field and another card, which I believe is that face down card.
I think it was a supporter.
Yeah, it was a supporter. So I think he got Turf Field and that supporter that he just threw into his hand. I think he's saying, Ryan, that he's sorry for the order, but he's got it all back in his hand. We're gonna attach.
Yeah, there's the Marnie. Oh, and he's going to go for the Paralyze.
Oh, he is? Oh, he's got the Venusaur. That's right. He only needs the 1 energy. He goes for it. Oh, off the table. Trying again. Here we go.
Oh. He does not get it. It does like 30 damage and does not paralyze.
A heartbreaker. That would have been a big, big deal. I'm not sure how Ryan would have responded.
Yeah, I mean, his only real way out of that would have been something like a Guzma. But now Ryan has a little bit more mobility. But again, the fact that he's not able to attack with his Raging Bolt is kind of the game changer here. It's what's letting Trevor stay in the game here. Ryan's thinking about the best thing to do here. He does have the Silent Labs, which turns off all abilities for basics, but Trevor's deck isn't really based around
doesn't
basic
really
abilities.
Yeah, the grass is chilling still. I'm just wondering if it. I'm wondering if the teammates. I don't even know. I'm trying to compute it all. But you definitely want to involve the Grookey here. I think that turn you absolutely could evolve the Grookey and the Venusaur. Maybe I missed a step here, but both seemed plausible to do. But I do think going for the Paralyze was the right call.
Yeah, so he could have gone for it if he teammates for like the Thwacky and the turf field, but then he'd have no supporter. And lucky him that either way Ryan was going to Marnie here, but he didn't know that,
Yeah,
right? So
right.
he was getting a supporter just to be safe.
That's a good point.
And Ryan just going to go for the knockout, I think. Yeah, it does additional damage because it has multiple energy types. Is it a lightning? It's not a lightning. Still, that's a big deal.
Yeah, Ryan's smiling. He definitely knows he needs that lightning. Stuck in the bottom 4. This could definitely be an opened window here for Trevor. If he can get the knockout here, it's going to get a little scary.
Yeah. So Trevor is now kind of getting into an interesting situation where he's starting to get his attackers, but he doesn't have the energy acceleration. The energy acceleration comes from the Rillaboom.
Correct.
The Venusaur makes every grass energy worth 2, but most of his attackers nonetheless need at least have like a 3 energy attack cost.
Definitely going to need at least 2 on there if you with the Venusaur to get to that 3-4. Turtwig's coming out.
Yeah, honestly, I think Trevor's perfectly fine just developing his board a little bit more. He gets that Thwacky. He's going to Colress here for a bunch of cards. He also gets the Netball.
Oh, gosh. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I don't know quite what he goes for here. He's kind of, like your big 3 is your Turtwig, your Grookey, and your Bulbasaur lines, and kind of building those up. So he's got like the big 3 guys he's working on.
Yeah, and I like the develop of the Turtwig. We got the Tapu Bulu.
Yeah, and Tapu Bulu is one of his kind of bigger basic attackers, but it still has that 4 energy attack cost, which can be alleviated because Venusaur makes, if you just put 2 grass energy on it, that Venusaur makes those count for 4. So the Venusaur will make up that difference. Oh, and he's just going to get the, he's going to say, that Rose Raid's so good. Let me try to use it again.
Did he put 4 cards back?
Yeah, it's an ordinary rod. So it's up to 2 energy and up to 2 Pokemon, yeah.
Thank you. I'm so used to the Super Rod.
Yeah.
Haven't played GLC in a minute, but man, I love this format. It's really exciting too, the fact that even though Ryan takes those first prizes, you still feel like Trevor has routes here. I feel like the deck sort of offers a lot of different options. This Badoo's going to be great. He's sort of setting up in the back line, and then Ryan not having that energy. You could see Trevor take knockout after knockout after knockout, and Ryan might not be able to find the resources that they need in order to sort of make it happen. So this is exciting. We'll see if Trevor can kind of make it back. One thing I wanted to ask you is in the VGC, you know how we can Iono to like 1 or 2? In the VGC, is there like an equivalent of like when you're super behind, a way to like make it so that you have an advantage and your opponent is now at an extreme disadvantage to try to sort of come back?
That's an interesting question. I think it really heavily depends on the VGC format you're playing in. Because right now everyone can play 2 mythical Pokemon, kind of like the cover art legendaries. Like a Calyrex or like a Zekrom, things like that. So like in VGC right now, things are kind of blasting each other. I don't know if there's necessarily like effective comeback mechanics. But you can kind of chip away at your opponent, lower their stats with things like Intimidate, and get yourself into a position to come back. But something like an Iono, where like you have 1 Pokemon left, your opponent has 4, and you win off of that is in the VGC pretty unlikely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we see Ryan. The HG Pollen did his job, right? Ryan drew, got a knockout. That knockout was going to happen, but at least he didn't do anything else to damage Trevor's setup here.
And did you see the prize that Ryan got?
He did get the lightning.
He was very adamant about showing us that he got that lightning finally.
For sure. And we've actually had a couple questions in the chat about some of the GLC decks. And Mike Martin asking, is Forest of Giant Plants banned? Yes, it is. It was actually one of the first banned cards in GLC. The card is getting a very similar reprint coming out in the Mega Evolution set. I think Andrew Mahone said tentatively he's not planning on insta-banning it. He's going to kind of see how things go because his reasoning was the grass has gotten so few buffs over the last 2 years. Maybe this won't make it broken.
Yeah, It's so interesting. All of these decks kind of have their own pieces that you have to be mindful of, and I'm sure making bans is especially difficult for GLC for Andrew because if you nerf one of those key cards for a certain type, I mean, it could be really difficult for that deck to function. I know that or normal types got a huge nerf with some of those energies being banned. But I don't know. I've seen my friends and on my Twitter, there's a lot of colorless decks that are actually doing pretty well still. So, I think the deck is going to be just fine.
Yeah, kind of the efficiency of the archetype's ability to do damage was lowered, but still has double turbo energy, and all the great cards in that deck are still there. All the Pokemon are still there. So banning a couple energy it doesn't seem to have slowed down colorless all that much. It just maybe made it from being broken to being very good.
Yeah.
And Ryan got that lightning off the prizes, and he also has a prism in the hand, so he does have a way to attack with that Raging Bolt. But by now, is that even going to be his ideal attacker?
Yeah, you really want to get the Raging Bolt going when early in the game, when you can start chipping away at the bench. You can stop, especially in this matchup, the grass from evolving. But it is a little late, so we'll have to see. Ryan hasn't used his double dragon, right?
He has not. So he has the ability to just slam 2 energy onto the board immediately.
Yeah. And you really like that, and that's the effect of the whistle or the
baton.
flute, the baton.
Baton,
Gosh,
yeah.
the baton. It can move up to 3 energy.
I believe it's up to 3. Yeah.
Very strong.
Yeah. So you see the Raging Bolt doesn't have a lightning on it, but it is ready. It is ready to do some blasting. He's obviously going to start with the Tatsugiri, try to find himself a useful supporter first.
Yeah. Trevor was able to get that knockout, though, so he's down to 5 prizes. Even if Ryan gets this knockout here, he's got, pieces in the back to work with. As the grass, their new strategy is to get the Bramble Vest gassed up and just start sweeping and tanking. It's not going to be an option here for Trevor, so that might be a window here for Ryan. How much is this Raging Bolt doing here, Rafal?
So it's going to be 30 for every energy on it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the 5th is going to have to be either a Prism or a Lightning or a Double Dragon. So at least 150 damage, kind of blasting whatever direction you want. Ryan does also have that Druddigon, which does a lot of damage. If you got knocked out the previous turn, that Druddigon might be his attacker for the turn if he doesn't want to waste that bolt on maybe you kind of want the bolt in a situation where you can kind of get those higher damage numbers. That Druddigon doing like 120 as a revenge attack.
Yeah.
That might be a nice way to trade with this Tapu Bulu, but you want to save that big bolt snipe for maybe the later turns at this point.
Yeah, that would be a smart play by Ryan. He's got the Guzma and Hala card that I miss dearly. Gosh, when that card was legal, it was so fun to play. Glad that it's a staple here in the GLC. It's a great way to get that stadium and that special energy. And look what Ryan is eyeing up. He's eyeing up that dragon energy.
Ooh, the cape.
Ooh, the cape is spicy. Does Trevor have the damage in order to get through that cape?
Yeah, so Trevor's board is now finally developed. He will be able to evolve that Grotle into Torterra, and that Torterra will do 50 damage for every evolution Trevor has on the board. So if he also evolves that Roserade, he'll be doing 200 damage, which is quite a bit, and the Torterra itself is incredibly thick. But it's actually not going to knock out something that has a cape on it. And Ryan says, you know what? I'm going to make the Raid Boss Raging Bolt.
I was about to say, that is a scary Raging Bolt coming up into the active here. I would be scared if I had to look up at that big giraffe with the double energy as well and the cape. Ooh. Ryan makes sure to flex each and every energy
with the 180 snipe.
I mean, he is ready, locked and loaded. He said, I had to wait for my lightning, but you know what? This is going to be much, much sweeter. Let's see what he ends up targeting. He's deciding.
Yeah, he knows he wants to attack with it, but now he's like, what do I actually hit, right? What would you hit if you were him?
What do I do if I have all of this power?
Yeah, you basically get a free knockout, and you were on Trevor's board. What is your target?
Yeah, it's especially this late in the game when you have both the Rillaboom and the Venusaur up. It almost feels bad targeting either or because the grass deck can still function pretty well with just one of them. I think choosing the Venusaur is probably the right call just because if you're going to start loading up that Zarude on the bench, that double energy is going to get pretty scary. So I think that was probably the most optimal play to do. But Trevor does still have a ton of options. Of course, with that Grotle, he's going to be able to get the Roserade again and be able to do whatever he wants or get whatever card he wants and do whatever he wants. So we'll just have to see.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if Trevor's list plays a Field Blower. If it does, that's definitely the card he's wanting now. He will be, and he has the Roserade in hand, and as well as the Torterra. So his board is going to be fully developed. And Trevor's kind of win con here is try to Field Blower off that
Yes.
cape, maybe Iono him low, and
Absolutely.
wipe it off. But I don't know if
Let's see, does he have a Field Blower? Does he have Scoop Up, Tony? I don't see anything to knock off the cape.
Yeah, I have these little printed sheets for these lists. I think he's looking at it right now. He's like, is there a Field Blower in here? Is there a way to stop this thing?
Oh, that's funny. Well, that's really nice that you have that list so that they can look through, especially if you're not comfortable with GLC. I think that's always an effective way to especially practice and know what you have. One thing that's been really helping me is Henry Brand posted on Twitter sort of these healthy ways to think about the game. And one of his questions that he challenges you to ask yourself when you're playing is, if I had to get any card right now, what would be the best card and why? And so I think especially having the list in front of them, being able to think about, okay, what is the best option for me to go for? What is in my deck? What would make the most sense? What would be the best outcome? I think that's always helpful in sort of improving as a player.
Definitely. And Trevor immediately knowing, like, the way to win here, the most important card is Field Blower, which is not in the deck. So
yeah, Trevor's maybe wondering a little bit about the list, but that's all right. I think there's still some options here for him. He's going to be able to get the knockout, and then Ryan will go down the one prize, and then we'll just have to see if Ryan can sort of bring the rest of his crew back up to pace to be able to swing for that final knockout.
Yeah, well, no, I don't think Trevor can get a knockout here. He cannot knock out this Bolt.
Oh, did he just Iono? He didn't have...
He doesn't have a way to remove that cape, so I think he's going to have to hit the Bolt, let Ryan take another prize, and then Iono him to 1, probably attack with Torterra and be like, all right.
Yeah, definitely, maybe scoop up net into a Badoo counter catcher, especially if you're not going to take the knockout. There's got to be a way to slow down. But he does have the float stone, the air balloon. It is certainly getting kind of dire here for Trevor.
Yeah, and he's going to get a big hit into this Raging Bolt, but now the Bolt kind of has free reign over the board. I think Trevor's win con, he has the VS Seeker. I think his win con is finish off this Raging Bolt with Torterra, Iono Ryan to 1, and just kind of hope you can kind of get yourself back into the game there. But if Ryan gets a bajillion energy on this Bolt, he could also just go bop and knock out that Torterra, which Torterra has 190 HP, so I think he needs 1 more energy on that Bolt.
Yeah. We'll have to see what Ryan does with the cards that they got. See, a Silent Labs, a Guzma is always helpful. Let's say that Trevor went for a stall play. That would have been really nice, just to be able to get the Raging Bolt back up. Logan, he's pretty big here with all of these energy. So it's a little bit scary.
Yeah, so Ryan does also have the Peony, which lets you discard your hand and search for any 2 trainers you want. And the deck does play Bicycle, which is just an item that just says draw till you have 4 cards in your hand. That's a way to kind of like do a little cheeky little combo with that Peony. You could do that, get a Night Stretcher, get an energy back. That could be your next energy for your Raging Bolt, but he's probably going for a bit of a safer play.
Definitely gives me the Mew VMAX vibe there.
Oh wait, the Max Elixir though, does he find an energy? He does not. Oh, if that Max Elixir hit, that would give the Bolt the energy to one-shot the Torterra.
Yeah, misses it.
All your energy is on the Bolt. What's left in the deck?
I wonder what the odds were. But if you got the Elixir this late, it's probably worth it just to give it a go, see if you can do it. But you're going to have to smack another target. I guess Ryan sort of understands that this Bolt is not going to last another turn here.
Yeah, realizing I'm going to get the most out of it. Knocks out Tapu Bulu. It has 4 energy on it. And Ryan's obviously hoping here that he can just get this Rillaboom stuck and win the game. But we know that Trevor has not only Scoop Up Net, but also has VS Seeker and can... or top deck the VS.
He does have the VS Seeker.
I just knew it. I knew it. I'm such a knower.
He is a knower.
Yeah, I just knew he had it before it happened. And then, he's going to be able to scoop up this Rillaboom, Iono Ryan to 1, and, it'll have to kind of come down to this. Can Trevor's Torterra, get him through the game. He will take 2 prizes. Knocking out a Pokemon with Luxurious Cape does give it an extra prize, and looks like maybe our top 8 matches are getting ready to set up. So I think they're definitely in the home stretch here.
Yeah, they are in the home stretch. Ryan is just 1 prize away, getting the call to maybe pick up the pace a little bit. The top 8 is ready to go. But we have to see a conclusion to this
Is that top 8 setting up?
phenomenal GLC match.
They're like just getting it going. So whenever they're done, they're done.
Yeah, I mean, this should be over pretty soon.
Yeah.
Unless Trevor makes a crazy comeback. Yeah, there's the Iono. Ryan gets Iono to 1. But here's the thing. Ryan not only has the Regidrago, which lets him draw till he has 4 cards in his hand, but he also has Tatsugiri.
Yeah, so that I think if that Tatsugiri can just stay for the entire match, it's going to be so helpful in the later rounds that you get Iono'd. Super Ron some energy back in.
There is 2 energy on the Torterra. Yeah, he will be able to attack. Putting in the Venusaur, I don't really know if that's necessary. I think at this point, although I will say an issue that Trevor's going to run into is the fact that Torterra does damage for every evolution you have in play. Torterra plus Roserade is more than enough to finish out the Raging Bolt, take 2 prizes, but doing 100 damage will not knock out like Regidrago, for example.
Yeah, and the Zard doesn't have a ton of energy on it right now, so you might need to look for some of those gusts to get around some of those bigger guys, maybe focus on the Tatsugiri.
Yeah, he will be able to probably put a 3rd energy onto that Zard, and it'll be kind of that'll be his next attacker while he sets up another evolution. The issue that he might run into is that Zard is much squishier than something like a Torterra.
Yeah. Both looking through the discard, trying to piece together these last turns here. Ryan finds the Pokegear, looking for anything to help and assist. I see a Hex Maniac. I see a Colress's Tenacity.
Yeah, nothing too good. He has the tag call, but he already used the Guzmahala. He can't get that. Wait a minute. There we go. There we go.
Understandable mistake. Probably a lot of tag team supporters saw the word tag team, probably clicked, but no, cannot grab a tag call off.
Oh, getting the escape rope to then do the revenge attack with Radagon and knock out whatever he wants. Yeah, I mean, we saw even the strength of that Raging Bolt. You know, even though it didn't come online, once it was online, that card is just so good. I mean, like we were saying, if one of the best cards in the standard format, if regionals winning cards are in your GLC deck, if regionals winning Pokemon are in your GLC deck, it's probably pretty good.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. So fun to see so much energy on that Raging Bolt. Very much sort of led Ryan to that victory. Unfortunately, the grass couldn't keep up. Yeah. But especially those last turns, it got a little scary, but Ryan was able to find that gust with the escape rope and to seal the win.
Yeah, and it was kind of nice to see Ryan play around the fact that he had 2 Lightning Prize and he had to get kind of a little bit creative with his setup there and use the Dramp as an attacker instead to go after Trevor's setup. So, you know, we didn't just get to see a Bolt just do 90 damage over and over again. We got to see Ryan kind of think through the best way to win without it being accessible.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, Dan. You ready for your headset? Ready to tell us about Top Cut?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
All right, thanks so much for joining us, folks. We got top 8 coming here. Thank you for checking out our GLC match.
And hello, everyone. Thank you very much for listening to Josh and Rafal. Josh Rafal, thank you guys. Appreciate it very much. And then also to Ryan and Trevor for being willing to play some fun game, which honestly, GLC is awesome. Normally, I would play GLC with whoever else is commentating, but Kevin, you are currently in Michigan, and that makes it much more challenging to play GLC.
Yeah, it's harder to do when you're 3 hours apart, but I didn't quite have the motivation to drive 6 hours for one League Cup, but we're doing this instead.
That is understandable. To be honest, Kevin, I appreciate you doing it. This is fun. I enjoy it.
I've had fun as well.
Yeah. I also don't get to hang out with you all that often, so it's wonderful to get like 7 hours just hanging out and talking about Pokemon. That's fantastic. So speaking on Pokemon, we have a top 8. And so, Kevin, I will tell you, I'll walk through the list because obviously you're not sitting here, so you can't see it. Say it again. It's Moshi and Wonjun versus, and then Lewis and Moshi. So, yes. So it's a 3-6-4-5. Do you mind yelling that at them, Bryce? So, sorry, guys. Logistics, always fun. And Hustle, thank you very much. I am excited to be back. So we have our standings here. And you can't read that. Actually, if you can, I'm very impressed. I can. But we have Michael Davidson in first with Gardy. Okay player, I guess. Sky
Sure.
De La Cruz in second with Dustpult. Moshi Jr. in third with Charizard. Moshi Sr., it's a family affair, in fourth with Dengo. Luis Catalan in fifth with Zard Dusknoir. Wonjun with Eevee in sixth. Ben with Polt Noir in seventh. And then Jacob, who we saw in Ogre Box, in eighth. So...
Wow.
Kevin, the matchups I picked, and tell me if you disagree, are we going to see Charizard versus Eevee Box and Dengo versus Zard Dusknoir? Because those seem pretty cool.
Yeah, those seem good. And decks we haven't seen yet. We'll probably get to catch Davidson in top 4 after he beats Ogre Box.
There's also a reason why I didn't go to Davidson first. I'm assuming
it's possible. It's
and
possible.
I say this with no offense to Jacob, but Michael Davidson
Yeah.
has gotten top 8 of Worlds, has won a regional, is one of the absolute best players in the game. I'm going to save him for later.
And the matchup's like not great either. As we saw.
For Ogre Box?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not great. So we'll see when we get to top 4. But regardless, it should be noted, everyone in top 8, they won money. And so they can choose whether to split or play it out either way. So top 8 at a minimum won $50, and then it scales up from there. So Jacob, Ben, Wonjun, Luis, like any of them, they're already profiting. Everyone's making money here, Kevin, and that's pretty cool.
Love it. Yeah. Great pricing. Such a good store. And we got a lot on the line here. So it's going to be high stakes matches.
It actually is. We also have a beautiful Ho-Oh mat on the line because the mats are actually gorgeous. And so, Kevin, let me ask you, would you like to see Charizard Eevee or would you like to see Dengo Charizard Dusknoir?
Charizard Dusk.
Because
they're both pretty good.
I kind of want to see
I think
Charizard
the
Eevee.
Box, but yeah, I
The
think
team is aligned.
Eevee Box, we haven't seen it all yet. And there's a lot of different builds out there and makes for some interesting gameplay too.
I agree. So, Bryce, if you don't mind, can we see Eevee and Charizard, which should be 3-6? So, Moshi. Baby Moshi. Thank you, Bryce. Bryce has our back. So, while we're getting that set up, and Hot, we're on the same page too. While we're getting this set up, just want to say one more time, we are closing out our donations for this Trevor Project effort at the end of this tournament. So, if anyone has not donated yet, would be willing to, I would love you to do so. And there was a person in the chat a little earlier that said that they'd rather donate to somewhere else. I would love to see them share their donation if they're still here because I am still happily offering to match it. So anyone, we would love to have you donate. It's a great organization. Yeah. Kevin, anything else you want to add before we get into this round?
Let's play some Pokemon. Good job so far. It's been a good time and should have some exciting games here in Top Cup.
I'm hoping so. So Bryce, are they set up? We can roll? Well, that's unfortunate. So then, Kevin, if we got a little time here, let me ask you. We got the whole slew of Worlds decks available. We've talked a little bit about what we think is cool, what's fun coming up. You tell me, what is an archetype we haven't talked about yet that you think is interesting to talk about? Because I'm pretty sure I got a deck list for it, unless you say Wug Trio. I don't have a deck list for that.
No, nothing for Wug Trio.
Okay, that's fair.
Did we talk about Ethan's Typhlosion in detail? I mean, I feel like
I don't think we did that much, and you actually picked the one other one I don't have a list for. So great job.
Yeah.
But tell me about Ethan's. I think it's a really interesting archetype.
Yeah, so it's got very polarized matchups. It's really strong against the basic aggressive decks, and it's really weak against the stage 2 slower decks. So it's kind of pick your poison, but if you need to beat Goldengo, it's really, really, really good at that. And then also like Raging Bolt, if that's prominent at your local meta, it's got some very strong matchups and is inherently pretty good. Just got to be careful. It's you can tech to try to win some games against the stage 2s, but it tends to be pretty rough since they can knock out multiple of your evolving attackers at the same time.
And as identified, it has a 91-9 matchup into Crustle. And so if you really don't want to lose to Crustle, it's great. But so Ethan's Typhlosion, it's a really strong deck because it has that internal consistency. So Cyndaquil, Ethan's Cyndaquil, sure. Ethan's Quilava has an ability that says once during your turn, you can search your deck for an Ethan's Adventure. And so what that basically means is you get to, number one, set... Oh, Bryce, fantastic. Thank you. So you get to set up every turn and find your Ethan's Adventure from your deck every turn. Ethan's Adventure lets you get any combination of 3 Ethan's Pokemon and basic Fire Energy. So if you Evo into Ethan's and, say, a Dracloak, or in this case, a Pidgeotto, you can use Quilava to set up your whole board turn after turn. Or say you've got Pidgeot out, you Pidgeot for an Ultra Ball, you Quilava 2 times for Ethan's Adventures, discard them right away, and suddenly you're doing a crap ton of damage. And I mean, it's always good when you have a deck with inherent consistency, Kevin.
Yeah, absolutely. And when your stage ones that are evolving into attackers are also helping you set up, it's a recipe for success as far as, you don't have to commit other deck slots to consistency because they're already built into your attacking lineup.
Exactly. And we saw this with Dracloak earlier, or a bunch of times today. We've seen it with Refinement Curlia in the past. Like, this is a very, very common thing, which is awesome. And Shores, thank you very much for joining. It's awesome to have you here. I'm sorry. This is Elias, right? Because I think, Elias, I'm sorry. It was a rough go for you today. But, Kevin, like, is this a deck that you think is worth playing to, like, an in-real-life major event?
It'd be a hard sell a major for me because of several bad matchups you try to avoid. If you're okay kind of rolling the dice and hoping to get good matchups, it's fine. I think it's a really good play for a local meta if it's heavy on Raging Bolt or Goldengo. So, depending on the scene, it's like really, really strong into some matchups and then really weak into other matchups. So you got to pick your spots with it. I probably wouldn't play it to a major because I think I could find a better play for myself. But if you want to beat all the Goldengo players and Raging Bolts and Crustles, this is the deck for you.
I do think it's a great one. Adam, absolutely. Hilda is a fantastic card. I'm making sure the microphone's very close to my face because I can be very loud and I don't want them to hear me. But yes, Hilda is broken. Also, Adam, yeah, shout out Dr. Krieger. Dr. Krieger's fantastic. We're happy to have them here today. And Kevin, I think it's a good point. There's a difference between this is a deck I would bring versus this is a worthwhile deck to bring if you want to day 2 or do well. And I think this deck falls into the second category for me. I think it is worthwhile playing. It's strong. It can have really good matchups. It's a single prize deck with a ton of HP. But it is also a deck where you do one thing. And you just hope that the one thing you do is strong enough to get over whatever you're playing against. Because there's not a lot of flexibility. There aren't any kind of like tricky plays. You literally just punch the active with a high HP single prizer and hope that's enough. And I mean, that's cool, but that's a lot of hope that you don't hit things that you need to play around.
Yeah, and the decks that have a little bit more options and nuance to them do have really good options to beat this deck. Spreading damage and knocking out multiple attacking lines at the same time is really hard to come back from. And the prize trade is there's always this dynamic in a game where the single prizers are favorable if you can attack with them enough and one-shot the 2 prizers. But on the flip side, if you're just 2-shotting the 2 prizers, then you have to put in twice as much work to get 2 attackers set up compared to your opponents getting the same value out of just 1 attacker set up. That's why 3 prize Pokemon were so strong. You just got so much value for the 1 card inclusion, which saves 59 other spots in your deck. So you can see the tech cards here of Gravity Mountain, the Victini's boost the Typhlosion's damage. It's hypothetically possible you can one-shot a Charizard EX, but realistically, it's going to be late in the game that you have all 4 Ethan's Adventure in the discard pile. You find your Gravity Mountain Stadium, you bench the Victini, and finally swing for 330. You're probably only going to do that once, and your opponent just needs to get 1 more card to response KO. And at that point, you're probably depleted a lot of the resources in your deck. So things really have to go perfectly for you to keep up in those matchups. Whereas when you're one-shotting the 2 prizers, you only need 3 attacks throughout the game. This is going to get 3 Typhlosion set up, and you're going to beat the Dango players. So
100%, and yeah, you should definitely beat Dangle. Thank you, Adam. I agree. Hilda is broken in very specific spots, and as I'm looking through the chat here, it's broken in very specific spots. Specifically, Dragapult right now, combined with Neo Upper or even Luminous Energy, it is so good. The Crispin List run would have been legendary, Elias, had you decided to push through. And I don't know if it's exaggerated per se. I think it's very, very good and worth including. And Low Elo Boy, Bangle is also very good, and I do think it does fit into this deck list. So I say, don't copy-paste this deck list to win with. It's just a good example. And now we're going to get into our first game of top 8. We have Christian Jr. playing Charizard EX versus Wonjun Park playing Eevee. And, this is going to be a fun one, guys. Kevin, right off the bat, who is favored in this one?
This one, man, it depends a lot on the nuances of the Eevee box list. Last format, they were playing the Leafeon EX, which one-shots Charizard very easily. Also provides some healing, which is probably less relevant in this matchup. But Charizard is pretty good against any two-prize attacking decks into the late game. So we'll have to see if EV Box can establish a stable enough board and survive that late game assault from all of the Charizards coming in with the big damage boost on the Burning Darkness attack.
So we are actually playing one Sylveon, one Leafeon. And actually, I can talk about this list as Wanjun does his first search. We have a 4-3 or a 4-4 knockdown line. We have 2 Fan Rotom, a Terrapagos EX, an Eevee EX, 2 Flareon, and then a Leafeon, Sylveon, Latias. And I mean, Kevin, that's a pretty basic spread for this deck. Nothing too crazy there.
Yeah, some of my Artemis teammates have been cutting the Sylveon actually, and just playing basically straight Flareon with a Tech Leafeon. The Sylveon, though, has a really interesting Angelite attack, which if Christian is not ready for it or doesn't set up a robust enough board, can really limit the amount of attacking options he has or the amount of consistency options, depending on the situation. It shuffles 2 Pokemon back into the deck, and you can't use it on back-to-back turns. But if Christian only has so many rare candies and ways to search out these Pokemon, if you use that a couple times throughout the game, you just might not have any Charizards to threaten with once you get into that late game. So I think the Sylveon is actually a massive inclusion for this matchup, where a straight attacking deck would probably be unfavored going into the Charizard.
And so I actually agree with that completely. Agreed also, Franklin Mist is very good against Sylveon. But Kevin, to your point, I think one of the reasons why Sylveon's so scary into Stage 2 decks is obviously for Dragapult, like it can hit for weakness, sure. But the really big deal is it keeps undoing your Stage 2 setup. And that is so problematic if you're reliant on kind of that Evo TM, Stage 1 evolution, whatever, because it also doesn't devolve it. It shoves it into the deck. And so you can't even access it without getting more ball search or pulling it out in some way. So it can just force Christian to expend so many resources just to play the game. And on Christian's end, we do see the draw. We have a Buddy Poffin, we have an Ultra Ball. It's not the best start, but it's also not bad.
And Christian's built this deck to be able to set up a Pidgeot relatively quickly, ideally on turn 2 or 3, depending on when if you went first or second. And once you get that Pidgeot out, the Pidgeot EX quick search ability just completely carries your consistency for the rest of the game. And so you don't need high counts of draw supporters. You really just need the Arven to get the team evolution going, a bunch of Ultra Balls. That Pidgeot is enough to do almost whatever you want for the rest of the game. Now, if that gets Angelited into the back into the deck, there's not any ability to search out the cards, and Christian doesn't have a lot of supporters that just straight draw cards. And so we could get to a situation where the EV Box deck is just functioning to a much higher degree and can keep all the attacking threats off the board entirely into the late game.
So apparently, Wanjun flipped a coin to decide to play Eevee today, and that is incredible, Kevin. I wish things worked like that for me. But so we do see an Ultra
It was the right choice.
It apparently was. So we see an Ultra Ball, another Pidgey. I mean, Kevin, I gotta imagine they take a Charmander here, right?
Usually you go 2 Charmander, 1 Pidgey. He might be already thinking about the Angelite and saying, well, I need more consistency pieces. But probably only 2 Pidgeys in the list. So we'll see what he has available. I end up the Cleffa now to the front. And that's a good way to just draw cards. It is a really nice backup plan if your Pidgeot and attackers get Angelited away. Maybe just a Grasping Draw with Cleffa is enough to help get established again.
And so I actually like that too. I think it could be good. Now, if Wanjun had attached that energy to Fan Rotom, I think this actually would have been better as a Charmander. But I think Cleffa there would have been fantastic because you would attach, retreat, Cleffa, fill your hand. You already have Candy and then Pidgeot in there. I mean, that could have been a really good turn, but we go over to Wanjun. We see the first knockdown. Kevin, what's our attack this turn?
You want to take a prize. It'd be really nice to chase down either the consistency or there's 2 Charmanders down. So I think using a boss on the Pidgey is probably worth the resource expenditure there. As for which attacker, hopefully something with enough HP to withstand a Burning Darkness on the following turn. So probably one of your stage 2s if you think you can take a hit. If you know about the max belt, and I forget exactly how much HP the stage 1s have, it might be safer to take the knockout with the 1 prize Fan Rotom instead, if you can find the stadium out as well.
I think they all have 270, which means with 1 knockout, max belt would only get to 260, which would be enough to keep them alive.
10 short. And the Sylveon is weak to metal, is that right?
Correct. Sylveon is weak to metal.
Okay.
Because it is a fairy Pokemon. All right, so we see the Crispin and Terra Orb. Do we have... Okay, honestly, I think we're going for an Angelite here. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. So with the Crispin, I imagine what Wonjun's decision is to go in, Angelite away either both Charmanders or Charmander Pidgey, and just say, Christian, like, your hand is not good enough to punish me for this. And to be honest, he's probably right. Oh, no, going with Flareon. What do you think about that, Kevin?
I kind of like taking the prizes. I think Angelite is stronger in the mid to late game. And Christian still has to play around Angelite the whole game. By taking the prize initiative, this 1 prize is pretty safe to take, especially if you can evolve up the EVEX on the bench. And you probably want to load up a Leafeon here so that you have a respond threat to Charizard coming into the active ready to go.
Gardy, thank you very much for joining. It is a wonderful day, and I'm happy to have you here. We do see the fire water come down. So to that point, Kevin, we don't actually have a knockout right now because we can hit into this Pheasantipity, but it's not going to be for knockout, just for 130 and accelerate. But to be honest, that's not bad. Like, that seems totally fine. Because, yeah, I don't know if you want to take the knockout. But what do you think about this decision?
So he's prioritizing multiple attackers setup, which I think is reasonable. 2-shotting the Fez seems not ideal, but it does put it in range of an easy KO later, and there's not a ton of easy ways to do 210 damage in 1 hit in the deck. I think overall this is fine. Probably the Flareon attack is ideal, and there's just not enough resources to actually take a knockout on the Pidgey on the bench. That would be probably the optimal turn. But you also don't want to burn all of your Noctowls immediately, and didn't have an easy way to retreat it with a full bench. So the Crispin was kind of a necessity on that turn.
And I think that's actually a big, big deal. So choosing to retain some knockdowns, like the combo you would pull off with this turn and taking a knockout would be good, but the kind of benefit per resources is not quite there. Oh, Logan, thank you very much. Honestly, we're trying to have it be a good environment. All right, and so we see Christian Quick Search. I gotta imagine this is an Iono, right, Kevin?
Probably want to disrupt the initial Fan Rotom still. And you need more than just any one card to get going here. So that does seem like the likely supporter of choice here for Christian.
So I'd agree. And actually, this is a turn where I think having that Cleffa will be really, really good. Because if Christian decides to go into Cleffa, retreat the Pheasantipity, we could draw a ton of cards and just set up. And then at that point, like you were saying, force the 1 prize knockout by Wonjun. So that way it's harder for, or it's easier for Christian to respond with big damage.
Mm-hmm.
So we see Charizard's, Iono, Energy, a Max Belt. Kevin, none of that is helpful.
I don't see anywhere Candies or Ball Surge cards in there. So probably not a very impactful turn here. He does have the Pidgeot established. I think the big question on Wonjun's next turn here is, can he chase down that Pidgeot and just knock it out with the second attack on Flareon, whatever that's called. There's so many words to keep track of.
Carnelian. Carnelian is actually the second attack on Flareon. I never remember the attack name, so I'm just very proud of myself here. And I agree. So we have the Ultra Ball to get a knockdown. We can get rid of Phantom and Nest Ball. We have the Sparkling Crystal in hand. All we need is Boss Energy. So if there's an Earthen Vessel in deck, we've got Knockout and Pidgeot. And I mean, Kevin, correct me if you disagree. I don't know why we wouldn't just do that.
Yeah, so your 2 draw options right now for Christian are Pheasantipity, Random Draw 3. Pretty good. It's in a lot of decks right now. But picking any 1 card out of the deck, that is very, very strong. And as we discussed earlier, this deck list really relies on Quick Search to continue functioning throughout the game. And normally you will have attackers that are so threatening your opponent has to deal with them and can't ever get around to knocking out the Pidgeot. But Christian, with the attacker that turn, is left with a Pidgeot and no threats on the board. So if the Pidgeot comes off, Christian's under a ton of pressure to get set up again immediately without any of that searching ability available.
And on that note, Ronjun is deciding to not take a knockout and advance the prize trade, but instead we are going to Angelite. And I believe we're going to knock that Pidgeot and the rare candy at you straight back into the deck. Bryce, am I being too loud? Okay. Okay, I'm going to reel it back. But that's a huge deal. So, Kevin, is this the right route? Should we be going about it a different way?
So I haven't played enough EV Box to know for sure. I think the reasoning here is I want to do as much damage to my opponent's board state before I activate Charizard's damage output and ability to one-shot me. And so the upside here is you're putting more pressure on Christian to set up while not getting into that range of potentially chasing the Pidgeot with a knockout would be responded to with a Rare Candy Charizard knockout onto Wanjun's side. And now from there, the game's a lot closer versus if Christian doesn't have a response to the Angelite, he might just steamroll the rest of the game. And after you take a turn off, the Angelite is then pressuring again to destroy the consistency and setup of the board. And so it is a longer term play, which EV Box is really good at, especially with the Sylveon inclusion.
I would agree. And so we have the Sparkling Crystal in hand, which will enable us to play. I believe Flareon has a 1 or is it 2 retreat?
I think it's most of them are 2 retreat.
Jace, we've actually had Kevin here all day. Oh, wait, we just see the knockout. Is that correct, Kevin?
Knockout the active. Interesting. Didn't want to hard retreat the energies off.
I guess not. And I mean, I think that's probably, I think Wonjum put down the Latias thinking that the Eevee or Flareon would be able to retreat, but unfortunately not.
Yeah, Latias doesn't work on those evolution Pokemon.
So even though Christian obviously is probably pretty happy with that, we top deck another Charmander, and Wonjun can't be super pleased with taking that one knockout. Wonjun is still in a really good position here, Kevin, unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, so as we discussed, the first prize doesn't really turn Charizard into a massive threat yet. Now there are 2 prize liabilities now on the bench for Wanjun. So Christian could take a prize lead this turn.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, can he do that while also having a robust enough board to withstand an Angelite on the following turn? And that's going to depend a little bit probably on this Pheasantipity draw and what Christian has prior to the quick search.
And that is absolutely the big question. So we will be able to Angelite with impunity next turn. We can also Carnelian and knock out this Pidgeot should we desire if we do Crystal and Water or Lightning Energy. But one thing the chat's saying, and I think they're actually correct, I think Wonjun is a little pressed for energy. Maybe prizing a few. And we do, in this list, have 2 Night Stretcher and 1 Super Rod. So there is recovery available. But recovery doesn't matter if it's not in the deck in the first place. And we see the Charizard come down. But since we used Pidgeot for Rare Candy, we're not gusting this turn, are we?
Unless the counter catcher was already in hand. And benching all of these 2 prizers and taking the knockout does leave Wanjun pretty vulnerable to the counter catcher play. Let's see if Christian has it available.
I think we are going to Iono, and then we're going to be able to Fez on top of that. Or, Kevin, do we Fez first and then Iono to see if we hit Arven?
That's a good question. I probably wouldn't have quick searched yet, if I'm being honest.
So that's a good point, too, because if we Iono, we can maybe hit the candy in the first place.
Yeah.
Oh, no, just going with the Iono. Kenneth, you're right. Rip Iono Fez. Jolly, that is unfortunate because Crustle is not a good matchup for Joltik Box, if I'm aware correctly. Does that sound right to you, Kevin?
Yeah, I'm going to say that 1 Galvantula is not getting you there.
Probably not. All right, so we do see the Fez for 3. No counter catcher yet. Well, we see Boss, Cleffa, Energy. No. Do we hit into this Flareon then?
He might not have any better options. He does need more basics down to play around Angelite.
This is true. And I think, oh man, This is tough. So Wonchun's hand's actually pretty solid. So we've got some cards we can play. We've got energy available, but I don't know what the right response is here. And Kenneth, yeah, the response is probably Angelite them into oblivion. So Kevin, how does Wonchun respond?
It depends a little bit on what other basics Christian's able to get down. I don't think you mind taking a hit here. Retreating off the energy feels like a big cost, but it might be worth it for the Angelite at this point. I still think Gust KOing the Pidgeot is a pretty good option if there's not enough backup attackers set up on Christian's side. Although going down to 3 prizes remaining does put all of your 2 prizers in jeopardy of being one hit KO'd by the Charizard EXs. So there's definitely downsides there. I would have preferred the first one, I think, to take those 2 prizes.
So I don't disagree. I think what I'm seeing is with Christian putting this Charmeleon in hand off the Ultra Ball, I agree this is an Angelite them into an Oblivion game. So we want to gust up either the Pheasantipity or the Charmander and Angelite and say, you know what, Christian, we're going to send both your stage 2s back into the deck. Good luck. But is there a different route you would rather take, Kevin?
I agree with no other Pokemon benched. Angelite is the best move here, especially if you can get like the Pheasantipity in the active would be ideal.
Yes, because then that forces a manual attachment. The only reason I would say actually I would prefer to have the Charmander in the active is if Christian wants to get it to safety, he would have to evolve it up, and then that applies additional pressure. But just being able to knock out Fez to follow up isn't horrible either. All right, and so we do see Christian in for 260 with that max belt, and that is painfully not a knockout. So going over to Wonjun's turn, Kevin, what's the move?
See if he has a reasonable way to move this out of the active. In the hand, he's got at least an energy. He's got Ultra Ball, so can commit the Noctowl now if he thinks it's strong enough. With no Leafeon coming into play this turn, I don't think he can really knock out the Charizard. So his options really are to chase down the Pidgeot or to find a way to get this Sylveon into the active for the Angelite play.
Adam, or excuse me, Mr. Elo, yes, Christian does play 1 mist energy. And I'm sorry, Kevin, say the last part one more time.
So I think Wanjan's deciding right now if he wants to try to chase down the Pidgeot or go for an Angelite play instead.
What would you do in this situation?
With a damaged thing in the active, I'd probably take out the Pidgeot, but that could backfire if they get the right stuff off of the Fez.
I think if Flareon had a water or a lightning energy attached to it instead of the grass, I would agree with that. I think chasing down the Fez is correct. Or chasing down the Pidgeot is correct. But since you would have to use an energy attachment and your Sparkling Crystal in order to do that, I think it's probably better to save that for later in the game.
Yeah, that makes sense. Grass energy committed is not really helping with any of those attack costs.
No, and I understood Wanjun's reasoning for it before. The options were Grass or Psychic, and he thought he may be using it as a Leafeon, but unfortunately, not going to pan out that way. Oh, but we could also do this. We can also Turo. I mean, Kevin, I think Wanjun's thinking of a bunch of different options here. If we don't boss Angelite, do we Turo to heal? Is that ever the right play?
Turo Angelite actually seems very strong.
You're right. So it leaves a Charizard alive, but Charizard's still only hitting for 260, which is not a ton.
Right. So you can remove just, if you want to keep the Fez available as easy prizes, you can leave it, or you can remove the Pidgeot and the Charmander and just force more Ball Surge out of Christian to stabilize the board.
And the other thing this does is it allows us to manually attach to get ahead on attachments, undo a turn. And now, could Christian boss and knock out something on the bench? Sure. But going to Latias. But I think this is fine. And also this makes Christian's game plan take longer and makes him expend more resources.
Yeah, I like having 2 EVs on the bench as well, as opposed to an Eevee and a Flareon.
Yes.
Because now you have the threat, especially with the Sparkling Crystal, of a Leafeon to knock out this Charizard after the Angelite. That's going to make it really difficult for Christian to stream attacks. So I think Wanda's done a nice job here of being really patient as far as when they take the prizes and make the Charizard a really big threat. And they're weakening Christian's board as much as possible before they go into that.
I would agree. Oh, and this is interesting. Committing the Sparkling Crystal prior to... Wait, are we going to hit with Flareon again? So why do you think we're committing that crystal? Is it just because we're out of Hoot Hoots on the board?
Yeah, maybe you're playing around Iono, you don't have any search left, and a Gust KO on a single prizer is like not the typical lines that Charizard is looking to line up. But with so much invested into that EV and the threat of the Leafeon one-shotting his lone attacker establish, it might be worth taking that out anyway from Christian's side. We'll see if he has the cards available to make that play and if they decide to go for that particular line.
I don't mind that. I don't know if I love evolving Flareon here. I do love benching the Eevee and then restarting for 2, but deciding not to bench the Eevee. I mean, like, is there any reason to keep it in hand?
Was that the Eevee that got Turo this turn or a different one?
Yes, it was.
Different one.
The one in hand is the one he Turoed. The one on the board is one that was previously there.
Okay, yeah, okay.
I actually love this play too. It's not what I would have done, but, you know, I'm not always right. Well, we actually use the Angel Guard, or I forget what the first attack is, but it does 160 damage, and it reduces the amount of damage done by the active Pokemon by 100. So currently, Charizard is hitting for 160 damage, which is not that much. Sure, Logan, Magical Charm, thank you. Glad y'all got my back. So, I'll be honest with you, Kevin. I'm very confused on the order and sequence and line of the decisions we're making, but I don't think the decisions Wonjun have made are bad. They're just not quite what I would make based on the other actions he's taken. What do you think, though?
Yeah, he had some powerful plays as options and opts to go for a more slow and steady approach here. I do feel like he probably will Angelite at some point here, but is setting up damage first as well as, finding liabilities to shuffle back in with the Angelite. These two-shot KOs are kind of a necessity given the low damage output of the EV deck.
Yes.
So getting the hits in early before Charizard is a threat, might just be the key to the matchup. I have not played it specifically, so I don't know how these are going to play out long term. It'll be interesting to see if this setup damage first before going into the Angelite is worth the effort.
Adam, I would tend to agree. I think Mist is prized. So unfortunately, not going to be very helpful for Christian. As far as how Fred did, I don't actually know. I don't have the full standings in front of me, but Bryce is Fred on the top page there. So Fred is not on the first page of the standings. So Pakalaga, I hope that answers your question for you. So choosing to get the Super on, we are able to Buddy Poffin. We are able to use so many Buddy Poffins. So here's my question, Kevin. Is this worth it? Like, does Christian getting that Charmander out and burning the second Buddy Poffin, does that help him long term? Because I'm going to be straight with you. I'm thinking that this actually opens up an angle for Angelites to hit harder.
Yeah, I would not be burning the extra ball search here. I mean, the thinning effect is just negligible compared to the cost of not being able to recover from a big Angelite.
So, and I think this is a big thing to note for anyone who's watching this and trying to think through gameplay, how you handle these matchups. Automatically thinning ball search is good if you're not going to use it. Inherently, it's good. Into a matchup like this, where you need to continually find and identify additional search, do not do it. I think you want to save it. I think you want to save your resources for use at the right time. And Kevin, I mean, that's where so much of the skill in this game comes in, is by not making those kind of unconscious decisions that put you into a bad spot.
Yeah, there's really is an art to thinking through every single game action and deciding if the benefit is worth the cost. And that's easy to say. It's hard to do when you're under time pressure. reality is you're going to be automating some of these decisions. I think part of mastering the game and mastering a specific deck is being able to do more of it subconsciously, and then you can focus your mental effort on the really tough decisions, like which attacker to use and what line to take.
I would agree. To be honest, I would have really liked to see this with the bench of Eevee, because I don't think Flareon's going to be the primary attacker you want for the rest of the game. And Pakalaka, yes, Charmeleon does stop Angelite. Ooh, and we do hit Gravity Mountain, which means we're very close to reaching a one-shot on this Charizard, but due to that picnic basket, we cannot Magical Charm for a knockout anymore. And we choose to Bunny Poffin. I gotta imagine just to get that Eevee out. It is Max Belt on Charizard Pixel. Yeah, Kevin, I guess talk to me, because I'm confused. Like, very confused by what's happening here.
Yeah, I would have liked to see the Eevee benched earlier. We get it out with the Buddy Poffin. The two-shot strategy is interesting when you have Leafeon as a one-hit KO option.
Yes.
And still no Angelite to take away the quick search ability. So there's been a lot of damage going on either side, but not really any prizes being taken yet. I feel like the slower game probably favors Ogre Box, but at some point you got to progress the game state here, or these Burning Darkness attacks are just going to stack up too much damage and prizes for him to come back.
Medina, you're absolutely correct. So Sylveon's Magical Charm reduces the damage done by the opponent by 100. Charizard was hitting for 260. It only hit for 160 onto the Sylveon. What are you looking for, Paul? All right, so Kevin, we see the switch into Flareon. We're not reaching a knockout here unless we have a water. What do you think the strategy is here?
I mean, we can Burning Charge and set up another Eevee, and then maybe we're taking a big heal by turning that Eevee into a Leafeon after we take another hit with the active Flareon. But we still have Charizard, or Pidgeotty X is still in play, so I think Christian should be able to chase down the damaged Sylveon without too much trouble here.
I would agree. And then all the resources we expended in order to set up for an Angelite just kind of go away. And so I think Wonjun was in a very, very good position. And I'm trying to say it as nicely as possible. I think we've kind of played ourselves out of that position.
Yeah, there's a point at which you're playing too passively, and the window for your powerful play then closes because your opponent has been able to stabilize enough that, or deal with your threat in time. There's definitely a back and forth timing aspect to the game where you have to pick your spot to go aggressively. And this format does reward going slow in a lot of cases, but it may have been a little bit too slow of a line here, given the options that he had available.
Leo, how the heck are you doing, man? It is good to hear from you. Dude, I have a child. I'm responsible for other humans' lives. We're also playing Pokemon. Life is beautiful, man. I hope you are doing well. And Hot, who is Wonjun? Because we've got all the plays, we've got all the cool things, and we've done all of them. Unfortunately, I don't think we've done them in the order that is leading to us winning this game. And so, Kevin, this is the other thing. We've used a lot of time in this game, and as you said, there have been no prizes taken on Christian's side, and only one taken on Wonjun's side. At what point does one of these players scoop it up and go to game 2?
It's still very winnable board state for both of them. And timing wise, I think Ogre Box, especially if you're going for an Angelite heavy line, will often get into these situations where the game drags on for a long time. You might even get a 45 minute game 1. If that's the case, your best bet is to just win that one and then hope it doesn't go to time. I think a tiebreaker game, could go either way, but maybe favors more aggressive Charizard deck if you can just get established quickly.
And I would agree with that. And we do see Moshi go down, take the 2 prizes. Congratulations, Leo. Very excited for you. Sai, 4 boss is not bad. It's pretty good in almost every deck. And there are 0 Terrapico Zoroark White Flare decks in top 8. And by 0, I mean absolutely none. I don't think anywhere in top 16. And Leo, congratulations on the newborn, man. That's fantastic. I'm very happy for you. And yes, I'm lucky. I love my baby. All right, and so on Wonjun's side, we see Pheasantipity. I mean, Kevin, we could just get right back into this game at this point.
Yeah, he's got draw options available. Can definitely take a return KO here. I think the question is that good enough now that Christian has a lot of attackers set up in addition to the consistency of Pidgeot plus Fez.
And we do see the Gravity Mountain come down. We'll discard a couple of these guys. I don't know how I feel about these decisions. What do you think, Kevin?
I don't think the Gravity Mountain's accomplishing much here.
I don't
You're also
think so either.
discarding one prizers. You kind of need all the two prizers you have in play.
That is true.
So I get that aspect of it.
Oh,
You're
and I
actually limiting Christian's bench because Charizard's a Terra Pokemon, but I don't think he's ever putting more than 5 down anyway, probably.
No, I don't think so. Well, here's the thing. We still have Briar available, right? We didn't discard it earlier?
I think I saw it in the deck.
So we do need a way to get a Hoot Hoot down. And I really would have liked to see that Hoot Hoot come down first. But there is a line where we win this game with a Leafeon attack. Or we don't do that. And instead, we lose. And Kenneth, I actually think Boss Carnelian Pidgeot is great, or Boss just knockout Pheasantipity is also great because Leafeon can come in and one-shot anything. Or we just knock out Charizard because why not? Kevin, what is going on? What are we doing?
You're trying to win the game in 2 attacks, and the second one has to be with a Briar. The hard part is there's no way to search for the Briar. And you might need to Gust as well. I think I saw a counter catcher in Wonjun's hand, so that's a huge piece to just have. But if this gets Iono to the bottom of the deck, definitely in trouble. Oh, that's the Briar in hand.
No, that's his deck. And I think that helps in that
okay.
There's about 8 cards total in Wonjun's deck.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, so actually reasonable odds of hitting it with Mew Fez.
Well, and also, that's a nice thing is you can Leafeon, or we can Flareon, Burning Charge, knock out Pheasantipity to still close out the game. And Junior does not play Briar. So, and also, Wonjun's at 3 prizes. Junior's going to take a 2-prize knockout this turn. Or a 1-prize knockout if he feels like being crazy. But almost guaranteed to take a 2-prize knockout. That means if Wonjun has Counter Catcher Briar, Wonjun wins. So I'm going to be straight with y'all. I don't understand quite how we got here, but we got here. And we are still in a winning position on Wonjun's side. So Kevin, how does Christian play around that?
I think if you have the opportunity here, you want to chase down the Pheasantipity. That'll make it least likely for Wonjun to be able to draw cards and get into the combo. He has 2 attackers, either of which can close out the game. Everything's going down to either the Leafeon or the Flareon. They can both win the game. So taking out one of them is actually probably less impactful than the Fez at this point.
And I would tend to agree with that because even if Wonjun is able to, like, I guess we already have the attacker set up, we still have to hit the combo. Oh, but no, we choose to get rid of the Leafeon. And I don't mind that because now it forces Gust Briar, not just normal attack. And this is also interesting. If we do Monkey Dory damage off of this Pheasantipity, Burning Charge no longer does enough damage to one-shot the Fez or clean up the Fez. So, okay, guys, we had some sketchy stuff happen, but we've got a very interesting game here. So, Kevin, talk us through this. Is this game winning for Christian? Do we need that Monkey Dory to go down?
I think the Monkey Dory heal is important. It forces another energy attachment. And you can see that Wonjun already has the fire energy in hand, so it's not going to matter. But it is increasing the number of cards he needs to win the game next turn. I still think the Fez KO is probably better, given that you have the liability of the Fez and the Briar countercatcher potential here. But Christian may just not be thinking about the Briar at all at this point.
I would tend to agree. And I would like to say I would be. I don't know if I would be either. So now here's the thing. We can actually thin this hand down pretty well. and try to Mew for 1, I believe. And so we do drop the area 0. So we can put 4 Pokemon down onto the board. And we do have Counter Catcher. I think we can only thin down to 3 cards in hand, which is not quite enough. So, Kevin, if it were me, I would Fez first, and then see if we can thin the hand down with an Ultra Ball or something to draw with Mew.
Yeah, he may be stuck Fezzing first regardless. I'm trying to see what other unplayable cards there are there.
I think we have 3 supporters in hand.
Okay, and you have to use Briar. Do you ever just commit the Briar first and get 1 draw with Mew?
Well, we don't have Briar in hand. We needed to draw into it.
Oh, drawing the Briar has the Counter Catcher, yeah.
Yes, exactly. And so we
didn't get it.
We did not get it. So that means one of the final 3 cards in Wonjun's deck is Briar. Oh, and this is tough then, because at this point, Christian is knocking out everything. You can't Angelite. You can't hit into something and not get 1 shot back. Boss is always going to be live. That may just be game. Yeah, there are 3 cards in deck. 1 is Briar.
3. Oof.
And there's no way to thin down the hand. I think at this point, Kevin, you got to scoop it up and try to hustle for the next game, right?
Yeah, you could try to boss stall something, but with so many opportunities to deal with the Pidgeot earlier, not taken, it's just still there, and Christian has to have something left in his deck to, move a Charmeleon.
Well, yeah, and I would assume so. So we do play, I think, 1 Professor Turos, which we have not seen yet this game. We do have a couple energy left. We have at least a Charizard left. And I mean, Wonjun, I think you got to scoop it up, because at this point, there's no benefit to continuing this game knowing that you are about to lose. And so we see the Counter Catcher. I think so. Bryce, do we know the time on the round? Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you. Yeah, Wonju just decides to scoop it up. We go to game 2. And Kenneth, I don't disagree. I think it's okay to say, hey, I'm favored into prize-like lead game 3. But that's a risky move, because that assumes you can get through game 2 efficiently and completely, and that assumes that you can take a sufficient lead in game 3. And Kevin, like someone in the chat said, and we were talking about, if Angelite is a very real out for Wonjun, you don't have time to do something like that.
Yeah, there's almost not enough time left now to take that line if he wants to punish a slow start from Christian.
Okay, there are 22 minutes left in this round, and that means we had a 28-minute game 1, and that is crazy. That's so much time. So then, Kevin, does Wonjun have to go hyperspeed here?
Yeah, I think you have to take more aggressive prize chasing options and just hope that you can end the game in time. Like if he's in a similar spot as last time, using that Noctowl for Boss Carnelian on Pidgeot, even with extra attachments and the Sparkling Crystal commitment, plays like that are probably worth it in a time-restricted situation like this.
And that makes sense. And so we see Ultra Balls. We'll be able to set up at least a bit for Wonjun. We see Christian start as Pidgey, and Christian's going first. I mean, we'll hopefully see a pretty good board from him. We see Charmander. That's about it. But I mean, Kevin, that's not bad. Like, I think that's all we need turn 1, right?
Definitely seen worse turns going first with Stage 2 deck.
That is very true. I have been responsible for some of those horrible turns going first. All right, so we see the Fan Rotom, get a couple Pokemon out of the deck. Kevin, what's the mix look like for Wonjun on this turn? Like, what do we need?
You want to get your EVs down, get a couple Hoots established, ideally an attachment. If you have a Stadium in hand, the turn 1 knockout here would be really strong. Fan Rotom's just a really good starter for a lot of reasons.
So y'all, I was confused. It is not 50 minutes, it is 60 minutes. That was a 38-minute game 1, not a 28-minute. Y'all, that was a round that just happened in game 1. So I'm curious to see if we even finish this game today, guys.
That was with 0 Angelites as well.
With 0 Angelites.
Slow down the pace of the game.
We only attacked for damage, and that's not great. Also, everyone who's
the
watching,
1-0 win with EV Box is definitely an out in these best of 3 situations.
it is. It is not anymore this game, but in general it is. And also, thank you all very much since we have a sec here. Thank you for watching. It is amazing to have you all here. Really appreciate you joining. We only get to do this because y'all watch, and Norm hasn't told me to get out yet. So if you can, like on YouTube, like, subscribe, all the things on Twitch. We would love for you to follow, join. Like, honestly, you don't even need to worry about subscribing. If you want to donate, great. But otherwise, just love to have you come back here Thursdays when we have big events. It's awesome to have you. And Kevin, since I don't know if I've said enough, thank you for joining, being part of this today. It is awesome having you here.
It's been a good time. What else are you going to do for 7 hours on a Sunday, right?
Exactly. Thank you, my wife, for hanging out with my baby so I could do this for 7 hours on a Sunday. Greatly appreciate that. And holy, what a top deck for Christian. That is insane, Kevin.
You just got the Charizard, was it?
Just Charizard off the top. So
yeah, with the candy.
With the candy. So we can Arven for Ultra Ball for Pidgeot to then candy to Pidgeot to candy to Charizard. And the best part of this all, if we don't bench anything else, we can't get Angelited into Oblivion. Now, to be fair, we can get Leafeon into Oblivion, but we don't need to worry about that. We'll see that. We'll see where the day takes us. So is it as simple as Ultra Ball, something to discard, Pidgeot, Charizard? Or is there another line that's better, Kevin?
I mean, the turn 2 Pidgeot, Charizard is kind of the dream for the stage 2 decks. There is some downsides there of burning all the rare candies early because if you get Angelited now, you don't have the candies available to reestablish quickly. So TM Evo play here may be safer. I don't know if he's eyeing up that Evo to play it or just use it as Ultra Ball fodder, but we'll see how aggressive Christian wants to play this.
Honestly, I feel like the Evo is not a bad decision here if we don't want to go in aggressively. Now, granted, with that rare candy, it looks like we may go in for Pidgeot, but maybe it's as simple as go in for Pidgeot, Pidgeot for Buddy Poffin, attach either to Charmander or Pidgeot, and just throw some stuff on the board. Logan, what happened essentially is that Wonjun missed the Briar play to close out the game with Countercatcher Briar. So unfortunately, Christian was able to take it the next turn, and so Wonjun scooped it up, and we are now in game 2, and we have approximately 19 minutes left in game. And so we see the Pidgeot. All right, Kevin, walk us through what else are we hoping to happen here for Christian?
Definitely just wants more attackers down. I think getting the Pidgeot evolved is great, and taking a knockout here is actually less important than just getting a lot of basics down. I mean, a second Pidgey might even be worth the bench investment at this point.
I actually think second Pidgey would be worth it, and to be honest, exactly like you're saying, I actually strongly dislike this play. I think it is going to be way better to just set up a board in Evo rather than knock out this Fan Rotom because nobody cares. Like, no one cares if this Fan Rotom goes down.
Yeah, Wanjun certainly is not worried about losing a Fan Rotom when you have one Noctowl is going to get a response KO with a Leafeon and force more out of Christian to get a response. You can only get so many Charizards in a game, right? And committing one to this attack definitely has some downsides.
Well, so here's the other thing that's interesting, and I actually would love to go in with the other EV. Thank you. The Mist Energy goes on Pidgeot, so Angelite is no longer a good option. But Christian has 2 cards in hand. If we Carnelian knock out this Pidgeot, like, the game could just be over for Christian.
Yeah, he would need the Arven for Max Belt to get the response KO. And if he doesn't have that ready to go between, Pheasantipede and any other draw options he has in deck, then a follow-up KO with the Leafeon, might just be game ending. Now, it is a lot to ask for. Basically needs a Crispin, Sparkling Crystal, and Countercatcher, as well as the Flareon EX. But if you can get that with all your Owls, it's probably worth the aggressive play given the time constraints that Wonjun's under at the moment.
And I would agree. I think that is good. The other thing is that we can just knock out this Charizard with Leafeon Crispin because that first attack does 60 times the number of energy attached to all your opponent's Pokemon. So we're gonna hit this big boy for 480. And Kevin, just checking my math. Does that one-shot Charizard?
That is enough. It's more than 330 by a bit.
That is, we do have a little bit of margin there on top of it. So, like, is there a clear and easy punish for this play by Christian?
Yeah, so I think if you can just manage to knock out this Leafeon, he's in a really, really good spot. That being said, it does require a 3-card combo, and you can only search for one of those, and he's down 2 rare candies already. So what I'd be worried about is if Christian has a piece in hand, but could potentially Arven for the other 2, quick search for Arven for the other 2. And so it's not unreasonable to get the response KO here. And if Christian just goes straight down to 3 prizes and there's no follow-up on Wanjin's side, it may be tough to fight back from that.
What do you think about this Sylveon evolution?
I think that if there's something to take away from this, I think Wanjin has been committing his evolutions pretty quickly. And part of the strength of the EV toolbox deck is it can turn into anything, so keeping the options open, I think is usually a bit better. You might need that to be a Flareon next turn, depending on how Christian's turn plays out.
Well, to be honest, I actually, Logan, it probably is. And to be honest with you, I don't know how. I'd like to think we're a pretty professional enterprise here, but this is not my expertise. Bryce, can we get a timer on screen? Next
we're not streamers. We're hobbyists.
No, listen. I talk to people about their feelings. Exactly. So Bryce, do you mind double checking on time though? Oh wait, let me just text Joe. I have Joe. I'll message Joe and just see. But like Bryce said, next time Thursday we can figure this out. Bryce is on it. We have 13 minutes left. 13 minutes for Wanjin to win this game and somehow get a significant enough lead in the next game. And so I should also check with Joe if we are doing current or new rules for time, because that also makes a difference. All right, so Kevin, we see... Oh, no. What are we seeing here, Kevin?
I think that's a Chi-Yu, Dan.
That is a Chi-Yu. And we have a Brox. And we can Pidgeot for candy, but that is going to be our 3rd candy. So... we are very far away from being able to do that again. So, Kevin, does Moshi just win with this?
Definitely puts him pretty far ahead. And having the missed energy on the Pidgeot EX makes him very resistant to Angelite. And being already up a game, I think it probably comes close to wrapping up the series, but I'm sure there's still some lines for the EV Box side.
And so I will say the catastrophic thing for Wanjin is I think saying, hey, you have a 2-card hand, you won't have Rare Candy, Charizard, Chi-Yu in that. Well, he did. And that is a problem. Yes, so Rafal's one of the team members, does a ton of good visual work. We'll definitely have a slide or a graphic after the tournament to show who qualified and then what the decks were. And also, I should note, everyone who top 4s this cup has automatically qualified for our league invitational in December. So there's money to play for, and there's also a chance to play in a really cool tournament later this year. So, Kevin, how do we win?
Yeah, that's a good question, Dan. This is where
thank you, Kevin.
Committing,
I also thought it was a great question.
Sylveon evolution is, I think, limiting your options, right? You were kind of playing as if you wouldn't get the response KO, which I get, but if you just leave that unevolved, you might be able to pull off like a rescue stretcher, counter catcher, Leafeon, knock out the Charizard. I guess that doesn't work either because the Chi-Yu's still there. I don't know. This is a tough board state to come back from for sure.
It is. So there's a missed energy on Pidgeot. There's not a missed energy on Charizard, I believe. There's just 2 basic fire energies. So there's some weird glare on that one. But so we do have the Sylveon. We can accelerate the energy. We can get the Crystal if we need. But I don't know if Angeliting Charizard is really the move here, is it?
Angeliting just Charizard. Yeah, I mean, with quick search and play, he's just going to get reestablished eventually. If you have some follow-up after that, like you would need another EV down at least to threaten a more impactful attacker.
Yes. And so I think Christian, with that knockout, like we said, it didn't close it out, but it put him in a very, very dominating position here. So, I mean, I just don't know if this is the route for Wonjun to try to pull this off.
I think we're seeing the EV Box deck, the consistency is a bit front-loaded with the Noctiles. And if you don't get a really stable board with those initial Jewel Seekers, then it's really hard to kind of maintain and stream attackers throughout the game, because each one requires a pretty heavy investment of an evolution, multiple energy attachments that need to be specific types. And once they start getting knocked out, it's just really hard to stream them every turn and still target down what you want to attack.
Chad, we did not give a full meta breakdown for the day, but we can tell you that in Top Cut we have Charizard, Eevee, Goldengo. We have another Charizard Ogre Box. We have a Charizard, we have a Dragapult Dusknoir, and then we have 2 Dragapult Dusknoir. And one of those Charizard you see is Pidgeot. The other Charizard is a Dusknoir Charizard. So we've got some cool stuff in top 8, and unfortunately, I think Eevee Box is not going to be a part of our Top Cut for much longer, since Christian's in a good spot here. So then, did we already draw off of Fez, Kevin?
Yeah, I think he did the Mew and the Fez back-to-back pretty quickly. I did see what was in the hand, though.
Okay, apparently nothing too amazing, since we just Angelited that Charizard back in.
Yeah, I didn't play any of them, so
well,
maybe telling.
That's very fair. All right, so we do see the Buddy Poffin in hand. I mean, Christian's just going to be able to set these guys right back up, and I think we have one rare candy left in deck, which will be enough to set up a final Charizard.
Yeah, so I think if I'm Christian here, I'm okay just taking this turn to TM Evo up, because you haven't really burned any of those as far as I know. And Wonjun cannot Angelite this turn. So doing that allows you to pressure the following turn without committing that last rare candy in deck.
And you are absolutely correct, and that is exactly what Wonjun does. Evolves up 2 what Christian does, evolves up 2 Charmeleon, which is a big, big deal, because now there's not an easy way for Wonjun to disrupt what Christian's trying to do.
Yeah, and the Mist Energy was huge there. If you Angelite both those stage 2s into the deck, I think Wonjun's actually in a pretty decent spot here for the long term. But that Pidgeot staying on board, it's just Christian literally can't brick.
And so we do have, Justin, as you said, misses on Pidgeot, so we couldn't Angelite it. We do see the evolution. Now, Wonjun's in a position where, in my head, I would be saying, what do I do? Where do I go? Because anything he does right now with this board, with Sylveon being his only attacker, feels terrible.
And you're already in the danger zone. You know Max Belt's in the list, and quick search and play. There's a very, very real chance the Sylveon gets knocked out no matter what you do next turn.
And we're actually going to boss up the Pidgeot. That is a decision. Does hitting for 160 on Pidgeot really advance our board state well here?
2 Gusts for a 2-hit on a 2-prizer is usually not the best commitment of resources. Wonjun may be thinking this is his only line to actually win is eventually knock out this Pidgeot, and then hope Christian, can't stabilize a board from there, but I think that's just too slow.
And I agree. That is really, really slow, especially when Christian has such a lead. Now, granted, if there's return 2, if Christian hadn't taken any prizes yet or just hit into something, I think this is probably fine to knock out the one thing on the board that can be Christian's engine and use up his 1 miss energy. But we're on turn 5 here. Christian's down to 3 prizes remaining. I don't think this is aggressive enough for what Wonjun needs to do here. But so, say we hit into this Pidgeot. What is our follow-up? How do we close out this game?
You can hope Christian inexplicably announces blustery win for 20, but that's probably not a good plan.
I would agree, not the best move possible. To be honest, if Christian can't go into a Charizard, which you probably will be able to, I would almost want to go in with Chi-Yu and just boop this thing. Because even though we can't Angelite this turn, we will be able to next turn. So we see Nest Ball. Oh, and I say that, we can't even Angelite the Charmeleon with 90 HP because its ability blocks the effects of attacks. So
yeah, it's like a Mist Energy.
Exactly. So Angelite will not get rid of Pidgeot or Charmeleon. Guys, this is not good for Wonjun. And I mean, Kevin, I know I can't keep asking you the same question. I'm sorry about that, but I'm kind of stuck. How does Wanjun win this?
Yeah, I mean, we picked this matchup for some interesting games. We've definitely gotten some interesting games. I think if Christian has prized the max belt and can't knock out this Sylveon, then Wanjun still has a chance. Would need to then chase the Pidgeot and follow up with a Leafeon KO and hope Christian doesn't have multiple attackers, because by the time you get 3 Zards, you would need at least a Super Rod getting involved, as well as some Ball Search. And without the Pidgeot, might just not be able to have enough attackers to close out the game. But that's pretty low percentage line, and it is dependent on the max belt being prized, which it is not.
Yes, and to be clear, we have the Super Rod for the energy to go back in the deck, and we also have a Charizard to go back in the deck, and we have an Ultra Ball in hand aligned with max belt. And I think this is going to be about all she wrote if we get this Charizard down, evolved, energy attached, and max belt knockout on this Sylveon, because there is no response right now for Wanjun.
Yeah, it doesn't have any attackers. I mean, you can get a Blood Moon knockout Pidgeot, but then you're still not dealing with the attacker. It's really hard to disrupt the Pidgeot. I mean, Pidgeot Charizard has been so oppressive in the late game ever since it came out. And this is why the Mist Energy, I'm not sure exactly what that's teched for. Maybe it's Sylveon or just in there as a general value play. I mean, it's good against Dragapult too, but it's really putting in work this game too. Game 1 you saw was so close and thought Wanjun had some better lines, maybe could have gone for the Angelite earlier. But with it on the quick search, there's just no real way to disrupt this Charizard deck at this point.
And it is good to note that, Bryce, can you actually let them know that Wanjun needs to discard a Pokemon before advancing the Mew? So it's good to note that Wanjun did need to discard a Pokemon before advancing the Mew, because it actually will give him the space to put down a Terra Pokemon. But yes, Hot, exactly. This is also to protect from Devo, because that way Grimmsnarl or Gardy or whatever else cannot Devo and knock out, and shove a Pidgeot EX back into the deck, or back into hand. All right, so we do see that EV come down. Christian will knock out anything Wanjun puts into the active, which is not great. I think we need to attach this energy. My goodness. Do we attack with Flareon? Yeah, Kevin, I think we're just cooked unless you see something I don't.
We might be able to take a prize this turn, a pity prize.
We can take a prize this turn. And they just scoop it at Wanjun, saying, you know what, man? Charizard is just a little too strong, little too much. And I mean, like you said, that Pidgeot is oppressive. If you can't disrupt because you can just go in and get what you want every turn, like, how do you slow that down?
You don't. You need to disrupt it before it gets established.
This is true.
Or have a way to be far enough ahead in the prize trade. You saw both games there. Wanjun was announcing attacks, but not really taking any prizes. And you don't want to take prizes too fast. I think he was scared of activating the Charizard. But it just gave him Christian so much time to set up. And once the Charizard, Pidgeot are both there, especially with the Mist Energy, there just really are not any good comeback lines. I mean, the stuff we were discussing is, well, if you hit the 1 in 10, that it's still prized, and all this other stuff plays out.
Right.
You know, you're talking fraction auto lose chances trying to run it back from, and that's just not going to work out most of the time.
It is not. And I will say this is something good to note for those watching the game too. You have to map out your prizes. So we talk about foundational skills. So one foundational skill is sequencing. Sequencing is essential. Knowing what order to do things to find the thing you want. Number 2 is prize map. How are you going to win? How are you going to win the game? And then 3 is how do you actually get there? And I think that's the thing that's important, because it informs your sequencing decisions. It identifies what your effective prize map could be. And I think what we saw with Wanjun is that third one was the problem for him. Sequencing was all right. Like, the prize map was okay, but the attacks we made did not advance his game enough.
Yeah, I think that there are 2 lines as far as that particular matchup. You can either prize race and just try to get to 6 before your opponent, because you have the ability to deal with Charizards. You have the ability to one-shot a Pidgeot. You can knock out a Fez at some point. Now, it's asking a lot to do that, because It takes a lot more work for you to set up attackers than for them. Your other option is to kind of spam Angelite early and hope that the Charizard deck never stabilizes. And we didn't really see either of those in either game from Wanjun. And because of that, the power of Charizard and Pidgeot together was just way too much to overcome.
And in game one, he had an opportunity still. There was still a chance to reach that Briar play. But having Briar be one of the last 3 cards of the game, I think it's pretty easy to say, like, oh, it's so unlucky. You had so many outs, you could hit it. But you don't need to if you play a cleaner game up to that point. And now, I want to say this too. All credit to Wonjun. You played well enough with an interesting deck that doesn't have as established place in the meta to get to top 8 in a very, very tough field. So all credit to him. This is a great result. It's a very good finish. And I would be remiss if we didn't talk about ways to play better.
Yeah, I credit to Wanjun getting the top 8. This is a really stacked field, and Chicago Cups are just different if you haven't played in them. Your odds of hitting a World's Caliber player are like 50-50, it feels like sometimes. And so there's no free rides in the top cut. That being said, this is probably a rough matchup for him. Dealing with the missed energy seemed like a major problem, and having that max belt to allow Christian to start taking those prizes, even when he's only given up 2 prizes so far, could reach for the one-shots in all those stage 1s, really made it so that no option was really a clean line for Wanjun, and that probably causes a lot of that hesitation or passive play of not going in for those knockouts very quickly. And so maybe with some more matchup experience, some different lines could have worked out better. But credit to Christian for playing well. I think he played that very clean that set, and just had the stuff in the deck to, swing that matchup into the favor and advance in the top 4.
I agree. And so congratulations to Christian, because Christian has now automatically qualified for our League Invitational in December, which, dude, that's so cool. And Christian's a local guy, great player. Like, it's awesome to have him here. And I love seeing him do well both locally and in, like, bigger events. So, Kevin, I have a question for you. I actually have 2. We're going to start with 1. How good is EV Box in general? Like, should I be looking at that, or should someone going to Worlds be looking at that deck?
EV Box is really good, flexible deck. My teammates at Artemis have been playing it pretty well. Sky got top 64 at NAIC with no Sylveon. So I think the interesting thing with EV Box is what matchups you tech for and how to build it. It's a little bit tricky to play optimally, as we just saw, but the power level is there as far as you can target specific matchups and maintain favorable win rates into specific things. Now, you can't target everything, and the main complaint my teammates have been having with the deck is we feel like this is the least consistent deck that we're testing. And then you also have the downside of maybe having a 45-minute game 1 if you're angel lighting a lot, and that can swing a match based on one draw, if your Iono to 1 sticks or something like that. So there are definitely downsides to it. I think it requires the perfect 60 and really immaculate preparation into all of the meta matchups so that you don't have to hesitate when you're in those spots. You're like, I've got 4 different options that I can attack, but I've played this so many times. I know within 5 seconds, this is what I need to go for. And now you're thinking about, how do I sequence this and conserve resources for later and maintain maximum flexibility? If you can leave the EVs unevolved on the bench, you might turn it into a Flareon or a Leafeon depending on what your opponent does. And so it's a very adaptable deck. The Noctowls are really powerful in letting you execute some amount of a game plan, but it's a very technical deck to play as far as when you push in all those chips, because you only get a couple Noctowls throughout the game, and after that, you're living off the Mew Fez draws like every other deck in the format.
Dexter, Kevin, I hope you're having fun with Ben and Ryan. That sounds wonderful. It's a little hot out, so hopefully you guys are enjoying. Kevin, I know you and I would probably both like to be out there, too, at some point this week. It's just fun.
Yeah, good week for some disc golf, I'm sure.
Exactly. All right, so and actually, Kevin, you transitioned this beautifully yet again. So the other question I was going to ask is, when you are picking a deck for these major events, I try to break things down into pieces. It's easier to understand. There were 3 main areas. One is deck building, one is meta calling, and one is the actual playing the freaking game. So I'm terrible at the first 2, but I'm really good at that third one. So when looking at, Pixel, excellent. That is something I was going to ask Kevin for. Kevin, let me ask you, how do you plan out the meta? Like, how do you pick out what you think the meta will be, and then how do you figure out how to beat those matchups?
Yeah, great question. So there's a lot of data out there nowadays, and something I'm working on for Artemis is having a matchup spreadsheet and an expected meta percentage for each of those, so that for each deck you can calculate an estimated win rate into the field, and that'll give you a general sense of which decks are actually powerful into the field and what can be expected to do well or make a push into top cut. And from there, how do you select which of the decks that overall look good into the meta? I think that the way to do that is to pick something you're comfortable with, that you have fun playing, that you want to put the time into. I feel like there's this like spark in my brain that connects with a certain deck and just makes me want to play it for hours. If you don't have that, it's going to be really hard to succeed. So I'm not playing a deck. Gardevoir's never done that for me, so I just have not picked it up, even though it's been so good. But you got to have something that keeps you engaged. So that's one aspect. From there, if I have multiple options, I try to target what the best players are playing.
Yeah.
I think that gives me the best chance at winning a tournament. And I think I'm probably better than Dan at deck building and meta culling, which isn't saying the most, but Dan's better at playing than I am, so it evens out, I guess.
Listen, even if you're right, it hurts. You don't need to say out loud.
Together we're a good team. But,
when our powers combine, we do really good stuff. But I would agree. I think you are by far the better deck builder meta caller than I am.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, and so we are going to get into our next round. We have, which makes sense, that was a long round one, but we have Michael versus Luis. We have Charizard Dusknoir versus Gardevoir EX, and both of these players, we'll see them in December at our Invitational. They have officially qualified. And now we will go over to Luis's turn, and Luis has no ball search for Charmanders, and that is a problem, Kevin.
Yeah, you'd like a Charmander down turn one. Seems pretty useful.
So do you use Stellar Fish here and try to dig for an Arven or something to hold in hand, or do you not?
I think it's worth playing. The odds your opponent plays Iono here are probably less than 50-50, given the Arvens and researches in the Gardevoir deck. So building the hand for next turn is probably mostly upside. But yeah, missing out on a Charmander is pretty rough. It's almost like he's getting all of the drawbacks of going second and none of the advantages.
Absolutely. And honestly, I probably would have left that research in the deck, Kevin. I don't know about you. Is there a reason to take it?
Does he have a different supporter in hand to play?
He does. He has an Iono in hand, and he has a Rare Candy, Charmeleon, and 2 Dusknoir line pieces.
Yeah. No, I would take the research because if the Gardy player just completely bricks, you want to be able to get into the game without having to refresh their hand.
I guess, and that's a fair point. We are going to be able to evolve that Dust Skull into a Dusclops anyway, or even straight into a Dusknoir. Actually, that's probably the move, right? To candy straight into Dusknoir?
Yeah, that's probably fine. This is Dusk Zard. Yeah, especially if you can then maybe Tatsugiri into an Arven and, Poffin, TM Evo into some Charmeleons. I don't think you use the Dusknoir yet, but just getting it down and banked, it's pretty unlikely Michael will be able to deal with that on turn 2. Now, that being said, Gardy can pop off. You get the secret box going, and it can start using Screamtail pretty quickly. But from Luis's perspective, you might just have to hope he doesn't get there in a super timely manner with the slow start that he's had.
And I would agree. And just so everyone knows, this list does play a 4-4-2 Duskull, Dusclops, Dusknoir line, a 3-2-2 Charizard line, 2 Tatsugiri, and 1 Chi-Yu. So, I mean, this is, as much as this is kind of a techie cool deck, these are pretty thick, consistent lines to help you play the game here.
Yeah. Oh, is this the Jet Energy build? That's super cool with the Tatsugiri.
Yes, there are 3 Jet Energy, which kind of makes sense because you can just Jet into Tatsugiri and use Charizard to accelerate energy.
Yeah, you don't even need Air Balloon or anything for the Tatsugiri. It's just like your Jet is a free supporter search when you draw into it, essentially.
And so Michael, being a very responsible adult here, checking prizes. And Kevin, can you give a little history on why Michael's good at Pokemon?
Why Michael's good at Pokemon.
Or at least what his recent results are.
Yeah, I mean, what was a first place and a second place at regionals last year? Beat Henry Chow and Gardymere. That's pretty crazy in finals. World's top 8. I think most of the finishes are with Gardy, right? Are there any other major?
World's top 8 was Reggie Drago, I believe.
Drago, yeah. Okay.
Which it kind of makes sense. He plays typically the best deck in format each time, which is pretty good.
Yeah, the thing is, if you're the best player in the room, why would you not play the best deck? Makes sense.
Listen, that is a very good stance. And honestly, I'll advocate that for anyone. If you don't know what to play, just play the best deck. Because even if there's people who have good matchups against you, whatever, you will have the best deck in the game helping carry you to good results. And you're going to have a much better shot to actually play the game than if you try to take a rogue deck that isn't quite as strong. And so on Michael's end, though, Michael's set up pretty well here. We got 2 Ralts. We're going to be able to go in, and I believe it's an Iono in hand. But either way, we'll be able to play the game and just have a really strong setup turn 1.
Yeah, double Ralts is very strong. Iono will just get him into more cards. Could be Pokemon search, getting energies in the discard, find that juicy secret box at some point and literally do whatever you want. Definitely stronger board position for Michael here as far as the turn 1s go.
And I think even the Iono here is fine because Lewis will be able to play a supporter next turn. Michael knows he has research in hand. Michael continues to throw cards into his lap, which is not good or allowed. There's some history on that with other players. But Liv, no, this is just good old-fashioned regular Gardy, since from my understanding, Jellicent Gardy is not the best deck at the moment. Where's Michael's deck list? Do you know? All right, whatever. I'll find it. But yes, no Jellicent in this list. We do see the Iono for Michael. And now Lewis is hoping to have some way to set up and get some Charmanders down. And boy, do we not have that yet. So, I mean, Kevin, on Michael's end, we're going to see an Evo right here if we want to. On Lewis's end, we are sad. Very, very sad.
Yeah.
Is there anything else Michael should do?
If you can get extra Monkey Dorian play, I think is always good. He looks like he's lining up Earthen Vessel to get more energies in the discard. This will pay off later. You can even Ultra Ball already and just get those safely stored in the discard pile. Get the Gardevoir EX for next turn, assuming you don't get disrupted. And should have everything he needs to kind of do his ideal attack. Goes for the Mew instead for some passive draw.
And so we do not actually play any Frillish in here. We play no item locking whatsoever. We play Screamtail, Lily's Clefairy, Pheasantipede, Drifloon. We play 3 Bravery Charms. So this is absolutely a reach for the big knockout deck. And against something like Dragapult, it's really good if you include the Lily's Clefairy. Against Charizard, being able to reach is also a big deal. But Lewis may have some help in that Dusknoir line to try to even things out. I mean, we have no Shaman and no Klefki in this list. All right, so we do top deck Charmander. We see a Duskull. We see a Dusclops. Kevin, we want to see an Artisan before research, right?
Probably. You only have 1 more bench space after this, so unless there's something incredibly essential that you want to hit, 2 Zards or 2 Charmanders and 2 Duskull lines is probably adequate. So I'd rather hit non-basic Pokemon off the research than more basic Pokemon that I don't really have the need to bench at the moment.
And I would tend to agree with that. And I don't think we need to attach this jet to anything like that. Leaving Tatsugiri in the active is great. I mean, just burn it to the ground, right? Or, why are we doing this, Kevin?
Probably wants an Arven for a team evolution to guarantee the Charmeleons. Gets a boss instead.
That's actually a great point. I don't know why Michael did not Evo. I think we had discarded to try to thin down the hand. Or
it was attached to the Monkey Dory at one point.
Oh, did we fail the Evo?
Might have failed it. I don't know
goodness.
if he buys both Curlias or what, but
I'm not gonna lie, I was looking at deck lists. And so deciding to keep the boss, which I don't know if I like because we're about to discard it. Why?
Research that away. Yeah, and I would have just failed it if that's what you're going to play for turn.
And so the other issue is we only play 2 bosses orders. So we do play 2 Countercatcher, but getting rid of half of our supporter Gust? Dude, that's aggressive here.
That's an aggressive thin, 1 less card out of 40, but the downside of only 1 boss the rest of the game.
Yeah. All right, and benching the Chi-Yu, also, why?
I can't imagine that's your ideal attacker in this matchup.
No, I have so many questions. Do we?
Also, did not get any Charmeleon. So depending on Rare Candy to get attacking next turn.
Yeah, and I think also depending on Rare Candy on Michael's end, because we don't have a Curlia. This is fascinating, guys. Listen, y'all want some interesting games. These aren't really intentionally interesting, but they are certainly interesting. Because if we don't have any Curlias on Michael's end, and we have one card in hand, how are we pulling off an attack here, Kevin?
I think he's just drawing with Mew and hoping to get into something like the secret box. He can Arven for something next turn. Oh, there it is.
Or we just draw Arvin Gardevoir off of Mew for 2. And that
Yeah,
makes life so much
that's
easier.
the regional champ diff. Brent Tonneson and people are playing this Gardy deck all the time, and it just keeps happening. So at some point, you just got to give him credit for it.
Listen,
I have not been able to figure it out, but that's probably a skill issue.
I will tell you, if anyone wonders why some people do better, it's certainly never skill whatsoever. It's only because they get more lucky. Ignore that. That's horrible advice. That is not correct. However, we do see Arvin Gardy off of the restart. And so I think we only have like 1 or 2 energy in discard. So are we using Mind Bend to knock out Tatsugiri?
I think he's got a couple, at least 2, maybe 3 psychics, because he got that whole early Earthen Vessel and Ultra Balled the 2 away. So there's enough to get a relevant attack here on Screamtail for sure.
And so that's a big deal then, because we can knock out one of these Charmanders and then start to set up the other one for a knockout too.
Yeah.
And we do not play Pheasantipity EX. So there is currently no way to draw outside of using this Tatsugiri. Oh, and we knock out the Dusclops, leaving the Charmanders. Kevin, is that the right choice here?
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, the Gardevoir line is still very much under threat. If you can activate multiple, even a Dusknoir, Rare Candy to Charmeleon and Charizard, that's kind of the lost condition here from Michael's side is having no Gardy pieces on board. And this makes Luis get multiple Rare Candies into stage 2s on the same turn, which is just so unlikely in combination with the counter catcher.
Well, and actually, I think we really only need 1 Rare Candy, plus a stage 2, plus a counter catcher, because Gardevoir being weak to dark, Charizard is going to one-shot that thing easy. However, we do not have that yet. We do have Jacques.
Yeah, the Wombo combo I'm talking about is use Dusknoir on the Ralts and then also counter catcher the Gardy.
Oh, yes. So eliminate the Gardevoir pieces altogether.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's what Michael's playing around by targeting the Dusclops.
Yes, that makes a ton of sense. And so,
which I do think is better than taking out a single Charmander when there's a backup sitting there ready to go.
And I would agree, because also, even though Michael does play the Drifloon, is probably not banking on reaching for a one-shot on a Charizard anytime soon. So just getting this Jacques down is not bad. Is there anything wrong with knocking out the Screamtail here?
I think you do want to knock out the Screamtail. It's such a threat to your Duskulls, and Michael can only recover it so many times. It's just it's one of the main attackers in the deck, and it's probably a little early for Michael to push for the big one-shot on the Charizard. So I think if you get the knockout here, it's probably worth doing. But that being said, if you can target the Gardy and force the second Rare Candy out of Michael, they usually only play 2. So there's a chance that he would just miss a turn of having Psychic Embrace available if you were to take out the Gardevoir.
And I think that makes sense. We do see the Dusclops come down. We don't have any Gust that we can use, but that's okay, because we can, ideally, if we have at least 2 energy in here, we do. Oh, we have plenty. So this is actually, though, really, really good, because now there is more opportunity for Luis to apply pressure. No, we definitely want to accelerate that energy.
Heads up play there. I think Michael committed one of the Bravery Charms early to the Screamtail, which initially I was a bit confused about, but he's a better player than I am, and it looks really good on there now when there's a Dusclops in play, and that Screamtail has more than 50 HP remaining.
100%. And so actually, and I love this play by Luis, we're going to see a knockout with Chi Yu here. And go in with that single prizer and say, I don't really need to expose my Charizard early. I can just go in with Chi Yu now. And if you want to try to gust around to do something fancy, go for it. Because anytime you make a knockout, I'm knocking out whatever's in the active if it's not a Gardevoir. And so we see the knockout with Chi Yu. Go into Michael's turn, each player at 5 prizes. How does Michael respond?
So Michael's got some options here. I think most likely going to keep targeting down the Dusclops pieces. Again, you don't want to commit too early. You're okay staying a little bit behind or even on prizes as Gardy. Should have enough recovery to use the Scream Tail a couple times. Again, we're scared of the big double knockout Gardy turn, which would really limit Michael's options into the late game. So you want to keep playing around that and maybe establish a second Gardevoir EX if you can find that rare candy.
I don't think that's bad at all. So we do have Ralts, Mew EX, 2 Monkey Dories. We can use double Monkey Dory to knock out that Duskull, and then even just hit into the Chi Yu or something silly, or even leave a 1-prizer active, who cares? And just kind of let Luis go through his turn, because as long as we're taking out Duskulls, we are protecting the rest of our board and doing it in a way where we're going to be able to sustain a lot more easily than Luis is going to be able to. And so we do see the research for 7. We're going to be able to Fez on top of that. We see the Psychic. I mean, Kevin, let me ask you. We're going to double Monkey for sure. What are we attacking with this turn, if at all?
You don't necessarily have to take a knockout. The Mew EX can actually knock out Chi Yu, which is pretty funny.
Oh, that is pretty funny.
I don't think that's a very good prize trade, and Michael will probably find a better line than that. Cannot Gus this turn, though, as they're even on prizes and just played Research as the supporter for turn. And there's no bench space for Screamtail.
Actually, if we have a Dark Energy, call me crazy here. I don't actually mind the Mew knockout on Chi Yu. And bear with me. If we... Well, okay, never mind. I do mind that greatly. Don't do that. Because if we had been able to double Monkey and...
It's coming in.
It's coming
in. I'm smarter than I thought.
Well, I was going to say, I actually don't mind that if we're able to double Monkey. Oh, we have the energy switch. We are double monkeying. So we're going to knock out Duskull. We're going to knock out Chi Yu. Michael's going to go down to 3 prizes remaining, which means if Lewis activates that Duskull, especially now with the candy on the Gardevoir, all Michael has to do is one-shot a Charizard, and that's game. And we're done here. This seems pretty good, Kevin.
Yeah, really strong turn from Michael here. It's okay to leave that 2-prizer in the active because he's taking 2 prizes on this turn, and that gives him a 2-prize lead. So the response KO just catches Luis up and doesn't actually pull him ahead. And the Dusknars kind of get weaker into the late game. If you can push to 1 prize remaining, then you can't activate them at all. So Michael's doing a good job here of kind of carrying this lead. It's an aggressive play. But I think that's one of the weaknesses of the Dusknar decks. If you give up too many prizes too fast, you just can't set off enough bombs to make up for the fact that you're behind on prizes, and using it gives the opponent even more prizes.
Well, and Michael just showed us the 2 Curlia he took off the prizes. So if you're wondering why he didn't Evo, indeed, both Curlia were prized. Not that that stopped him, because now we've got 2 Gardevoir on the board. But now Lewis has an opportunity to try to get back into this game, but it's going to be tough for him. And so we have Charizard. We have an attachment to Charmeleon. Kevin, do we have to knock out a Gardevoir? Do we knock out Fez? What's the right move here?
It's a good question. I don't think knocking out a Gardevoir really does much. There's a backup, and it's going to be hard to take out 2. If you do, Michael can use the remaining Gardevoir to set up an attacker that you wouldn't be dealing with. And so there's no winning line there. You can take 2 prizes. The Mew EX really is not an attacking threat on this board. And so I think ideally you knock out the Pheasantipede here. You really like to pair that with Iono and use the counter catcher for the Gust. That way, Michael does not have access to flip the script unless he recovers the Pheasantipede, and will need to piece together a play with only a 3-card hand.
And so I would have really liked to see Lewis go into Tatsugiri for exactly that reason. I think we need an Iono this turn, and if we don't have it in hand, then we need to dig for it. Even if we have Boss and Boss is good, if you let Michael keep his giant hand, he is going to cause major issues. And so we see the Dusknoir knockout on the monkey. Each player takes a prize. Jacques is not Iono. Michael goes down to 2 prizes remaining. I mean, do we just gust Fez here, Kevin?
I mean, it's the best knockout to take. The problem is there's like 10 cards in Michael's hand. So,
wait,
yeah, I think
we do have Iono.
He has Iono. Okay. Yeah, you rip the Iono then, just hope you hit a counter catcher.
So I saw Jacques. I think we actually took Iono off the prizes. Never mind, Louis.
Ah, that's huge.
You're a genius. This is great.
Just hit the counter catcher now.
Yeah, easy, easy.
Perfect turn.
And do we see the counter catcher? We see Defiance Belt, Ultra Ball. No counter catcher. We do take a knockout for 2 prizes. And there is an opportunity for Michael to win, but that is not guaranteed off an Iono to 2.
Yeah, he needs, I think, just Drifloon and a Bravery Charm. There should be enough energy in the discard at this point that, you can ramp up to the 330. You can even attach a Dark Energy to the Monkey Dory for turn, get 30 damage that way. And then you need probably 1 less Psychic Energy for the Drifloon. I think an Arven probably wins the game here. There is Artisan in play as well, so really only needs the Bravery Charm to win. I'm pretty sure the Drifloon's in deck.
And I think Michael's debating that do I just Artisan now, since the Drifloon is right there. Big Steve, the dude, number 1, fantastic name. But good to know he had Iono the whole time. I think, honestly, if that is the case, I don't know if you need to play the Dusknoir there, although it's not bad, because it does make it a lot harder for Michael to reach. The issue now is, because you researched away your other boss, there is only 1 boss's orders left in deck. And Isaac, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you being here regardless. And yes, Trumpeter, you are absolutely correct. That is a problem, assuming there's enough damage on the board, which there would have been. And I'm glad GameStop is chill. And Kevin, you read it correctly. All we need is a Bravery Charm, and we've basically got it. Well, we need a Bravery Charm, 5 energy, and a Dark Energy. And I think we have that, right?
I think so. We got the secret box just to flex on them a little.
Well, we do need Night Stretcher. I don't actually think we need anything else. Yeah, no, we would have just needed the Night Stretcher anyway, unless we need to discard more energy. But in this case, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got plenty of Psychic. We have Night Stretcher for a Dark Energy, and that is going to be it. So Dark, we can accelerate 1 just to boost the damage. Retreat. Move that over. Go into Drifloon. And then 5 energy on Drifloon gets it to 300 damage, which is a knockout on Charizard. Michael takes game 1 against Luis and Charizard Dusknoir. And to be honest, that ended up being a bit closer than we thought it was going to be, but Michael just had the confident closeout at the end. Kevin, is there anything you saw from either end that needs to change?
I think Michael played great, unsurprisingly. Played around the double Curlia prize there just by giving the Candy Gardy. There's enough outs that you should be able to set them up most games. And then you can even do things, without the Gardevoir established while you set up. So pretty clean play from Michael. On Luis's side, I think that we, should have had a better hand to start with. No Charmanders down is not great. The sequencing maybe could have been improved a bit. Chi-Yu actually ended up being pretty okay. I was questioning that at first, but it seemed to pull its weight. Really just needs to get going quicker so that he can outpace Michael's setup and hopefully activate the Dusknoirs and kind of wipe all of the Gardevoir pieces off the board at once. I think that's his main win condition to the matchup. The prize trade is pretty even, probably slightly favored toward Gardevoir in the end because they can up trade more easily.
And I agree with everything you said there. I think it's great feedback. Murray, I think you're actually right. I think just Night Stretcher for Mew and Monkey was also plenty, since you'd be able to hit for 300 plus damage, or plus the Monkey Dory damage. Super Wet Liquid. Didn't know liquids are super wet, but I also love that name. Yes, Gardy is very popular. And I can't say I dislike it. It is a very complicated, very intense deck to play, but we may see it get into finals unless Lewis can pull something off here. And I think Michael's going to go first if I had to guess, Kevin. And yeah, Michael goes first. Luis forces him to go first. We do see a Drifloon. We're going to see some energy go and a Ralts come out. Kevin, what's Michael's perfect board?
Definitely wants at least 2 Ralts. There's an argument for a third one if it's available in this specific matchup. But usually you have a couple of Ralts, you have a couple of Monkey Dories, and then a spot for the attacker and a spot for draw, either the Mew or the Fez, depending on the game, or how far along you are in the game. I mean,
and I think that makes complete sense. Oh, good call, Sinister. Yes, we did in the Night Stretcher to get the Dark Energy since there were no more outs to it in deck. Yes, correct. We did need 2 Night Stretcher. So then we see the 2 energy come down. Michael checking his prizes, which, by the way, for those watching and wondering how to win this game and how to do well in Pokemon, be consistent with all of your decisions. Check your prizes. Have a very good sense of what you are working with, because that will inform your game plan. And if you ever get to a point where I would have won if this wasn't prized, my question is always going to be, when did you recognize you needed that card for this game plan? Because if you knew it was prized, you needed to take a different route. And Kevin, is that something you've run into?
Oh yeah, it happens all the time if you're not paying super close attention. I feel like a lot of my accomplishments in the online era, it helped a lot. I could prize check very quickly on my first deck search because PTCGO and to a lesser extent Live, they organize all your cards for you when you do your deck search. So if you know your list, you can just do it as a matter of routine in about a minute, and it takes very little mental energy. And once your prizes are physically written down, it's easy to take that information into account the rest of the game. And I do struggle with prize checking when all the cards are not sorted. So I've opted to just go for the essentials for the matchup and then the essentials for the next couple turns. So far, I think that's been good enough as far as, being able to perform at majors. But in an ideal world, you know exactly what all your prizes are on your first deck search. And I'm pretty sure Michael's at that level.
And I think I think it's okay to use your resources appropriately. So like if it's going to take a ton of brain power to just figure out anything, then yeah, of course. Like don't spend 15 minutes checking your prizes. Check for what's absolutely necessary. For me, I always check energy if there's importance there, specific Pokemon, and then I check for any key items or supporters. So whatever just is necessary for that matchup, like you said, Kevin, or things that are going to inform my game plan. So do I check how many Iono and research I have in deck each game? No. Absolutely not. Do I check if I know I'm going to need to spam Disruption or I have an Iono in hand I may discard away? Then yes. But just always keep in mind what is that long-term plan. And speaking of long-term plan, Lewis is at least trying to get some kind of short-term plan going here with that Buddy Poffin. I believe, Kevin, we had a supporter in hand, so hopefully we'll be able to just get Charizard and Duskull pieces and then go from there. And Jewish Kid, welcome for joining, or thank you for joining. Awesome to have you here. And then I think it looks like we're going to go for Duskull Tatsugiri. So, Kevin, does this mean we don't have a supporter?
You may just be getting the Tatsugiri for later. If he has a jet in hand, it makes sense to get it. It is kind of an essential part of the consistency of the deck the way it's set up. So, gets a nice Precious Trolley activation. I like the aggressive Duskull benching. Probably only need 2 Charmanders at a time since you can reestablish the other one if they decide to target those. But as we saw Michael target down the Duskulls and Dusclops last game, getting those established ASAP and preferably evolved this turn if possible is going to be Luis's primary game plan.
Agreed. And Jewish Kid, we can certainly ask. I think we try not to disclose anyone's deck list outside of the tournament without their permission. But yeah, we can certainly ask around and see if they're comfortable with us sharing those, or at least if they can send us to their Twitter, YouTube, or Facebook, wherever, where they post it. And we can post that information on our Twitter. So in case you guys don't follow, NRG TCG is our Twitter. That's where we post all of our results, deck lists, everything like that. So if you want to give it a follow, check it out there. That's where we're going to post everything. And so getting back to the game, we saw Lewis's A-Spec there, the trolley, the Precious Trolley that just filled his board. And now we get to go in with a Evo TM. And what was the item Lewis got there? Is that a rare candy, it looks like? We see jet
It might be a way to get energy because I didn't see a way to get energy in hand.
I don't think we need energy in hand because we have the jet energy to push the Tatsugiri into the active.
Yeah, it may have been a candy then for next turn, whatever he does in Evo here.
Yep, and then we will be able to use that TM Evo. And I mean, Kevin, I think this is the perfect start for Luis.
Yeah, much better position here, and this is why going second is so much better in these stage 2 matchups, because a much better setup. Michael still has at least 2 Ralts to work with. He can work on evolving that, and definitely needs some more Ralts down. But this is a really clean board from Luis.
And that's awesome. Sharper, great to see you, by the way. Thank you for joining. And yes, Ultra Ball's good. Fortunately, it's going to the bottom of the deck. And Jewish Kid, of course, thank you for joining. It's awesome having you here. And always feel free to chime in if you'd like. But if not, like I said, we're glad to have you here. All right, so we see the fresh 6 cards for Michael and for Luis. We see an Evo TM, which is good, an Artisan, which is good, but Kevin, that hand sucks otherwise.
Tatsugiri will bail him out of it. It'll be fine.
No, not for Lewis. I mean for Michael.
Oh,
does Lewis's hand also suck? Because that is a possibility.
No, it doesn't look that bad.
Okay, so we see an Evo TM. So the Bravery Charm doesn't really help on the Ralts, although I'm guessing Michael's saying there's a Curlia prized. So can Lewis just kind of steal the game here and now?
Potentially could win the game this turn, absolutely.
This is wild. Guys, again, we promised you good stuff. This could be a good stuff turn for Lewis. So we see the Charizard come down. Michael does not play Cleffa. Only 2 fire. Kevin, would you have liked to see a 3rd come out there?
There's not too much downside. Those have to go on the board. I think getting 1 card out is pretty marginal value at this point, but do they have to go everywhere, or just they can go to fire any Pokemon, right?
Any Pokemon.
Fire Pokemon. Yeah, I'd probably take a 3rd one and just slap it on the Tatsugiri. Then you have a free retreat later and 1 less card to try to attract customers through.
I mean, I would agree completely. So I think the question here is, going for the Jock.
Oh, we got the Jock. That's a perfect supporter to play this turn.
So with Jock, we don't actually have game. We're close. But we don't actually have it because we do need 2 Dusk Noir to close out the game here.
Just needs a Night Stretcher to recycle the Clops, and it's over.
Oh, you're right, because we can just pop 3 Clops. And we do have Night Stretcher in hand. Okay, yeah, it's totally over.
Yeah, it's over. Okay. Outskilled.
All right, fair enough.
More than 3 Pokemon down.
But we always have to see, does Lewis see
He's got to see the line. He's got to see the line. You need the vision.
All right, so we are going to Tatsugiri here, which to me says he doesn't see the line yet, but maybe we just need to get him.
If he saw it, I think he'd be slamming the cards at this point, But
all right, so I think what Lewis is at least trying to do is figure out how to counter Catcher up along with this Dusknoir. But you're right, if we pop 2 Dusclops and then Dusknoir once, that is all she wrote.
Yeah, you double Clops the Curlia. Now you might see it here. There's 1.
And so we see, okay, yeah.
There's the Stretcher.
So we see the Night Stretcher. And then we can double Clops the Curlia. Yep, and then Michael scoops it on up. Michael sees that he saw the line. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a game 3. Holy, what a turn for Lewis, Kevin.
That was turn 2, Dan.
That was turn 2. It's possible that is problematic for the format if someone can do that consistently. What do you think?
I mean, it's probably fun for Luis. I think Michael's start was pretty bad there. He just needs more Pokemon out, and going second should bail him out for this game 3. But that was certainly something.
So you're correct. It probably was very fun for Luis. I do not deny that. I'm more worried about Michael and his fun level.
Yeah.
Jewish Kid, technically, no damage from attacks happened that entire game, but we did see a win by Luis. All right, so then going into game 3, I think we have a sense of what Gardevoir always wants, and that's to set up a couple Curlia to be able to have some redundancy in their Gardevoir pieces. And Lewis, do you just want to see Arvin Energy Evo TM? Like, is that it to just have a huge turn, or is there something else we need to see?
Yeah, I think you trolley Evo, and even when you're forced to go first, like the turn 2 Evo, you can turn Dusclops into Dusknoir. You can, probably not Evo into Charizard. You want to activate the ability typically, but you can establish. You basically want as many stage 1s on the board as possible to set up for a really explosive turn 3.
Well, so the good news for Luis here is that we do have Buddy Poffin and Ultra Ball, so we are going to set up pretty well, especially going first. And Leo, yes, that was an absolutely insane turn. I'm so glad he saw the line because that was sick. But so with the Buddy Poffin and the Ultra Ball, do we play the Ultra Ball to get a third basic, Kevin?
I mean, more basics is good. Definitely can snowball. The Ultra Ball could get a stage 2 later, which might be better. It might depend on what Tatsugiri pulls. If you have the like Jacques for evolutions, you might Ultra Ball for a basic this turn. And you also want probably some kind of draw supporter in hand as well.
And so we do have the Iono in hand. We also have a Jacques in hand. So I think we have the tools to do something really cool next turn. So for me, Kevin, I actually would say I would like to see that Ultra Ball be a second Duskull. Levi, I think that is going to be a Michael question. So we'll definitely ask all the players after the tournament if they're cool with us posting their deck list. I don't know if they will be because some players, i.e. Michael, are prepping for Worlds. But if they are, we'll be happy to post them. And like I said, we are at any NRG TCG on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. So always follow us there because anything we post coming out of our tournaments, that's where it'll be found. All right, and so now, Kevin, with this Ultra Ball, what do we discard?
Yeah, that's a good question. I didn't see all the cards in Luis's hand. You may even just pull out a supporter you don't want to play and Ultra Ball that away, since you already have 2 good ones in the hand.
I don't mind that, honestly. I think that's totally fine, just to burn something out of the deck. Although, granted, Arven's pretty good, so I don't know if that's the one you want to burn. But, Kevin, I guess my follow-up question is, do we care about having a pop-off turn next turn? Or are we okay having 2 setup turns and then trying to board wipe?
So I think the big turn for this matchup is going to be turn 3 when you're forced to go first. Getting a lot going next turn just probably isn't very realistic. Does send the Ultra Ball, which is fine. You have the follow-up. You probably play Jacques next turn and maybe Iono the following, or you could Arvid for Evo next turn and then Jacques after that. So getting more basics down is good.
And I would agree. And I do have a small update. Junior, who we just saw last round playing Charizard, is actually in finals. So we are either going to see a Charizard-ish or mirror match-ish or Gardy Charizard in our last round. And so we do see 2 Duskull, Charmander. Going over to Michael's turn, we have a Ralts. We have a Bravery Charm. What else do we have? We have a Mew. We have a Drifloon. Oh no. Kevin, we ain't got much here.
That's no cards in hand other than the 2 energies getting searched.
Correct. And to be honest with you, Kevin, we may fail this search.
Yeah, there is the Mew on board to draw 3, which frequently bails Gardy out in the early game. And be interesting. Yeah, I don't think you can really afford to take energy, which hurts to do with your Earthen Vessel now spent. But you just need to get some supporters to get in the game and actually draw some cards. And it's just not worth the downside of drawing fewer than the full 3 off the restart ability.
I would agree because you have, while you have plenty of outs in deck, if you miss and Lewis can set up a further board before you do anything, this could be catastrophic. And Jewish Kid, yes, I love having these great players coming out here because, man, it's hard to win, like Kevin was saying, but it is so much fun to see this caliber of play at, like, your locals. And, Justin, yeah, Gardy is doing Gardy things game 1. Gardy's also doing Gardy things right now, and it's not good Gardy things. So, Kevin, like, what does Michael want to see outside of just, I don't know, research off of these 3 cards?
Really needs a second Ralts here, at least. Only the 1 down could fall way behind in this game with just a simple Rare Candy Dusknoir from Luis's side, taking out the only Ralts in play.
And I think that's a big deal. You can also have a Dusclops and Rare Candy Charizard and still be effective, but I agree. I think you'd rather just pop the Dusknoir, set up a board, and say, thanks for the extra turn, Michael. I'll let you go try again.
Yep.
All right, so then we're going to see the draw here. This is a pretty high-pressure 3 cards for Michael here, Kevin.
Yeah, big restart. Now, there's a ton of outs. I mean, any supporter, even an item card or two, is probably enough to keep playing this game. The deck's chock full of those. The nightmare scenario here is he gets something like Seeker Box and 2 other unplayable cards and can't do anything else of note this turn.
So we do have an Evo, but hilariously, I don't know if we want to use it.
Yeah, that does not. You got 2 Monkey Dory and an Evo. Oh, gosh.
So if we do Evo, the good news is we get a Curlia. The bad news is Curlia has 90 HP, not 120 like a Ralts with a Bravery Charm. So now 2 Duskull just ends this Curlia, and that's wild.
Yeah, Michael's just going for the outside shot that Luis doesn't have a way to knock it out. In that case, he can evolve up pretty easily, and from there be in a really strong position to win the game. Just did not have a lot of options. The restart didn't do him any favors there.
And we put Dusclops from hand. We literally could Jacques and end this Curlia's miserable existence. So I do want to see the Tatsugiri first. My goodness. Well, none of those are supporters, so that's fine. But I mean, Kevin, do we just Jacques?
The Jacques comes down. Now, 2 Dusclops for 1 Curlia knockout is technically a negative prize trade. If you can pair that with a knockout on the active to keep it even and give Michael a really weak board state, it may very well be worth doing. If you can rare Candy in the Dusknoir and take it with 1 and leave a Ghost on board, I think it's definitely worth doing. We'll see if he has the Candy available. I think that's another Dusclops that just got searched out. So
it is, and I don't think there's Candy available. I think what Luis may do is either hold or pop both and knock out Curlia. And we do pop both, knock out Curlia. And I mean, I think Luis is going to be happy to say, okay, pass. And yes, Michael, I think the idea, though, was with the Ultra Ball in hand and a Pheasantipity in hand, I think we took Ultra Ball Fez off prizes. That's insane.
Yeah, and Michael's actually still in a pretty good position. Has a prize lead through no actions of his own.
Right, exactly.
So if he could actually stabilize the board, get multiple Ralts down, there's no Duskulls on Luis's side right now. And this is actually a weirdly favorable position for Michael. Might have benefited from a more conservative line there from Luis. I think if he saves those Dusclops, waits to get more value out of them from the Dusknoirs, then he could also potentially get the Charizard, boss down one of the Ralts pieces, knock out the other one with the Dusknoirs, and not have that negative prize trade, and then have more threats available to weaken Michael's board. Decides to go all in for the solo Curlia knockout, and we'll see if Michael can stabilize after it.
And as much as I don't mind it, and Austin, yes, number one, thank you for joining. Great to have you here. Yes, that is something we mentioned right when the Evo TM came down, is that actually put that Ralts within range of the double Dusclops. But, Kevin, you're also right. Michael may have said, that's okay. I'm willing to let you overextend to take that prize because I know that that'll give me an opportunity to stabilize. Plus, my prizes included Ultra Ball, Pheasantipity. It may be better to just take some prizes here. And absolutely none of those allow Michael to play the game outside of getting another Ralts down. So this is still not great.
That's all he needs this turn. Get the double Ralts. Then you're not under threat of losing the whole Gardy line anymore. Michael's such a good player. I wouldn't put it past him to have that be this, 40 chess kind of line of, I'll drop it down to 90, bait out the double Dusclops play. And then I know I have confidence in my deck to be able to function with those prize cards and the Mew draw that, I'll get those Dusclops out of the way early, and then we will claw our way back into the game. And it looks like that's exactly what he's doing.
I would agree. And so I do want to see the Charizard put the energy on the active because, Kevin, if we can gust Pheasantipity this turn, I think we are absolutely cruising, even if we don't put another Duskull into play, because Luis knows Michael's hand is dead.
Yeah, Duskull's huge here to establish a threat.
And we have the boss's orders in hand, too. So I'm sorry, Kevin. I got super excited, but
Interesting.
I gotta
No,
see.
you're fine.
I gotta see what Tatsugiri has here because, like, I guess Kevin, is it wrong to boss here?
No, I think you definitely want to chase down the Fez and do everything you can to prevent Michael from getting a Gardevoir EX in play. Knocking out something besides the Fez just makes it really likely that Candy Gardy comes back and Michael can kind of snowball a prize lead from there.
Austin, I would tend to agree, especially because Lewis had the opportunity to set up his board. It probably would have been better to be a little more conservative. Oh, nice. Good find, Kevin. Now, granted, Austin, that is way less cool, and I was very excited for how freaking cool that play just was, and so I'm going to enjoy this moment. But thank you for your feedback. And I'm sorry, I'm getting lost in the sauce. Kevin, do we boss here, or do we Arvin here?
I think you have to boss.
I would tend to agree. I think last turn would have been a turn to set up. This turn, aggressively taking down Fez, I think is really, really good, even if you have to pass a turn afterwards because they confuse your Charizard or something. And I think Luis is debating that, but to be honest, with the position you're in, choosing to use both Duskull, knowing that Michael did not have a supporter, I mean, this seems pretty good. We see the boss. Ooh.
Oh, boss rolls. Interesting.
That can't be correct.
Yeah, now Fez is live. You can draw 3 cards whenever you want. You get Candy Gardy. Your Zard gets softened up, potentially confused. And Michael just has all the initiative here as far as 4-4 on prizes, and it's Michael's turn to make something happen.
Agreed. And so they are even on prizes, like you said, 4-4, which means Countercatcher and stuff is not active for Michael. Michael has Artisan. We have ways to get more Pokemon out. For those who are saying it, yeah, I actually think Arvin for Countercatcher would have been fine, unless Luis wants to Arvin for Precious Trolley this turn, which I don't think is horrible. But Kevin, it's all going to come down to what Michael gets off Fez. And
Got a Candy. That's a good start.
That is huge because that does
There's
mean
an
we have
Ultra Ball in the
Gardevoir, but we've got nothing else.
I don't know how many energies he's got in the discard pile. The Drifloon is there. Commits the charm. Makes me think he's got access to more energies to make something big happen.
I think we only have 2 or 3 energy in the discard. Champion, yeah, I mean, Luis had the aggressive play there. Going down to 4 prizes is fine, but I think that gave Michael time to get back into the game. And Austin, I'm pretty sure we're going to confuse Zard, and that's about it this turn.
He hasn't played a supporter yet, though, so he could, rip this big hand of a research, draw into earthen vessels or secret boxes, and get to the 5 energies needed to KO the Zard.
So we are going to have to get this hand down to a size that is mewable because we've already used Flip the Script, and I don't know. Can we burn the rest of these cards down, Kevin?
Is there no supporters in that whole hand?
There are no supporters in the whole hand.
Huh.
And yes, Austin, I agree. If Luis takes a prize this turn, I think that's about game over if Michael doesn't take this knockout here. If he does not, Michael has some leeway. And Arctic, I agree. It's always kill Pheasantipity. By killing Pheasantipity, you completely prevent Michael from playing the game. All right, so Kevin, we see Michael shuffling up. Do you think he can get his hand down low enough to use Restart here?
It seems unlikely with that many cards in hand, but if a couple of them are Ultra Balls, he could get a couple pulls and maybe pull off the really big Drifloon play.
So we have a Bravery Charm, a Monkey Dory, it looks like, a Energy Switch. Oh, this is tough.
Yeah, all in all, it's not a very good hand.
It is not. It is atrocious, actually. And I think this charm should go on the Pheasantipity. Yes, because right now, that charm puts Fez out of range. And we are going to... Wait. Are we going to hit with Burning Darkness?
Burning Darkness for not enough. That's crazy.
That is crazy. Guys, those in the chat who are watching this, what's the line here? Are we taking a knockout? Oh, we're setting up for a monkey knockout next turn. And we have Secret Box for next turn. Okay. Michael has just got himself back into this game knowing that he'll be able to knock out Charizard next turn with an, with a Monkey Dory ping.
He only 2 pings, but I think this Burning Darkness is sitting for 240. That gets it up to
You're right.
280.
2 pings because we were not able to get 60 damage on the board.
Yeah, but this is really heads up play from Michael of effectively taking 2 prizes, without the downsides of, turning on counter catcher, that sort of thing, so that you can actually afford to lose this Mew because the follow-up turn could be so powerful.
And this is exactly why I think using the counter catcher, like everyone was saying, is so much better, because if Luis takes this turn to boss up Gardevoir EX and even get a Charmeleon or some kind of thing down, like this game is all but over for Michael. But instead, Michael's within range of a double Monkey Ping knockout on Charizard, so Luis needs to find a way to get a Charmeleon up and a Duskull or 2 down.
Yeah, there's no backup Ralts on Michael's side. So if the boss's orders was available to just knock out Gardevoir here, I don't really see how Michael comes back from that in the long game.
No, so we do see the knockout. 1 Duskull down, 1 Charmander down. So can Michael knock out both Charizard lines? Because if we can, that's game over. And I think Michael has the pieces.
Luis may have needed to put a second Charmander down there if he had the ability to, because I don't see how he gets another attacker the rest of the game if Michael just knocks out the active Charizard with Monkey Dory and then Screamtails the Charmander in the same turn.
And honestly, you don't even need to Screamtail because you have Counter Catcher in hand. So you could just go get it, double Monkey Ping, and then say, all right, I have 1 prize left. Good luck to you, Luis, if you have a way to reach. And I'm going to be straight with y'all. Luis does not. There's no way
just
to
knock it out with Gardevoir or whatever. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
All right, so then, guys, I think, and for everyone watching, I do want to call this out. This is a perfect example of how important it is to clearly map out both your game and your opponents. Because I think, like everyone said, and Kevin, you and I said, if Luis said, hey, it's more important to prevent Michael from drawing than it is to get rid of his Gardevoir pieces, this game's over a turn or 2 ago.
Yeah, Michael's hand was so bad that Rare Candy got him into the the Fez got him into the Rare Candy to even get the Gardevoir online. He had no supporters or even good way to thin the hand down at that point. It would have been living off top decks.
And this Iono is going to be so painful for Luis because it's going to stick him and knock out both Charizard pieces. Yeah, and I don't know exactly either. I think Luis had kind of gotten stuck on the line of, hey, if I kill the Gardevoir pieces, I win, which is true to a degree, but not if it's at the expense of preventing Michael from playing the game. And now with double Monkey, I mean, Kevin, Michael's going to be able to kill basically anything next turn with just Monkey Dories at this point. This is not good.
This is the power of Gardevoir. You can take half knockouts, keep counter catcher, the power of Iono, everything online, and take advantage of the comeback cards when functionally this Charizard's already gone. In Michael's head, this has been gone from the second he committed to attacking with the Mew.
Yes.
100% was intending on taking the knockout on the following turn. Knows that getting it up to 280 damage puts it in pretty easy range of a mid-turn KO, and that lets him attack the other weaknesses of Luis's board on the following turn without being weaker to Iono or other disruption cards.
Gamer, agreed. This is in general a very good matchup for Charizard Dusknoir, but that is on the contingent that both players play equally well. And unfortunately, and I mean this with no disrespect to Luis made a couple misplays here that gave Michael a chance to win this game, and Michael, being the incredible player that he is not passing up that opportunity. So, Kevin, is there any way for Luis to close out this game?
I don't see a way to reestablish an attacker unless there's something like a Blood Moon or Saluna in the list that could. It doesn't even knock out Fez and Dippity.
And for
I
those of
don't
you
know.
asking
This
if he
Michael
plays
goes to
Blood
one
Moon,
prize and can't Dusknoir. It looks bad.
the answer is no. No, there is no Blood Moon in this list. The only attacker is Charizard and Chi-Yu. So unfortunately, with both of these Charmander and Charizard lines going down, there's really no way for Lewis to attack next turn. And so he would have to hope to pin the Fezandipity in the active, go into Tatsugiri, disrupt, and have Michael not hit anything. And we can't bank an attachment on Fez, but there's plenty of stuff in the deck where it'll be pretty easy for Michael to draw out of it. And like we said, with double Monkey Dory, you're going to knock out that Duskull if you don't evolve it. So, I mean, what does Luis possibly do once this Charmander is knocked out?
There's reestablishes the Mew here. That makes it even less likely to trap anything.
Yes.
You'd have to reestablish a Charmander. Yeah, trap the Fez, candy up the following turn, take the knockout there. But the odds of Michael hitting something off of a restart up to 3, pretty high. And that's even if Luis has the Iono countercatcher combo with the Charmander to try to stall. Which
I don't know if we will, because right now we only have a Jacques in hand, and that is not great. Jewish Kid, yes. Thornton would be great right about now for Luis. All right, we see the fire, and we got a Tatsugiri here. Stellar Fish coming in. Can we find Iono? Well, that's a no. We found a Narvin and a boss. Kevin, I don't think that's going to do it here.
I mean, boss brings the Fezandipity up at least and makes Michael need 1 card to win, which is 1 more than 0 cards to win.
Correct.
But I'm going to guess he has it with that hand size. There's the Psychic Energy in hand, yeah.
There is. So we can see the boss. I mean, from Luis's end, you have to boss. There's nothing else you can do here to not lose the game immediately. And yes,
he loses anyway without evolving the Duskull.
Exactly, because we are going to be able to double monkey. So unfortunately, like, Michael just has checkmate here. And so we can... So one thing we can do, Kevin, and this isn't something we've talked about, we can evolve and pop Dusclops and just go out by our own hand. Instead, we boss. Michael takes the game, Gardevoir beating Charizard Dusknoir to go to finals. Michael Davidson, pretty good player, you guys, if you haven't heard of him. And Dexter, we actually have Moshi Jr. in finals with Charizard Pidgeot. So we get to see Charizard Pidgeot versus Gardevoir now. And, dude, I feel like we've gone back a couple formats seeing this matchup.
Yeah, Gardy is just eternally too strong. Monkey Dory kind of put it over the top, makes up for the loss of refinement. And it seems like even the Dark-type decks are not enough to keep it down. There is definitely like upside of hitting the Gardevoir EXs for weakness, but you still got to draw the stuff. And Gardevoir is just such a strong deck with the ability to take multiple KOs in the same turn. And you saw that strength on full display that game 3.
And I think that weakness matters a ton if your game plan relies on tanking hits or preventing knockouts on your end. To be honest, Gardy doesn't care. Like, oh no, you knocked me out. What a shame. And now I get to retreat Gardy and put more damage on the board. Like, whatever, man. So Gardy is terrifying for that because they will enact their game plan almost regardless of what you are knocking out, which is crazy. And Michael did stop Henry Chow from lost zoning another invite. So that you're welcome. Actually, Austin Charles, you're in the chat. That was sketchy. And congratulations, Austin, on qualifying for Worlds. I am so happy. And points to TPCI for making sure everyone at 700 got in. So I'm excited to see you guys do very well at Worlds this fall, or in a couple weeks, actually. And Austin, for your question, in first seed, we had Michael Davidson with Gardy, as you saw. Second seed was Dusknoir Dragapult by Sky. Third seed, Charizard with Pidgeot, which we're about to see in finals. Fourth place was Dengo, Christian Moshi. Fifth place was Luis, you just saw, with Charizard Dusknoir. Wojun Park, who was in our top 8 round playing Eevee Box. Benjamin playing Dusknoir Dragapult. And then our last one was Jacob playing Ogre Box for A seed. So We actually ended up having a clean cut of 402 or better made it in, since we had to have a few people play it out. And yeah, Austin, I will be rooting for you. I'm excited to see how you do. So, Kevin, we're going to see Charizard Pidgeot. We're going to see Gardy. Who's your pick? Well, let me ask two questions. What deck is your pick? And then who is your pick? Because you do have Michael Davidson behind one of these.
Yeah, it's hard to pick against Davidson. I think he will find some lines for sure. The build that Michael is playing with Drifloon and Heavy Bravery Charm means he can actually have a positive price trade into the Charizard EXs.
Yes.
In order to even that out, like the Charizard needs to find Gus cards and knock out the Gardevoir EXs in one hit or other two prizers that are on the board. So on paper, it's fairly even. I think Pidgeot lends an element of late game consistency that Gardevoir doesn't really have access to. And in completely equal footing in terms of player skill, I'd probably give a slight edge to Charizard EX, but that's very small. And honestly, the Drifloon 3 Bravery Charm build might even be even or slightly favored going into the Charizard. I think it might depend a bit on if Michael can disrupt the Pidgeot from getting established and kind of get multiple positive prize trades with the Drifloon into some of Michael's two prizers or Christian's two prizers. Sorry.
And I do think that's a big deal. One thing to keep in mind is Dragapult can work around some of this sometimes because they can spread damage to account for the kind of damage placement Gardevoir does. Charizard just bops the active. Now, it bops the active very effectively, but it's going to actually rely on Monkey Dory to try to clean up some knockouts or clean up some prizes. So part of the skill here is going to be, can Michael use his Monkey Dories effectively without giving Moshi material to work with on his end with Monkey Dory? Because I think from Moshi's end, it's only going to take one Monkey Dory Adrenabrain to completely shift this game if he's able to Adrenabrain knock out a Drifloon or something and then also knock out a Gardevoir EX. Like, that's going to be the game if he's ever able to do that at one point.
Yeah, you have to be really careful with these Monkey Dory mirror matches of what options you're giving to your opponent. And sometimes it's better to Monkey Dory your own side and just put the damage on the active where you're going to knock it out anyway. And that way it kind of protects your side of the board without fueling the Monkey Dory engine on the other side. And I'm sure Michael will see those opportunities as they come up. On the other side, Christian doesn't really have the opportunity to self-damage. So he's kind of, Michael gets to decide who gets to use Monkey Dory when, which is another factor in the matchup for sure.
It is. And so we do see the Ultra Ball here getting a Charmander out for Moshi, getting rid of Cleffa and a Dark Energy as we've gotten started here. And I mean, the Charmander and the Pidgey are exactly what we need to get started on Moshi's end. Fortunately, we also need a lot more than that, but we're just going to pass on over to Michael. And then, Kevin, walk us through Michael's turn. What is Michael trying to do to set up? And by actually that, I need to run to the bathroom really quick because we got a long round coming up. So, Kevin, talk us through Michael's turn, and I'll jump in once I'm back.
No worries. So typically with Gardy, you're going for the TM Evo. Michael's not playing any item lock cards like Furlish or Badu. And so that's really not a consideration. He just wants to play pure consistency, set up as soon as possible, use the incredible power of Psychic Embrace and Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain, combining together to spread damage counters while also doing meaningful attacks to the active is the long game plan. So goal A is to get some bench Pokemon down. You're going to need at least 2 Ralts. You want to evolution into the Curlias and make it easier to establish multiple Gardies throughout the game. This is a matchup where the Gardies are pretty vulnerable, so Gus KOing it is pretty likely to happen at some point. So really want to manage your resources, planning to get 2 Gardies out throughout the game. And that should be enough. Eventually you have to set up enough attackers that they have to deal with the attackers as well, or potentially lose a prize trade. So we'll see what he has available. Saw him do pretty thorough prize checking last time. We'll start with just a nest ball for the Ralts. That's the most important thing for the turn. And then once we're done with the prize checking, we'll see what else he has to work with in his hand there. From Christian's side, a little bit of a weaker start. Does get the 2 most important basics. I'm trying to see what it's in his hand. It doesn't look great, although he does have an Arven, which probably is enough to get going. Michael gets the TN Evo, and will evolve him into Curlia, but that's not a lot of Pokemon established. If Christian can get a attack this turn and knock out one of the 2 Gardevoir pieces, that would be a really strong aggressive start since Michael doesn't appear to have a lot of backup.
And I mean, not having backup isn't the end of the world right now because there are, hi, I'm back. There are 2 Ralts or Gardevoir pieces on the board. Moshi is going to take advantage of that, though, because Michael doesn't have a ton of aggressiveness coming his way. He's going to be able to take this turn to TM Evo and get a couple more Charmander and a Pidgey down. So, I mean, Kevin, as bad as turn 1 was, this actually seems really good as a follow-up, especially with Michael having a somewhat weak turn himself.
Yeah, I mean, Michael literally has a single nest ball in the discard. So unless a supporter gets top decked here, this might be a quick game 1. Looks like he got a Super Rod.
That is less helpful than you would hope, but that's all right. And we just see the pass over. And so I don't think we have ball search or anything right now on Michael's end. We do have an Arven for Christian.
Yeah, Michael might have an out to Fez or something that he's saving after Christian takes his first knockout, but certainly is not set up a robust board the first 2 turns like you'd like to.
I would agree. And so Christian doesn't have a board that would be, like, Christian actually has a board that's very, very resistant to any issues like Devo TM. Not that Michael plays it, but this is honestly such a good sustainable board for Christian. Like, he's been okay taking an extra turn because Michael hasn't applied pressure, and now he's going to be able to push really hard and apply some pressure himself. So is there anything wrong with just going in with Charizard and swinging at this point?
No, I mean, Michael's done nothing. If you turn on Fez and that gets him out of the dead draw, so be it. But he still needs so much off of those 3 cards to really keep up. There might be an argument for, stalling an extra turn and waiting to boss the Curlia since, Michael's bricking pretty hard. Ideally, you just have access to Charizard and boss this turn. And I think taking the Curlia out is probably worth the investment there just to make it even harder for Michael to get going.
To be honest, I'm fine if I'm Christian just knocking out this monkey anyway. Like, just start applying pressure. I agree, maybe there is a saved out to Pheasantipity or something, but this is, I guess, is there a downside to just being aggressive here?
If that's your only option to knock out, I probably would just do it. It looks like he is opting for a Gust for 20. I probably wouldn't Gust, but we got a top deck supporter. That's something. Okay.
Well, and hilariously, Moshi had actually gotten an Iono himself. So, to be honest, I would have definitely preferred to see the knockout, but this may have worked out better because now Moshi's going to get a clean hand, and that includes another Charizard and likely an out to boss. So we could actually knock out this Gardevoir this turn. I feel like, and I mean this with all love, Moshi, I feel like we just failed upwards a little bit, Kevin. Am I reading this correctly?
I mean, yeah, maybe. I think everything on Christian's turn there is super fine, other than Gust for 20 is just a slight benefit to Michael and literally 0 downside. So I would have just passed the turn there, but I do think waiting for the boss on Curlia was perfectly reasonable.
Wait, actually, if Michael moves that damage onto something other than Pidgey and it sticks, this is actually a huge benefit for Moshi. Because if Michael does bank this damage on Christian's end, Christian will have a way to get around a loaded Drifloon or Screamtail a little later in the game. So maybe Christian's brain is just significantly larger than mine, and this was a brilliant move. But we're gonna have to find out.
If your plan is to outsmart Michael Davidson and bank on a misplay later, I don't know, I might want to find a different strategy. I'll give Christian the benefit of the doubt here that Gus won't come back to bite him too much. Okay, goes on the Charmeleon. That's something.
Huh. Well, okay, I guess. You know what? Sure, that's fine. So we see the damage go on the Charmeleon. We have a draw from Moshi. I think Moshi's concern is, do we have a bunch of fire energy in hand? But regardless, we have a Charizard. We have Buddy Poffins.
Double Buddy Poffin. Buddy Poffin.
We have 4 buddies. We can get 4 buddies out. I think we're
There's
out
only
of
3
buddies,
bench
though.
spots, but that's 4 buddies.
That's fine. Too many buddies. We don't have a monkey, though, and I think monkey's the friend we were hoping for here. But I mean, Let's pop and pop it. I love it. All right, so then, Kevin, in my mind, all we do is evolve into Charizard and end the miserable existence of this Gardevoir EX on the bench. Am I wrong in that?
I can't see how that's wrong. KOing Gardevoir EXs in one hit. One of my favorite pastimes. I wish I got to do it more, honestly. Crobat VMAX is probably, rolling around in his grave somewhere wanting to get after this Dark Weak Gardevoir. But if you can do it, it's usually worth doing. It makes Michael establish another one in order to do anything but a Mind Bend next turn.
So we do have 2 energy in the discard. Do we really not have any energy in deck? That is hard because now we've had to use our quick search to get the energies, and we're going to have to evolve into Charizard. But do we have Gust outside of that? Kevin, I agree with evolving the one with damage. What do you think about that decision, though?
I think if you can evolve both, then you attack with the one without the damage. But if you can only evolve one, then you're at pretty significant risk of Monkey Dory just deleting that Charmeleon mid-turn, which is very bad. So with the single Charizard accessed, I think this is correct.
We do have another energy from hand. Do we have a Gust is the question. And if we don't, we just have Iono. Do we still knock out the monkey this turn, correct?
Yeah, you got to do something. You putting Michael to a 5-card hand, which is probably enough to make a good response. But you're just going to give him too much time to set up. You're going to fall behind if you don't do something this turn.
And I think Moshi was also hoping to hit a counter catcher there, which unfortunately we did not. But now...
heads up play though for Christian. I want to commend the prize checking there.
Yes.
And just knowing the resources in deck. If you commit that Charizard evolution, thinking you're going to quick search for the Gust play, and then don't have enough energies to attack, that's game losing on the spot. So you can see the disappointment in his demeanor there of like having to quick search for the Super Rod. Certainly didn't feel good. But definitely a potential misplay there of tunnel visioning on your optimal play, which just was not available given the situation.
And I would completely agree. We literally just talked about it earlier in the game, and Christian did such a good job of making sure he did not play himself out of a good scenario into a bad one. So on Michael's end, we do have Pheasantipity, like you said, Jewish Kid, just off the top. Why not? Off the rip. We do have Iono in hand too, though, so we were going to be able to play the game. But now, Kevin, what do we attack with this turn?
I mean, if you can push for a Drifloon knockout, I think you just do it. You've got a positive prize trade. You're up, go up 2 prizes at that point, and you have a stable board finally with Mew Fez in play and the backup Worlds. That is a bench spot committed to a non-Monkey Dory, but you don't need 2 Monkey Dories for anything in particular at this stage of the game.
And I think at this stage of the game is the right part. So being able to spread that damage, heal stuff up, and set up large KOs is really important. But if you have Drifloon, Bravery Charm, you can kind of do that without Monkey consistently. So, or I should say, 1 Monkey's enough to do that. We still see the restart for 2. We see Bravery Charm. Oh, and that's actually the worst thing Michael wanted to draw, because we do not want to have that Bravery Charm now. We want to put it on a Drifloon.
Yeah, he opts to commit it to the Fez where it does have significant value. I think he could have used the Fez before research there, but that risks discarding even more important things. And now we get to really steamroll into a combo here with Fez after research. And this allows him to get all the energies he needs in the discard pile for a good play. He doesn't have to knock out the active Charizard this turn. He could potentially just Mind Bend it. He could Screamtail the bench Charmeleon would be fine. Work on knocking out the Pidgeot EX somehow. He's a good Gardevoir player. He'll figure out a good line, I'm sure.
I'm sure he'll piece it together. And yes, the A-Spec specialist is Belt. And Jewish Kid, you would be right, but I'm a dad, and that dad joke still hurts my soul inside. But yes, we are going to see the energy come down. We'll be able to bank an attachment on Monkey Dory. We have not yet used Flip the Script, so we have plenty of time to find a Drifloon. And Kevin, I would agree. I think either knocking out the Charmeleon or one-shotting the Charizard are good, especially because Christian has shown that he does not have access to another Charmeleon.
Yeah, interesting situation here too, where Michael has probably seen the dark energy in Christian's discard pile. I got super routed back in. You can extrapolate from that there's at least one Monkey Dory in Christian's list. So Michael's going to be careful with how much damage counters are left on his Drifloon or Screamtail, and make sure that Monkey Dory can't take a knockout on it in addition to Christian's attack for the turn.
Yes, and Jewish Kid Belt is really good for Pult, and it's really good for Dengo. And Dengo, obviously, a big baddie in this meta currently, so very important inclusion. Now for Michael, we see the Drifloon in the discard. Do we have another Bravery Charm left? I assume we do, but are you seeing it, Kevin?
I think the Pheasantipity is the only one that's been in play so far. I did not see one in the deck, but what does this search for? Is it still the vessel, or did he
there
play
is a
the
Bravery Charm.
card?
This is for Secret Box. So we are going to be able to
Secret
get a
Box.
supporter,
Okay.
a tool, a stadium, and an item card. Skipping the stadium, but we do see Ultra Ball, Bravery Charm, Arvin. And I mean, yeah, we're taking a knockout this turn. It just depends on what. And I think this is going to answer for us. Oh. So going in, evolving a second Gardevoir, which is definitely big. And then I think we're going to go in with Drifloon here, if I had to guess. Yeah. So, Kevin, I think we have enough energy to reach for the knockout here, correct?
Yeah, I think he does. You can probably use the one Monkey Dory, manually attach Dark from hand, and get that Charizard down to, 270 HP remaining.
Yep.
That's like 8 or 9 damage counters on the Drifloon. We got the Charm off the Secret Box, and there's been so many energies at the discard pile. I'm pretty sure he has enough for it.
I think we are definitely at 5. And with the Rare Candy into double Gardy now, that gives so much flexibility that one Gust knockout on a Gardy is not enough to take a knockout or to close out Michael's board. And also with that Drifloon in the active now, there's going to be an attacker that can one-shot everything Moshi throws down.
Yeah, it's also worth noting he's clearing the damage off the board here, so there's no Monkey Dory return KO coming from Christian's side.
And so there are no ways to disrupt tools in this list, and there are also no ways to put additional damage counters into play. So this Drifloon will stay this strong unless it is actively attacked and knocked out. And so this puts so much pressure on Christian, because with the double Gardevoir down, with Christian being at 5 prizes, and with a one-shotting attacker fully loaded, this is all but checkmate for Michael, unless, Kevin, how could Christian possibly come back from this board?
I mean, the Drifloon is a problem that has to be dealt with, and it does bring Christian down to even prizes, which is relevant. You kind of got to hope Michael doesn't have a way to just immediately reestablish the Drifloon, but with the draw on board, seems pretty likely. I'm not sure how much recovery Michael's playing, but I haven't seen too many super odds or night stretchers hit the discard pile yet, and there should be access to one more Bravery Charm at some point. So definitely a difficult spot for Christian here.
And I think that's a big deal, is that we have so many outs to do this again. I think one of the ways Gardevoir could run out of gas in the past is if you only have your one Bravery Charm and either you reach or you have to discard it early, it's suddenly very, very hard to attack with it and to take big knockouts. But now, 3 Bravery Charm, at least one more available, plenty of recovery left. This is a really tough fight for Christian since Michael's board is so strong. And Undying Fury, I think Mew can reach for the knockout later. Right now it would be hitting for 210 plus whatever other modifier. So it's not quite a knockout, but I think Moshi here deciding to go in with Chi Yu just to try to take a knockout with a 1-prizer and force Michael to work a little harder. And to be honest though, correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, I think you just want to go in with Zard again, right?
You can't take a knockout with Charmander here. And looks like he might be lining that up.
I don't think you want to, though. So like
I
I hear the skew the prize trade, go with the single prizer, blah blah. Michael has 3 prizes remaining. Michael is happy to hit into this Charmander with a Gardevoir EX to take the knockout and say, okie dokie, thank you for making my life so much easier and not forcing me to reach for a huge knockout on this Charizard EX.
Yeah, if he did attack with the Charizard, Michael might have opted for a Scream Tail on the Charmander anyway to not overcommit. But with the Charmander and the active, it does make things easier. I mean, he might just knock this out with Monkey Dory, to be honest.
And I think that's fine. To be honest, I actually would love to see him knock it out with Gardevoir EX, which I know seems counterintuitive. But Kevin, any ideas why I would hope for that?
So with 4 prizes left, Michael just needs to, win the game on the following turn. Everything else on the board is valuable as far as a damage modifier or a draw option. So since you have 2 Gardevoirs, you can afford to lose one and then still have access to Psychic Embrace next turn. With Mew and Fez and double Monkey Dory, your odds of being able to take the 2 prize knockout to close the game are just super duper high. I mean, the deck's got to be very thin at this point. There's the discard pile looks like 3 times as big as the deck at this point.
100%. And the other part I wanted to add on to that is, I think I think he could. I think it would be very hard to knock out Pidgeot this turn. The other thing I'm thinking is, if you go in with Gardevoir and Christian takes a knockout on Gardevoir with Charizard, because that's the attacker Christian has, you need 1 Monkey Dory ping and Mew, and you win the game. So going in with this, knocking out the Charmander with Monkey Dory, Christian goes down to 3 prizes remaining. You still probably win. You still probably got this. It just forces you to work a little bit harder. And I know it can sometimes seem weird to give up more prizes rather than just slowing down your opponent's game plan. But we see it all the time with Dusknoir and Duskull. You can accelerate your opponent's prize map or prizes to help you win the game faster. Because it doesn't matter who gets their prizes faster. It matters who has less prizes at the end. And it's exactly what Michael's going to go for here. But so then, Kevin, is this the right move to knock out with Monkey Dory? Or do we think we are going to retreat into Gardevoir?
Looks like he's going for the Gardevoir. It's probably slightly better. It kind of makes Christian need a gust this turn to not lose to Mew on board.
Yeah, and we see the knockout, and agreed. I think we lose to Mew on board. We also now lose to Screamtail, because there is enough damage on Pidgeot where Michael will be able to use Screamtail to snipe if he's able to find another Bravery Charm. So really, I think Michael just has checkmate on this board, unless you're seeing something I am not, Kevin.
I don't think he even needs the Bravery Charm. He can do 60 of monkey damage and then 160 with Screamtail.
That is absolutely true. And now, unfortunately, with this gust on Fez, Michael just wins. Because even if Christian decides to knock out this Fezandipity with Charizard, Mew just comes up, hits for 300, and you double monkey damage onto Charizard to close out the game. And Mr. Elo, I agree. The best decision here is to scoop, so you have more time for games 2 and 3. So, Kevin,
technically, there's an out if the Mew goes down there, but probably can just use Artisan for Screamtail, and it's over anyway.
And that's exactly it. And honestly, we could still just Artisan for Screamtail, but regardless, yeah, we are in a good spot here. And correct, Patrick, there is no Briar. However, since Christian has 4 prizes remaining anyway, Briar would have got him down to 1 prize remaining, but it is not enough. So then we will go into Gardy, retreat into Mew, accelerate it all, and then take the knockout. Michael takes game 1 here in the finals, and he is 1 game away from winning that lovely Ho-Oh mat and a whole lot of money. But I should say, both players here and the other 2 top 4 players, they have already qualified for the Nerd Rage League Invitational in December, which we're going to have a big ol' invitational, a bunch of chances to qualify. We're going to have it here on Twitch. Dude, it's going to be a fun event. So, Kevin, going into game 2, what does Christian have to do differently to win?
It's a good question. I think that you want to take down the Gardevoir if you can. He did a good job of establishing Pidgeot. but just wasn't able to capitalize on Michael's slow start because he didn't attack in time. And if you are a prize disadvantage with Gardy, they can play off the board so well, it's pretty hard to disrupt them out of it. Their pivotal turn, I think, was when Michael was able to get second Gardevoir established and the Drifloon with the charm and 5 energies in the discard pile, and get that Drifloon in a pretty timely fashion to answer the Charizard and go down to 3 prizes when Christian was still at 5. From that point, I think he was just too far ahead. So Christian's got to get going a little faster this game.
And I agree. I think that aggressiveness is needed on Christian's end because Gardy's just too good at pulling or coming back from behind. Logan, the Invitational is in December, so this is a good time to advertise whatever while we're doing this. So we here at Nerd Rage Gaming, hi, that's us, that's me, I'm Dan. We have locals every Thursday night at 6:30 Central Time. We are on Twitch, YouTube, exactly where you guys are watching now. And if you enjoy my highly mediocre commentary, we would love I'd love to have you come watch it more often. So each week we will have players earning points to qualify for that invitational, and we usually have like 30 plus players each night at local. So it's awesome. We'll have another cup later in the fall, and then we will have a couple challenges over the next couple months. So please, if you like what you're hearing, follow, subscribe on YouTube, like on YouTube, all the shenanigans, locals watching thing. And come watch us Thursday, and then come watch us next in a couple weeks for our next big cup. And so getting back to the game, being able to draw a mulligan for Christian's a big deal because it does enable him to set that aggressiveness, hopefully, well, more likely set that aggressiveness. And Kevin, going into this first turn, talk us through what does Moshi need to do here?
It's probably a team evolution angle like a lot of these setup decks. And
thank you, Moshi. I appreciate it. Yes, and I'm sorry. I got ahead of myself, Kevin. Talk us through Michael's turn. I was staring at Moshi. But what is Michael doing?
Yeah. So, I mean, Michael needs Ralts established. Preferably 2, but 1 is fine. He doesn't really need anything else. He's got a research in hand for next turn. He's going to check prizes here with the Nest Ball search. And that tells me he's probably not doing any other actions this turn, but it's totally fine. He doesn't need to do anything else.
Agreed. Getting the Ralts down is basically all he needs. He does pass over to Christian, so Christian can start his turn, which, honestly, I appreciate the sportsmanship. Like, we don't need to do anything crazy. We don't need to try to hustle. Just go ahead and play the game. And Moshi's hand, to call it dead, would be an insult to cemeteries. This is bad, Kevin. Do you see anything he wants to or can do here?
I mean, there's a Pheasantipity for after something goes down. You can't afford to have anything go down is the problem.
Correct. We really need both of these guys alive. And Jewish Kid, that sounds delicious. Yes, please tune in. We'd love to have you watching. But yeah, Kevin, is there anything else?
Is that an energy search for a fire? That's interesting.
It is, because I think that is the only playable card in his hand outside of Boss.
Yeah, I mean, you probably don't put the Fez down early. It doesn't accomplish much. There it is. Okay.
Well, to be fair, I do believe you are correct, but still.
Oh, okay. Just going to protect the little guys here.
And I don't know if I agree with that, only because if you're going to be relying on Fez to draw, you probably want to let one of these little guys get knocked out and then draw with Fez. And to be honest, it's probably fine to let the Pidgey get knocked out and just try to set one up this turn. So would you agree with that approach here, Kevin?
Yeah, I would have attached the energy, retreated to the Pidgey, and hope that maybe Michael just goes in with a Mind Bend. Then you can promote Charmander, drop the Pheasantipity after that, try to Candy into a playable hand, and then maybe you can high roll, Candy Charizard supporter, and stabilize your board with maybe a turn 4 Pidgeot or something like that. At least you have playable outs into keeping up that way. Whereas with this, Michael knows that Christian's hand is completely dead, or he would have played something, and he can take it slow. He doesn't have to knock out this Pheasantipity at all. You're not going to bait the aggressive knockout here with this really weak board on Christian's side.
No, not at all. And so we see the research because, like, obviously Michael wouldn't want to play, I don't know, anyway. Wasn't even an option. But with that research, we have a full hand to work with. We are going to be able to TM Evo if we want. I don't think Michael's going to want to give up that Artisan to let Christian play the game since that hand is clearly so weak, but even just an Evo into Curlia feels good right now.
That's probably good enough. He does have Candy Ultra Ball. He can get the Gardy out now if he wants. I don't think he can knock out this Fez, but he really doesn't have to.
Well, so we know Moshi's hand is terrible. So an aggressive play of like Gardy hit into Fez could be fantastic here. Michael, not knowing Moshi's hand is horrible, that feels like a horrible decision to go with. But we are going to evolve up the Gardy. So do we attack with it? Wait, no, we can just straight up knock out the Fez. If we have a second...
Does he have psychic energies? Psychic energy?
Yeah, oh no, we're just going to Evo into another Curlia. Okay, okay. And that's fine. So what is
this is a good line for Michael. You haven't seen any strength from Christian's hand. You're under no pressure to go aggression. There's downsides if your Gardy gets knocked out. Doing a mind bend for 60 on the Pheasantipede is only negatives, and getting the second Curly on board means you're getting to that stable late game board state that he had last game with double Gardevoir EX, Mew, and Fez for draw, and he does not need to be ahead. He just needs to be one turn behind and then let Monkey Dory do its magic.
100%. And so we will Artisan for another Charmander. I think we will end up using this Ultra Ball to get rid of Boss and Mist to get a Pidgeotto if it's in deck. And I think Moshi is recognizing there is no Pidgeotto in deck. That is not great, boss. Kevin, where do we go from here?
I don't know. This is bad. I mean, last game, Michael had the slow start, but kind of got out of it in time. And this time, Christian with the slow start, and it looks like he's not getting out of it in time. And with how last game played out, it's tough to see a comeback line from here for Christian with just how strong of a player Michael is. Does have the Pidgeotto, at least.
We do. And actually, Kevin, correct me if you disagree, I would love to see the boss on Gardevoir. Because, Justin, you said it exactly correctly. There's no energy. So if you boss up that Gardy, that could put a bit of a hindrance in Michael's ability to function this next turn and maybe force an Iono. And we see the boss on Gardy. I swear I'm talking quietly, guys. They can't hear me. But going to Michael's turn, Kevin, talk us through what's the move here.
I mean, that's a kind of a Hail Mary play there from Christian. Michael's likely to be able to get some access to energy in the discard, but it's not guaranteed. There's no Mew on board. You don't know what he researched into last turn. There's the Vessel. That's a good start. Just needs a way to discard one of them and then can attach the other and get out of the active and pull off a nice attack here. I'd probably target the Pidgeotto, or if you want to just knock out the Fez and take a 2-prize lead, that's also fine.
And I would agree. So, unfortunately, the supporter in hand is Iono. And I think Michael's a little hesitant to play that Iono right now, seeing that Moshi's hand is 1 card. So, if we do decide to not Iono, are we okay having this Gardevoir stick for a turn?
It's a little risky. I don't mind just attaching to Gardy and passing. Again, Christian hasn't proven any actual strength in that hand. Certainly, if he had a supporter other than Boss, would have played that rather than this kind of mediocre disruption play. So I really don't mind attach pass here. I think on average it's probably slightly better than the Iono, just given how much it helps Christian's hand. But that might be an overly risky play on my end.
I think it's a risk. I think if you were discarding a Charizard to get a Pidgeotto, you're kind of telling Michael that, okay, I have an out to do something that is better than attacking with Charizard next turn. And so even if that thing's not a draw supporter, Michael's got to assume it's either another Gust that he wants to protect, it's a Pidgeot, something like that. But now we see the decision from Michael. Do I give you 6 fresh cards? And Michael, knowing Moshi's hand, you got to do it. But knowing Michael's hand, maybe not. And we do decide to do it. 6 clean cards for Christian. Does Michael...
It had to be the Pidgeot, right? I saw the Pidgeot in the
It was Pidgeot. It was Pidgeot.
Yeah, yeah.
Bryce, how much time do we have in round? So we do see a hand of all time for Moshi. And Michael still has to pass. Christian with a new hand we're able to go in and get that Pidgeot if we need. We're able to get another Charmander down, or even a Monkey Dory down. All of a sudden, we're cooking, except for one key detail here, Kevin. There's only one fire energy in that deck.
Oh, boy. I mean, at least he doesn't need to boss his orders this turn. Maybe he can quick search for a rod, or how about energy or prize? That's wild.
So there's 3 in hand, which is a
Oh,
problem.
a little bit.
And so how we have 27 left. Okay. So though we are just under 28 minutes remaining. So this is game 2. We have about 28 minutes remaining. We are going to Brock's for Pidgeot. And so here's the tricky thing. Did we Ultra Ball for Charizard?
I think you Ultra Ball for Charmeleon.
Oh, Kevin, I'm going to be straight with you. I feel like this had to be an aggressive turn. Like, I feel like you have to go in with Charizard here. Like,
I agree.
Yeah. I understand the desire to build a more stable board, but Michael gave you such an opportunity here. I don't know how you pass it up.
You can probably Ultra Ball away 2 fire energies, Ultra Ball, and then quick search for Super Rod. And get the knockout this turn.
So, when Moshi, if you look back and watch this game, which I hope you will, I think Moshi does. And by the way, anyone who's on these games, please go back and watch them. This is not to get views, whatever. But really, this is how you improve. You improve by being able to watch what you did, the decisions you made, and why, and get that good, clean feedback on it. And because Kevin, right now, looking at this game, if Moshi goes in with Charizard, I think his win percentage shoots up so much here. Do you disagree?
No, I think he goes from this turn hinges like the rest of the game to either be massively favored for Christian if he can knock out this Gardevoir, or if he doesn't, it's massively unfavored. You just give Michael this turn to attach retreat, and you're just going to fall behind. And the Clef is a free prize for Monkey Dory at any point that Michael wants to take it.
It is. And that's not a bad hand. We are going to be able to knock out a Gardevoir if we want, but man, if we were able to, and also those in the chat watching, tell me if I'm screwing something up here, but I feel like taking out that Gardy was so valuable and such an opportunity here. So getting back over to Michael's turn, I mean, like you said, we don't really want to knock out that Cleffa with a Gardy. So we may need to just retreat, accelerate energy, use Monkey Dory to knock out Cleffa, and then hit into something for another knockout. But how does Michael approach this turn, Kevin?
I mean, I don't think you want to knock out Cleffa. You can either Monkey Dory first to knock out the Cleffa with Monkey Dory and then just hit whatever Christian promotes. Or if you can get into Scream Tail, you can knock out something on the bench and kind of leave that Cleffa as a free prize for later.
And that
I think would be preferable.
And that I think is good. I think being able to kind of fill Moshi's board and then take another prize later after disrupting Moshi low is good. I mean, we do see the draw for Moshi. That's a pretty good hand overall. And you're right. There's no energy in discard right now, but we are about to retreat 2 energy off of the Gardevoir. Yeah, and agree, Neo. Just we could have Ultra Ball the energy, quick search for Rod, and then Brock for Zard. I think the Ultra Ball and the Brox gave him 2 of the evolutions, so rather than getting Charmeleon, it really should have been a Charizard. But now we will retreat the Gardy. Oh, we will be able to Earthen Vessel away some energy. So we're going to have 3 energy in the discard, and Kevin, like, this is what Michael needed. Time to get back moving, to get these energy in the discard, to start going after what he wants. Hello. Am I talking too loud? Sorry about that. Dang it. Guys, I'm trying to talk quietly. It's tough. I am.
You have a loud voice, Dan. It's
I
okay.
do have a loud voice. It is beneficial, just apparently not right now. But yes, you're completely right, Blaze. Like, what we needed was to use the Zard's ability to accelerate it, but we would have needed to Super Rod energy after we Ultra Ball 2 energy into the discard. Alas, here we are. And Michael making a great decision to get that Pheasantipity. So, Kevin, what is Michael attacking with this turn, if we are attacking?
You're putting the Pheasantipity down. you don't have the Screamtail. I was thinking Screamtail. I don't know if that's prized or Michael's got something else in mind. Interesting choice on promotion here for Christian. I almost like the Pidgeot EX to tank a hit. Because otherwise you're just giving away too much in terms of a prize trade.
I actually like the Fez, and the issue is because Michael has not played Artisan yet, there is a chance for Michael to go into a Drifloon or something rather than this Clefairy. Because right now Clefairy does not take a knockout. Oh, buddy, we are going to see a Cruel Arrow from you into sniping a Charmeleon, and that is gross. What do you think about this play?
This is great. I think he probably had this in mind when he knocked out the Cleffa first, given how quickly he went to it. And really nice 2-price turn there from Michael without having to overcommit. Still has the open bench spot for flexibility and should be able to answer whatever Christian's able to come up with here.
100%. And so for everyone who's just heard me get yelled at for being too excited, I am excited about this. We like to have fun with this. This is a wonderful thing. I would love for you to like, subscribe on YouTube. If you want to follow us on Twitch, just come participate, hang out. It is amazing. And also, when I get in trouble for yelling too excitedly, I get to remind people that, hey, people actually watch, so please let me keep doing this. But now, going back to Moshi's turn, we do see the 2 energy onto the Charizard. So we're going to be able to take a knockout on something, but Kevin, this still just feels so bad for Moshi.
We're in the same spot as last game, right? We're just down 2 prizes. Michael's the deck that can take multiple prizes in one turn and has a really stable board with double Gardevoir. Should be able to pretty much do whatever he wants with a thin deck for the rest of the game. And so the comeback odds are really slim here. We'll see if Christian can piece something together.
Agreed. And there is a chance, but it's risky. Mr. Elo, I appreciate it. I love getting to do this. We all love getting to do this. So please come join whenever you can. And Kevin, you say that, but we'll see how it goes. And yes, Michael is doing a really good job kind of setting up an aggressive board and working towards this. I know, Kenneth, it's possible Michael's one of the best players in the game. Not even just Chicago. Best players in the game overall right now. And so we see Charizard go into the active. Austin KOing Mew with Chi-Yu would have been fantastic. The downside is Moshi was so thin on energy that it would be very, very hard to reach. But now, going into Clefairy, Michael can reach, if not on Pheasantipity, at least set up for a follow-up knockout. And so, Kevin, are we using Drifloon? Are we using Screamtail? What's the move this turn?
I think the world is Michael's oyster at this point. He can do whatever he wants. There's probably 4 or 5 winning lines he could take. And Christian has to hope that the 1 in 100 something comes back here.
So
not
Kevin
over
isn't
yet.
always here, but this is the high tier analysis we brought them on for. So I hope everyone appreciates this. But yeah, I mean, Michael's in a dominating position again. Am I getting tired of saying that? Yes, but here we are. So Kevin, if the world was your oyster, what would be the route you take here?
I might just knock out the Pheasantipity, and that way I'm not overcommitting too many energies. Looks like there's no bench space for Drifloon at this point. That's fine. Even a 2-shot on this Zard, if you can, well, I say 2-shot. The Clefairy plus Monkey Dory might be enough to just knock it out over the course of a couple of turns. How much is the Clefairy doing? 180?
The Clefairy is currently doing 180. So honestly,
you can do 60.
And you can honestly just hit in with Mew again if we want to. So Mew for 240 plus 2 Monkey Dories, put it at 300, and then we just close out the game next turn.
Yeah, it looks like the same line as last game. And this is better because it just does more damage. The Clefairy doesn't really get close enough if Christian plays his own Monkey Dory, which would be reasonable to find. Then the Clefairy doesn't do enough. So classic Gardevoir, kind of this Charizard's 90% knocked out. It's as good as knocked out next turn. I don't think there's anything Christian can do to prevent that. You would try to maybe bench your own Monkey Dory, attach a Dark to it, heal 30 off, and then boss KO a Monkey Dory on Michael's side is like your best chance of keeping it alive.
Yes.
But Michael can probably reestablish a second Monkey Dory Dark with the cards that he has in hand.
Oh, but we see the Turo. Actually, that's a huge deal here. Because we are able to get that energy back into the deck and get a Charizard back out. That actually puts Moshi in a much better position. Kevin, I think Moshi just played himself right back into this game.
Yeah, very possible. It's got the Rod in hand too. Really strong hand there. Can he get a candy to reestablish and take this knockout and have just a clean Charizard EX in the active?
He has
we might be going to a game 3 here. What a hand. Wow.
Wow. What a play. And now we can, I don't think there's anything we want to thin out, but I mean, now Michael is on a clock. Michael's clock is exactly 1 turn. If if Christian is able to get another Charizard out to take 1 more 2-prize knockout, that's game over. So being able to reach and knock out this Mew without letting Michael take 4 prizes in the next turn, this could be game. Kevin, like, what does Michael need to do to respond to this?
I mean, Gardy always has counterplay, right? My initial instinct would be to Iono Christian to a low hand. The problem was that Pidgeot EX can probably search out a boss for game, if you don't deal with the Charizard. So I'd have to check Christian's discard pile, see what's down in terms of candies and energies and gust effects. And that will determine if you either push to knock out the active Charizard with a Drifloon, or do you try to hand disrupt and snipe the Pheasantipity for an almost KO and try to win the game on the following turn?
And I don't think that's bad either. One minor thing, depending on what other cards are in Christian's hand, I actually would have really liked to see him play the Picnic Basket and then discard something else, since getting rid of that 1 energy on Michael's end could make things a little more challenging because it sticks an energy on Clefairy rather than 1 attachment would allow for 3 Monkey Dory damage. Is it a big deal? Probably not. But at this point, we got to play optimally to win this game. And then we see the Charizard knockout on Mew for more than enough damage. Moshi goes down to 2 prizes remaining. Michael has to take 4 prizes before Moshi can attack again, essentially. Kevin, how does Michael do this?
Yeah, if Christian has access to boss's orders, this is a really tough spot. You could try to set up a double KO next turn. But you're down enough resources on Christian's side after that Turo that Christian might not be able to establish another Charizard if you can just knock this one out. So given the way the game's played out so far, I think pushing with the Drifloon is optimal. It looks like that's what Michael's going for. We'll see if Christian has enough resources left in deck to get another Charizard EX and a boss to close out the game.
Leo, I
definitely forces the most out of Gardy.
So, and I agree with what you're saying, Kevin. I think knocking out this Charizard is tantamount. Like, you have, or paramount, excuse me. Like, you have to knock this thing out. Otherwise, exactly like you said, we are 1 gust away from game. The other option is if you can't knock it out, you can monkey confuse it. But I don't know if that's going to be enough.
I think that's probably too slow.
And I would agree. I think it's just a little too slow.
The Iono knockout here, though, is probably good enough because Christian would need to have the resources in hand to reestablish the Charizard or have the Gus in hand. And even with Pheasantipity and Pidgeot, there's no guarantee he gets Charizard and a boss's orders.
And so actually this right here, this is why that Picnic Basket, as small as it may be, matters so much, because that enabled Michael to not have to move damage off the Drifloon and not commit all this energy to Drifloon. Now, there's more flexibility on the damage, but for Moshi, we still have a chance to win this game. What we need is a lot, though. And Kevin, how do we pull this off?
Kind of on a one-turn clock. I think he needs to win the game this turn.
I would agree. I think we have to. Now, is there a way? I don't think there's a way. There is a way. We could, should we be feeling aggressive, knock out this Drifloon with a gust from a Pidgey, but then I think that opens up countercatcher plays and just we are not in a good spot here. So we'll see the Fez for 3. Do we have what we need? Christian's face says partially. Partially what we need. So, Kevin, what are the things we need to win this game?
I think he needs probably a Super Rod to recycle energies. Needs a Rare Candy, a Charizard, and a Boss's Orders. 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces is a lot. I mean, Quick Search is good, but it's not double knocked out.
It is not. And one minor thing, I probably would have liked to see that Artisan get out a Monkey if there was still a Monkey in deck for Christian, but this is a tight game. So I think the one thing Moshi was also checking is how much energy was in Michael's discard pile, because we have 7 energy committed to the board right now. But, Kevin, that Arvin is not a boss.
Yeah, I think that takes away any chance of Christian winning the game this turn. Michael has probably enough cards after drawing those prizes to be able to take the last 2 knockouts, but it's not 100% guaranteed.
Agreed. Boss Gardy would stall a turn. I don't think we had Boss in hand. And okay, so we drew a Pidgey. Guys, so this is why sequencing and everything is so important, and filtering and thinning and all of that. Christian drew the Pidgey. We played the Buddy Poffin. If we had Buddy Poffined out the Pidgey, that means nothing to the prize trade right now, because Michael's probably going to win anyway if Christian does not pull off the game here. So, do we have Boss in hand, Kevin? I didn't quite see.
I think he could have quick searched for Boss if he didn't have it, right?
We definitely could have.
There's 9 energies committed to Michael's board. If he bosses a Gardevoir, there's a decent chance it's just stuck. And then he's got another turn of quick search to get the Zard established and knock it out.
Agreed. And so I think we're going to go into Charmander here and just pass, and that's game. Michael Davidson takes down the Cup Finals with Gardevoir EX, I can be loud now, defeating Charizard Pidgeot in Finals. And Kevin, I know it was a 2-0, but that was a really good set.
Yeah, it's a pretty intricate matchup. I think there was some really good play there from Michael, unsurprisingly. And the list is probably countered to deal with Charizard more than the average Gardevoir list. I mean, those 3 Bravery Charms seemed like Michael could just get the Drifloon one-hit KO whenever he needed it.
Yeah.
And that was just, like we discussed before the match, massive for the prize trade. Forcing Christian to try to gust every turn to keep up made it really difficult to keep establishing additional Charizard pieces and kind of keep up on the prize trade. You saw both games, Michael, with a 2-prize lead fairly early. And there's some obscure lines Christian maybe could have taken to try to come back. Either didn't see it or didn't have the resources in deck for it. And because of that, Gardevoir, strong as ever, able to take down the Cup win.
Which was fantastic. Michael Davidson, incredible player, one of the best players in the world, and it's awesome to have him here. And thank you, everyone, for joining. Thank you, Kevin, for joining. I'm going to say one more time, if you like what you saw, please come join again. We're here every Thursday. We're here a couple Sundays a quarter in order for big tournaments. We'll have our invitational. We got a lot of cool stuff coming up. So if you guys can, please follow, subscribe if you want on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube so you know when we're coming on and yapping. And I appreciate y'all being here. And Kevin, tell me, say goodbye, do your shout outs. Thank you for being here. Show off. Thanks for being here.
Hey, thanks so much, guys. I had a blast with this. Long day, but, talking about Pokemon's a good time. Hanging with Dan's always a good time. Glad I could contribute to what Nerd Rage is doing over there. Shout outs for me, Project Artemis, got the deer. We're a really cool team for gender nonconforming players, trying to be a supportive presence in the community. Check out our content on YouTube and Metafy. We have some affiliate codes for our sponsors, Heavy Play and FBC, if you want to get some cool gear. And you can check me out on Twitter, Krieger, my last name, TCG. for updates on tournaments and deck lists, and usually content shoutouts for the team and stuff like that. So we're good friends since before we had teams, so it's cool. We can kind of amplify what each other are doing at this point.
Absolutely. And Project Artemis is a great team. Kevin, obviously incredible player, incredible person. I'm very grateful he came here. Like I said, we don't get to hang out enough. I got to hang out with you for like 7 hours today. This is great. And then from my end, like I said, please like, subscribe, follow all the social inner content things. We love doing this. We'd love to have you here more. We are here at Nerd Rage Gaming. We are going to have our League Invitational continue this Thursday night. Players can qualify, and we'll have more content about the leaderboard and the like. So thank you all very much for coming. We love having you guys here, and we will hope to see you next time, Thursday night here at Nerd Rage Gaming.